this one. It's okay. Okay, I think we are good too. Diana, please come and take your. Please come. Hey, you're the only one that they've clapped for. Hello, Baroness. How are you? You're welcome. Yes, the powerful women. Okay, we'll say the good mornings and then we shall start. Nice. Okay. Now that, Honorable, you've come, we can start. Good morning. Good morning. How are you, phenomenal women? Hey, but phenomenal, we don't respond like energy. Phenomenal women. We are good and we praise God. We praise thank God that we are alive. We are at the 6th. Imagine. We count together. Mama Vicky, how do we count? Okay. Imagine we are at the 6th annual Women Human Rights Defenders Conference. 6. So, we count. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yeah. We are in our space. We are happy. Forget about the end of term school fees. What today? Yaka at home, mommy, hello, Yaka, send you the token. We forget that one for now. We are here for the 6th Annual Women Human Rights Defenders Conference, and the theme is Her Voice, Elevating the Voices of Women. So thank you on behalf of the organizers, on behalf of the Human Rights Center Uganda, on behalf of Defend Africa Human Rights Defenders Network, and on behalf of Phenomenal Women Global. Thank you so much. Wow, I know. Thank you so much. And it's nice. Can you imagine to see a high table with just women? The other day I was in a meeting, men, and they were struggling to get a woman just to be a woman, and they were doing nothing but just being there. But imagine the women there as substantive women doing a lot of nice things. So thank you so much, Mrs. Sekaja. Thank you so much, Tabitha. Thank you, Diana, for bringing us here. So we have our program, and my name is Sheila. I'll be your mistress of ceremony for today, but we shall have different moderators taking us through the panels. So we have a program here. We're going to start, but I'll tell you a secret. The minister is coming. She said she'll be here at 10. So as soon as we see, so if you are the one who's talking, just be as if you're winding up. Even if it's the middle of the point, just say, yeah, just like we need to empower women to, thank you very much. You sit. Because we know that 10, she's there. So when she comes in, then we stand up, do the national anthems, and then we do the formalities. And when she goes, relax. Sylvia also is not relaxing a bit because you're doing this. So are we together? So as you speak, we empower. It's good to empower women because we think that women, then you say, thank you very much. And you stop. Okay? Okay, so our program is going to run for the meantime like that. So we're going to start with a prayer. We're going to do our national anthem, okay? And then we'll have Mrs. Sekaja coming just to say hello to us, to welcome us for now. And then we shall view the documentary, Everything Constant. Even the documentary, once the minister comes, documentary be as if you're ending. Eh? And then we will go back. Okay? Okay, so can we have a prayer? I told my person a prayer, and she's ready. Our pastor, please take us through a prayer. We're going to stand up. We are strong, we are happy, we are very smart. We shall have the prayer, the national anthem. We're going to introduce ourselves, and then Mr. Sekaja will come and welcome us, and then we shall go on from there.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Let's humble ourselves and pray. Oh Lord, we thank you. Glorify your name. You know we are here for a purpose. This is our 6th year celebrating women's cause. We have to thank you because we can't take it for granted. The fact that we are here doesn't mean that we are only women who can actually be here, but you made it for us. So we thank you, and we pray that you come and be our chairperson, come and be our moderator. Every discussant, make sure that whichever is discussed in your name. I pray this in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen. Please introduce yourself.
I'm called Komudisha Jovia from Mbarara City. I'm an ED for Kachika Women's Group. I'm glad to be here. I'm a senior citizen.
You're welcome, Jovia Kachika from Mbarara. Robert, please come and take us through the anthems. We have 3, so we are yet to sit. We are yet to sit, so we have to stand yet again. Yes, that table is doing it right. Yes, now the anthems.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Phenomenal women. Phenomenal women. Yes, we are. Phenomenal women. Yes, we are. Phenomenal people. Yes, we are. That caters for people like Erica as well. Okay, so we're going to do the anthems, national, East African, and then the Phenomenal Women song. Oh, before the minister comes, we have to wait for the minister. Oh.
So let's then have the introduction, and then we'll have an opening by Mr. Secretary just to welcome us. Thank you for the guidance. Okay, fine. So we'll get ready to stand again. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's do our powerful introductions, who we are, where we are from, and just tell us what your feeling is about the 6th annual conference. And we shall start from this table. Baroness, I will start with you.
Hello everyone, I am Winnie Kiza, delighted to be attending the 6th Annual Women's Human Rights Defenders Conference, and I know that all of us here are human rights defenders in one way or the other. It's important that we do it because this is what makes us what we are. I come from Kasese, but in politics I am a member of the Alliance for National Transformation. I've been a member of parliament for 15 years, a councillor for the country as the first female leader of the opposition. Wow. And I want to be confident that I didn't disappoint the female. And thank you so much for inviting me, Mama, together with the ones that you are working with. I believe that this is a space that we are going to utilize. It's the day that the Lord has made. Amen. We shall rejoice and be glad in it.
Amen.
May God bless you.
Bless you too. Honorable, thank you so much, and you're indeed very welcome. We have Princess.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Princess.
And praise God.
Amen.
I'm Jova Kamateka, former member of parliament for Mitoma district for 2 terms. 2011 to 2021. And while I was in parliament, I chaired the Human Rights Committee and worked a lot with the Human Rights Center and the Human Rights Defenders. through the ranks in the administrative cadre, from assistant secretary to the level of under secretary.
Wow.
And by the time I joined Parliament, I was the under secretary Uganda Law Reform Commission.
Wow.
Yeah, so I was still involved in matters of human rights. I'm glad to be here, phenomenal women.
Yes, we are.
I attended the 6th Phenomenal Women Conference in Geneva, and I tell you, it was something.
Wow.
And so I'm glad to be here, and I know there is a lot. Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, the team. Thank you.
Thank
and
you.
God bless you
Bless
all.
you too. Thank you, Honorable Jova. Thank you so much for always being with us.
Good morning, phenomenal women.
Good morning, phenomenal
Good
woman.
morning, phenomenal persons. I've actually attended most of these conferences except one when I was studying. My name is Rosalind Karugonjo Segawa, and I'm the chairperson of the Leadership Code Tribunal. But today I'm here just as a phenomenal woman.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Rose. Thank you so much.
Good morning, phenomenal women.
Kopango.
Kobango.
Kopango.
Afoyo biono
Hey, afoyo mate.
with Sylvia for a very, very long time. Okay, Chaumate Kununi Wamoro. Okay, that's to the men.
Yeah.
So I'm called Patricia Tim from the School of Law, Makerere University. I'm happy to be here. Better late than never. It's the first time I'm at for the first time, but
You are
happy
studying.
to be here. Thank you very much, and I hope that I know we'll have a very, very splendid day. Thank
Wow.
you.
Thank you, Patricia. You're very welcome. Good morning, phenomenal. Good morning.
I'm happy to see everyone and the phenomenal women, especially on this table, and the phenomenal women conference. Thank you, our mom, mentor, Madam Sekaja. But also, I'm happy to be one of the speakers. I'm honored. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia, and she'll actually be discussing the keynote address. Thank you so much. Yes, phenomenal women persons there.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, phenomenal women.
Good morning.
My name is Atugonza Patience Kakai. I'm from Bale. I work with Women with a Mission. I work with the PR section. It's an honor to be here, to be with very phenomenal people, and to actually learn a lot about the human rights for women. It is an honor to be here. Thank you for having us.
Thank you all the way from Bale. You're very welcome, Kakai.
Good morning, phenomenal women.
Good morning.
My name is Nshime Bridget. I'm coming from Bara. I work with Action for Youth for Development, Uganda, and I'm a lawyer by profession. I'm proud to be in this safe space for women. I'm also proud to share this room with my former dean, Mrs. Karugonjo Segawa. And I'm very honored to be here and ready to learn a lot.
Wow, you're very welcome all the way. Thank you so much.
Good morning, phenomenal women.
Good morning.
My name is Daphne Isingoma. I am from Moroto, Uganda Law Society, and I'm a lawyer by profession. It's an honor to be here and to be under the roof with amazing women. Thank you.
You're very welcome. My Lord, we see you. Thank you so much for coming. We shall introduce you. Yes.
Good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
I'm Margaret Etusa. Professionally, I'm a teacher, administrator with a tertiary institution, but now I'm not really retired. But, I'm here to learn, unlearn, and relearn. God bless you all.
Wow. Margaret, you're welcome. And that phenomenal woman, I think, was one of the first women who came to this space this morning. So it was very early. Thank you, Margaret.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Phenomenal women.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Phenomenal persons.
Good morning.
I'm Florence Sembatia Masinguzi, a teacher by profession. I worked in the Ministry of Education and Sports for and I'm a senior citizen, but I'm a gender advocate. That is another area I handle. I'm very glad to be here to see how we can elevate that voice and learn and learn and learn. Thank you very much for inviting.
Wow, you're very welcome indeed. Thank you so much.
Good as phenomenal women.
Oh no, just a minute. How come? We'll do after. Yes, yes. Please. Yes. Continue.
I continue.
Please continue.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning once again.
Good morning.
Kabagen Sarah from Bundibujo. Bundibujo, I'm coming from Bundibujo Women with Disability Living with HIV Association. And I'm very happy to be here because I have been advocating for inclusion, for marginalized group. I'm very happy. Those who had invited me, I'm excited and I'm very happy to meet my fellow women, to share the experience as women human rights defenders. I'm a focal woman for women human rights defenders district. I'm advocating for the rights of Batwa community. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to meet you.
Wow, Sarah, you're very welcome. And Sarah was here early as well. Yes.
Good morning, phenomenal women.
Good morning.
My name is Victoria Serunkuma Kisarale. I'm a seasoned teacher with over 40 years of experience, and I know how I have left my voice in the hearts of so many girls and boys and now who are. Rose Karugonjo is one of them. I can't dare start listing, but I know I've left my voice in the hearts of so many of those girls and boys. I'm still here to learn how I can continue to elevate my voice to the women. Have a blessed day.
Wow. Woo! You are welcome, Victoria. It's hard to call her Victoria. Now, Victoria. Nice to rub the shoulders.
Good morning, phenomenal women.
Good morning.
Good morning, phenomenal people.
Good morning.
My name is Bagonza Rebecca. I come from Women Rights Initiative. I'm proud to be coming from Jinja City, all the way from Busoga. So I work with the Women Rights Initiative in Jinja, an organization fighting for women rights. I'm proud to be associated with the defenders of human rights, specifically women rights. I feel safe when I'm in such an environment. It is indeed an honor to be here. Thank you so much to the organizers.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you so much. Please welcome Jennifer as well.
Good morning, phenomenal women.
Good morning.
And gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Birinji Barbara Monimpa. I am the founder and CEO of Bubbles Glam and social change in communities. Our target is to reduce the rate of teenage pregnancies, childhood marriage, and the rate of unemployment. We recently completed our third cohort where we skilled 10 young women, entrepreneurship skills, beauty skills that they can monetize, whether they stopped in primary, didn't go to school, and have an income for themselves. And I'm an environmental engineer by background, so this is passion and purpose, and I'm very honored to be here. These are the spaces I always dreamt of being part of, so this is a prayer. I'm living in an answered prayer, and I'd love it to meet you all.
Wow, Barbara. Patricia doesn't the beauty speak, you tell you. Hey, we shall need your service for the beauty aspect also. You're welcome indeed. We're happy to have you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Achayo Esther Rachel. I come from Gulu, from Uganda Women's Action Program. Right now, I was so excited when I reached here because people were hospitable at the entrance. I believe this was going to be a jolly day because born again, when you reach in an area whereby you see jolly people, you believe it is going to come to you by osmosis. Yeah. So I believe by the happiness I've seen in this place, phenomenal women here, I'm willing to learn and relearn. What I knew I can share. What I didn't know, I'm willing to have that input in me. Because as we move in life, we learn a lot from different people. And there are strong women here. At my age, I would wish to hear from. Given this opportunity, I'm really waiting for it. Yeah, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Namoto Brenda. I come from Umbale, and I'm representing widows in our Widows Association in Butiru. I'm really, really happy to be here, seeing strong women here. This is my first time to attend, and I'm sure I'm going to learn very, very many stuff from you guys. And I'll also go ahead and teach my people and then I'll be able to share every information I'm going to learn from here. And I promise I'm going to be attending because, I mean, seeing women, it is really, 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 I'm happy. I'm just
nice. That is Brenda, you're very welcome. Please welcome her as well.
Good morning, phenomenal women. Good morning, phenomenal persons.
Good morning.
I'm Jennifer Baitwamasa. I work with Navigators of Development Association. We are based in Hoima. What makes me happy today, there are two things. That there are people that we look out for and they're our mentors and they don't know. I've always loved Honorable Winnie. And she was, I think the other week in Fort Potro, and I was telling one of the panelists, I'm not there, you're my friend, but I will not listen to you. I will only listen to that one person. And then another thing is, when I look at the room, we have had that animal of patriarchy, male dominance. When women speak, your mortal mouth. But today, I'm so grateful that women on the 6th Annual Women Human Rights Defenders Conference hold up the sky, and we are here to speak.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. Don't forget to take a picture with your mentor. Jennifer, you're welcome.
Good morning, phenomenal women.
Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, phenomenal
Minister is
people.
The minister is here. Okay, we will stand up now. We would like to recognize in a very special way our keynote speaker, the Honorable Betty Amongi, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. She is a phenomenal woman. Honorable, you're welcome. Let's stay on that side. Honorable, you're welcome. She is a phenomenal woman. Wow. Wow. That was thunderous, phenomenal. That was good. You're welcome, our keynote speaker, the Honorable Minister. You're welcome. Another round of applause for her. Wow. So we are going to start national anthems. Robert, please take us through.
Yes, good morning. All protocol observed. Let's join in the anthems. David.
Mungu twaomba unilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Okay. Now, David, wait. I request all of us to participate in this song. Are we together? Let's say together, I'm a phenomenal woman. We are phenomenal people. This is who we are. So we shall celebrate. Okay, let's go together. Honorable Minister, this is for us as phenomenal women. Okay. Let's sing together. I'm a phenomenal woman. Raise it, David. We are phenomenal women. We are phenomenal people. This is who we are. This is who we are. I'm a phenomenal woman. We are phenomenal women. We are phenomenal people. This is who we are. Listen, I teach young girls to believe in themselves. I tell young people that they too can make it in life. I tell everybody that I meet that they are the best that they can be. It's their lives, it's my life. This is who we are. It's their lives, it's my. How we say? This is who we are. I'm a phenomenal woman. We are phenomenal women. We are phenomenal people. This is who we are. I'm a phenomenal woman. We are phenomenal women. We are phenomenal people. This is who we are. Self-esteem is key. If we are to conquer only prayer and trust in God, takes us miles in achieving. Say, tomorrow is a brighter day. Tomorrow is better than today. Tomorrow is a brighter day. Tomorrow is better than today. And this is what I believe. This is what we believe. I'm a phenomenal. Sing along. We are phenomenal. Phenomenal people. We are phenomenal people. This is who we are. I'm a phenomenal. Phenomenal woman. We are phenomenal women. Phenomenal people. Phenomenal people. This is who we are. Okay, we join and say, this is who we are. This is who we are. This is who you are. Tell somebody this is who you are. This is who I am. This is who I am. This is who we are. This is who we are. This is who you are. This is who I am. I'm a phenomenal woman. One more time. We are phenomenal women. Phenomenal people. We are phenomenal people. This is who we are. I am. Phenomenal woman. We are phenomenal women. We are phenomenal people. This is who we are. This is who we are.
Thank you so much. Jova, please come and say a prayer for us. Jova, please come and say a prayer for us very quickly. Quickly. Oh, sorry.
Yes, I'm Jovia Komjisha. Let's sum ourselves and pray. Oh Lord, glorify your name. We thank you for the gift of life. Thank you very much for bringing our guest of honor, whom we have been waiting for. Be with us so that whichever is discussed here is discussed in your name. I pray that in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen. Thank you, Jovia. You can take your seats. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for making it. I would now like, in a very special way, to invite Mrs. Margaret Sekaja. Mrs. Margaret Sekaja is the founding and executive director of the Human Rights Center, part of the hosts today. But we know her as Mama Human Rights, but we also know her as one of the chairpersons of the Human Rights Commission as well. But the UN also knows her as a former UN Special Rapporteur for Human Rights Defenders. Let's put our hands together to welcome Mrs. Sekaja.
Oh, wow. Thank you, phenomenal women. Thank you for coming this morning. Our Honorable Minister, Honorable Betty Amongi, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, our board members present today, Justice Maitum, retired, and Mrs. Nsereko, I don't know where she's gone, honorable former members of parliament, Honorable Winnie Kiza, Honorable Kamateka, we are so glad to be with you here. Our speakers today, you are all welcome to this. Defend Defenders, Tabitha representing Defend Defenders, thank you for coming. Diana Bagarukayo representing Phenomenal Women Global. We are partnering with these people, as you must see them on the high table. It is truly an honor to stand before the gathering of powerful and notable women from diverse backgrounds and professions. I warmly welcome you all to the 6th Annual Women Human Rights Defenders Conference 2023 under the theme, Her Voice, elevating the voices of women. This is a very important topic for us. Why the Women Conference? The problem transcends to all women, irrespective of class, origin, or even education. My experience is that even the very educated women experience challenges. Let it be issues of property, sexual and gender-based violence, or of late, even cyber attacks. Thus, when we come together, we share, we learn, and we strategize together. First, I would like to give you a very brief background on how far we have come with holding these conferences. In 2017, Human Rights Center conducted a thematic study on the situation of women human rights defenders. And as a result, this informed our partnership with Phenomenal Women Global with the support from Defend Defenders. In December 2018, we held our first Women Human Rights Defenders Conference under the theme to inspire and empower women to realize their full potential. The second conference was about step into your purpose and refocus for 2022. The third conference was held under the theme Women Raising Above COVID-19, Paving the Way Ahead, paving the path ahead. And if you recall, COVID had done havoc. We did a conference on that. The fourth conference was under the theme, The Phenomenal Woman Restoring Hope in Challenging Times. After COVID, we were all challenged. So we came together to strategize together. And the fifth conference was She Prospers, Women Raising Through the Current Social, Economic, and Legal Situation. And that's after COVID, all the economic situation in the country was very challenging, we came together as women and strategized together. This is the year we are holding the 6th annual conference, Have Voice, Elevating the Voices of Women. This theme resonates deeply with the profound addition it is to call for action, urging us to amplify, empower, and champion the voices of remarkable women in our midst. Today, we are not just discussing ideas, we are shaping the narrative of progress and equality. Our distinguished guests today include the Honorable Minister of Gender and Social Development. We have Justice from the High Court. She hasn't yet arrived. We have former members of Parliament, musicians, and accomplished women in civil society who bring a wealth of experience and insightful and undoubtedly enrich our discussion. Your presence here reflects a commitment to advance the cause of women empowerment. And I am confident that the conversation we engage in today will be not enlightening and will be enlightening and transformative. As we delve into this conference, let us be inspired by the strength of our collective voices and the limitless possibility that we arise when we stand united. May this conference be testimony to the incredible power that lies within each woman and an affirmation that indeed our voices matter. Before I conclude, I would like to appreciate you all for taking time off your busy schedule, particularly in this conference, especially those who attended virtually. We have some people attending online. We thank the Honorable Minister for taking time to come and give a keynote address. With her busy schedule, we cannot ask for more. I thank the different women who volunteered to share time with others. Our speakers today touch on various topics. We have carefully chosen those where our voices must be heard. I appreciate Defenders for their unwavering support for this conference and their commitment towards the advancement of the rights of women human rights defenders. Defenders have been committed partner, and we appreciate this partnership. I also appreciate Phenomenal Women Global for our partnership. Partnering with them has even given us experience of women world over. I personally attend the annual Phenomenal Women Global Conferences in Geneva, Switzerland, and it is encouraging to hear the experiences of women from different parts of the world. I also appreciate the members of staff of the Human Rights Center. Please give them a clap for putting this together. You have worked tirelessly to organize this conference and ensure that it successfully takes place. We hope this conference will help you internalize and come up with strategies on how we can work together to improve on ourselves or even improve on another woman. As at this point, I would like to declare this 6th Women Human Rights Defenders Conference 2023 open, and I also wish you all fruitful and remarkable deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, phenomenal woman, Mrs. Sekaja, for warmly welcoming us. I would now like to give a moment to the partners. I'll start with Defenders. Miss Tabitha Netua, Honorable Minister, is the Senior Protection and Security Management Officer at Defenders, one of the partners at this meeting, this conference. Tabitha, please.
Thank you so much. Phenomenal women.
Yes, we are.
Thank you for making time to come. Honorable Minister Betty Amongi, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Madam Margaret Sekaja, Executive Director of the Human Rights Center, Uganda. Ms. Diana Bagarukayo of Phenomenal Women Global. Honorable Winnie Kiza, it's always a pleasure to see you. And Honorable Kamateka, same, it's always a pleasure to see you. Rosalind, Chairperson of the Leadership Code Tribunal, Madam Rosalind Segawa, always a pleasure to see you as well. Dr. Sylvia Nambiru, good to see you. Distinguished guests, human rights defenders, it's a pleasure for Defenders to be a part of this platform. We have worked with the Human Rights Center Uganda, and Madam Sekaja is a close friend of Defenders. We've worked with her organization over the years, and we are glad to work with you in having this conference take place on an annual basis. Phenomenal Women, we are also glad to work with you to provide a conference which is a platform for women human rights defenders to speak about their lived realities and strategize on how best to enhance their rights. Defenders was set up to ensure the protection and upholding of the rights of human rights defenders, and women human rights defenders are key in our work as an organization. At a global level, under the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically goal number 5, it provides for gender equality and seeks to empower women and promote gender equality by addressing the systematic barriers and discrimination that women and girls face. It emphasizes the importance of eliminating gender-based violence, promoting women's economic empowerment, ensuring equal access to education and health care, and increasing women's participation in decision-making processes. In Africa, the African Union has made significant efforts to promote this and safeguard the rights of women through various initiatives and legal instruments, one of which is key, the Kyoto Protocol. It was a groundbreaking legal framework adopted by the AU in 2003, and it's specifically designed to address the rights and needs of women in Africa. The protocol aims to eliminate discrimination against women and protect their human rights within the African continent. The protocol covers a range of issues related to women's rights, including political participation, education, healthcare, economic empowerment, and protection against violence. It recognizes the importance of gender equality and women's empowerment as fundamental principles for achieving sustainable and inclusive development in Africa. The AU encourages member states to enact laws and policies that promote gender equality and ensure full realization of women's rights. It calls for elimination of harmful practices such as the female genital mutilation, child marriages, and gender-based violence. It also emphasizes the importance of women's rights to land, property, and inheritance. Aside from the Maputo Protocol, there are other mechanisms, including the African Union Gender Policy. From 2010 to 2020, there was the African Women's Decade, and then the African Women's Development Fund and African Women's Leadership Fund, amongst others. In Uganda, we have seen enhanced participation of women in governance with laws and policies to protect women. We have a government ministry focusing on gender. We have seen implementation of laws to also hold the perpetrators of gender-based violence to account for the violations. Regarding women human rights defenders, there is at a global, regional, and national level increased recognition of the crucial role that women human rights defenders play in promoting and protecting human rights. regional instruments and international instruments such as the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the United Nations Human Rights Council have acknowledged the importance of women human rights defenders and called for their protection. The African Union adopted the African Union Guidelines on Freedom of Association and Assembly, which recognize and affirm the importance of women human rights defenders and their right to associate and assemble. In spite of these positive steps, there are still challenges faced by women human rights defenders who are at the forefront of elevating the voices of women and ensuring promotion and protection of their rights. Providing adequate support and recognition to women human rights defenders is vital. It involves ensuring access to resources, including funding, training and capacity building opportunities, recognizing and celebrating the valuable contributions of women human rights defenders can enhance their visibility and amplify their voices. While progress has been made, it's essential to continue efforts to address the challenges faced, and specifically those faced by women human rights defenders at a continental level. Protecting their rights, providing support, and ensuring their freedom to carry out their vital work will contribute to the promotion of human rights, gender equality, and social justice in the region. I hope that this platform will provide space for us to discuss and strategize on how best we can become more phenomenal in our work and share experiences, as well as learn from others. I wish you all the very best today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tabitha, for that warm welcome. I now like in a very special way to invite our partner, Miss Diana Bagarukayo. Diana, Honorable Minister, is the co-founder, Phenomenal Women, Uganda and Global. Please welcome Diana.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Honorable Minister, honorable members of Parliament, Madam Margaret Sekaja, Human Rights Center, Defenders, Madam Victoria, I want to add you to the list, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Thank you all for attending this conference. This is the 6th annual Phenomenal Women Conference. Let's clap for that. Phenomenal Women was started in 2018 it was started in Geneva as a non-profit organization to support women. And the reason why Phenomenal Women was started was because we felt that women of color at the time, who would be African, Indian, were not progressing well in their professional career in Switzerland. That was the origin of where Phenomenal Women started. Why weren't they progressing well? Many times there are things which hold us back as women. You can be in any country in the world, but not necessarily progress in your career or in your life because of confidence, because of fear, because of cultural practices maybe that hold you back, because of various reasons. So it was founded to support and build confidence in women and to empower women. We started in Geneva, but we felt that this was also important back home in Uganda because we have the same challenges that women have all over the world. So that is how Phenomenal Women began, and it started with simply having annual conferences to bring women together, to share, to learn, to celebrate one another so that we encourage each other on our journey. So currently, we have Phenomenal Women Global based in Switzerland, based in Uganda, and then we have focal points around the globe. So we have focal points in Boston, in South Africa, and in Zimbabwe. What we do every year is we hold annual conferences in each of those countries. We'll soon be having one in Ethiopia as well. We were asked to do that. We hold annual conferences that bring women from that country together and women from all over. So you can attend any of the conferences around the globe because there are different things to learn from different women. We're an international organization, it's an international community. What is our mission? Our mission is to connect, advance, and empower women. women need encouragement. Women need support. If you have gone ahead and moved certain steps, you have to pull someone as well, because you will not be there forever, or the fight will be too difficult if you are alone. But when you walk with other women, it makes it easier. So for these conferences, we see them as fuel. We come here, we meet once a year just to re-energize. This conference is for us as women. We're coming to talk about ourselves, our challenges. We're coming to hear from other women who inspire us. We're coming to meet other young people who we can inspire. As I sit here, I have a very good view of what is happening here, and I see different mountains. And these are some of the mountains that we are going to be talking about throughout the conference. We have the mountain of politics here. These are women who have gone before us, honorable ministers, honorable MPs. They've gone before us. I had Honorable Madam Kiza say she was the first woman MP of the opposition, you know, female MP, female leader of the opposition. That is extremely big. You know, I think it's easier to remain in the existing party than to be the first in something. So here we have the political mountain who will inspire us and inspire those who want to go into politics. You know, what are the challenges? How is it? Is it something we can do? Who should we speak to? Who are the partners? I see the education mountain there. People have sat according to their mountains. There's an education mountain there. And there we have Madame Victoria, former headmistress of Gayaza for many years. I was not in Gayaza, but I have heard the stories about what you've done. The girls speak very highly of you. We have Madame Florence, Madame Etusa. That is the education mountain for the young people who are looking, including myself who is in education, who are looking for mentorship and words of wisdom. So this is what we do. We have other honorables and other mountains around. But this is what we do at Phenomenal Women. We bring people together to share and empower. We have those who have already done a lot. We have the young upcoming people who are here to learn. In addition to the annual conferences, we do mentorship as Phenomenal Women. We match those who are looking for mentors with those who want to be mentored. So that is one of the key things that we do. We do capacity building in 2 areas which we felt were important. One is leadership, because leadership is everything. Everything starts and ends with the leader. So we do capacity building in leadership, we do capacity building in entrepreneurship, and we do this twice a year. If you're interested, there's a table behind, and we can register you. We also realized that many times we're talking to the elite, the professional women, the women in Kampala, and you are already empowered. Yes, you need refreshing, you need refueling, but you're already empowered. So what we started to do this year is to move to the community as well. And we're supporting a community project, thank you. We're supporting a community project in Mukono, and this is a school, so we support the young children there. But what is most important, as you know in education, mothers are close to education. So in supporting the school, we're actually supporting a community of women and women organizations around the school. So for us, that is our first step in trying to reach the community. But Uganda is large. We have 135 districts. We will not be able to reach every community. But we believe that each of you is an ambassador to reach the community. So as you do your work in Kampala or wherever, please also reach the community, the women from the districts you come from or the places you stay. That's the only way that we'll also reach the community. We will share with you as Phenomenal Women our calendar for 2024. It is already out for the conferences that we'll be holding, the mentorship and the training. Would like to invite you to participate in those and to invite at least 5 other women as well to participate in that. We believe in mentorship, and I hope that at the end of the day, if you are not mentoring anyone, you will pick some people to mentor, to grow. Madame Sekaja, we always tease her that she has her girls, and they know themselves. Some of them are here. She has her girls who are not her children, but they are her girls. They're people she's mentoring. They're people who have grown to have the same values. They're people whom you can trust. One of them is on the table here. She knows herself. I also have my girls. I'll ask them to stand up. You know yourselves, Martina, Joanne. Please stand up. Stand up, the three people. Those are also my girls who I'm mentoring and who I'm working with and who I hope next time will be speaking here. So thank you very much. You're all welcome to this conference, and I'm very glad to have the Honorable Minister, if I might just say something very small. I first heard her speak on one of the projects I work on, which is called GROW. Generating, I don't want to mess up the abbreviations, but it's a project, growth opportunities for women, and the minister was invited to give opening remarks at one of those. It's a women entrepreneurship program, and usually we expect the minister to not really know about the project. It is the technical people who know. But when she spoke, I asked the technical people, did you write the speech? No, she wasn't reading the speech. She knew all the details of the project. She knew what the project was going to do, which women it's going to empower, and the team she's working with, really knew that this lady knows everything, every single item. She said, this is a women's project, you're not going to play around with it. I know who it's supposed to serve. And I was really impressed, and I said, we have the right person handling women. So you're welcome, Honorable Minister. It's so good to have you here. So thank you all very much, and please enjoy the conference. We come both as teachers and pupils. So we're here all to learn. You can learn from someone no matter what the age, but you're also here to teach and share knowledge. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Diana. Phenomenal woman. Now we are confused. When they not yes, she is. Phenomenal women? Yes, we are. Phenomenal women?
Yes, we are.
Phenomenal woman?
Yes, she is.
Yes, I am. Yes, she is. Phenomenal woman?
Yes, she is.
I would now like to invite Mrs. Sekaja to invite the minister to come and speak to us as our keynote address. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheila. She's a phenomenal woman.
She is. Yes, she is.
She's going to give us a speech. We are very glad. We appreciate you taking off your time. We went to her office about 100 times. And politicians, ministers, they are in and out of office. But she said, I'll squeeze the time. So the time is squeezed. Please don't get agitated if she says she has to leave. But it's good she has managed to come. Give her a clap and welcome her to speak to us.
Honorable, do you want to speak from there? Okay, please feel free. You are a phenomenal woman.
Thank you very much. I don't know the protocol here. So what is the protocol? Phenomenal women? Okay. So all the phenomenal women here, and I'm glad that we seem to have young women here. So for our retired justices and the women who have worked so hard, we are proud that you've mentored, and so let's clap for them, for the mentorship. Because that is the most important aspect, that when you are leaving a space, there are others that are filling the space, but with the right knowledge. So I will just attempt to give this keynote speech, which was, I was just told, handle it in the context of her voice. Not so? So, to say that that voice matter. If we did not have people who had their voices loud to open the door for you, we will not be here. So you must always know that there is nothing that will come on a silver plate, and nobody will give you your rights on a silver plate. You must struggle for it. So I will start by saying that the struggle for women's rights is a global struggle. And it's a human rights struggle. And this is exemplified in the Universal Human Rights Declaration of the UN. The preamble is very interesting. The preamble of the UN Declaration starts by saying, whereas recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace. That's a preamble. You must start thinking, why did they start by saying that? Whereas disregard and contempt for human rights have resulted in barbarous acts which have outraged the conscience of mankind. It meant at that time there were things that were happening that had outraged mankind, and the advent of a world in which human beings shall enjoy freedom of speech and belief and freedom from fear and want has been proclaimed as the highest aspiration of common people. So it's telling you that this is an aspiration, but that men and women have not lived up to it. They are first giving you a preamble before telling you what should be done. It is from the preamble that we know the struggle at the time. What is the struggle that the UN was trying to address? Whereas it is essential, if man is not to be compelled to have recourse as the last resort to rebellion against tyranny and oppression, that human rights should be protected by rule of law. You can imagine what was going on, because these are all the countries in the world speaking with one voice with that preamble. Whereas people of United Nations have reaffirmed their faith in the fundamental human rights and dignity and the worth of human persons and in the equal rights of men and women, and have determined to promote social progress and better standards of life in the larger freedom. So they are saying in the larger freedom is where they squeeze you the women's rights. You must understand the context how the world operates for you to have that voice. Because even in the UN they are saying that whereas all these are happening, there is need to promote social progress and better standards of life and to ensure equal rights of men and women. It means for them at the time they were looking at bigger human rights, and then they squeezed women's rights there. So even when you go to the UN family, don't think that that women's right is on a silver plate. Many times we have to go and struggle again within the UN to say, where are you putting the rights of women within the context of the United Nations? So these are just excerpts from that. But the interesting one is the article, when they now start, Article 1. This Article 1 is very interesting when you read. It says, the UN Charter, all human beings are born free. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Do you believe that statement? Is there a Muganda here or Baganda? So it is saying you are born you are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Now, if the Kabaka's son is born and Kabaka's daughter is born, are they both born free and equal in dignity and rights? Are they? A son to a Kabaka and a daughter to a Kabaka, are they both born with equal rights? I'm tickling you to understand that these rights you must interrogate. If you're going to have a voice for women, those are the things you must be voicing. If the UN declaration is telling me all of us are born equal in dignity, in rights, and you see certain indignity and inequality happening, that is the voice the theme is telling you to talk about. Because the UN Charter is what is expected to be followed around the world. But now, your voice is to make sure that what is enumerated in this is followed in your space. That is why when I interrogate this, I want to bring examples that if you go to a country like Saudi Arabia, will this statement work for women who are not supposed to drive? That is the voice that you are supposed to be talking about. If the UN is saying we are all born free, equal in dignity and rights, then why must some countries say you must, for you to have a passport, you must have a signature of your spouse? If you don't have a spouse, it must be a male guardian. That's the voice that today you must come to talk about. And there's a statement in the Constitution of the USA, which is very interesting. You know, the US was also colonized, just like us. They were colonized by the British, but then they struggled also for their own independence, and they gained it in 1776. And in the Congress, when they were having the declaration, one particular statement always intrigues me. And the statement in the UN, in that constitution of the US says, we hold this truth to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, so they are saying these are the rights that we hold to be true. But to secure them, now you have to secure. To secure them, governments are instituted among men. That for your rights to be secured, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. So the assumption is that governments are instituted by you, from you, and they should derive the way they govern should be derived from you. So this background should let you know that the voice that you want to enumerate, the voice that you want to talk about, is not a voice that will come in a terrain which is already leveled. The terrain is not leveled, especially for the women. And for the women, I just want to give you the terrain. What terrain are you working with globally? And I was told this is a global organization. What is the terrain you're working with for that voice? Globally, I start with violence against women. From domestic violence to traditional harmful social practices to sexual exploitation, violence against women and girls happens all over the world. The World Health Organization says 1 in 3 women around the world experience violence. 58% of women are murdered in year 2020, according to UN Nations Office of Drugs and Crime. Around 650 million women globally were married before the age of 18 years. Over 200 million women across the world have undergone female genital mutilation. Of course, you will know what happens in our part of the country. Human trafficking, those who traffic girls for sex. And here, I want you to know, for Ugandans, if you go to India, if you go to UAE in Dubai, that is when you will know what sex trafficking is. There are organized crime cartel that gets visitors visas for girls in Uganda, traffic them for sexual exploitation in India, in UAE, and other parts of the world. For some of you, if you go to India, there's a part where you find they are now in detention. And you don't ask how many times you are supposed to have sex. For you, they rent a room big like this, they put the double deckers, and whoever clients enters, it is a business. Whether 3 or 10 of you in the same room are having sex, it is business. It's there. Ugandan girls. The same in Dubai. Me, I've gone there because I'm a minister in charge of the migrant workers. And I have seen, but this statistics is saying 71% of all human trafficking that involves women and girls for sexual exploitation, according to UNODC, that around the world trafficking is done, but for women it's 71%, and it is for sexual trafficking. When we come to women's economic rights globally, women spend at least twice as much time as men on domestic work. And when all the work, paid and unpaid, is considered, women work longer hours than the men. So if they ask you now, when you woke up, and when your husband woke up, how much work have you done? Even when you are a person who is a person who works. Most likely you will get up, you say, have you cleaned? Is there breakfast for the husband before, as children gone to school? So when you accumulate that, you will find that women will do more work, both paid and unpaid. But then when it is coming to the economic sense of it, the work women do in our homes to cook is classified as housework. But when a male chef is cooking in this hotel, that is not unpaid. That is paid what? Profession is now a profession. When a woman is cooking at home, it is not a profession. But when a man is a chef, it is a what? When a woman is looking after the child at home, that is a housemaid, or they call it what? Caretaking for the babies. But when someone goes to open a daycare center where you're going to take your child from 6 months as you go to work, you're going to pay. And that one is not going to be counted as, it is now counted in the economy. So, the estimated global gender pay gap stands at 22%, with women earning around 78% of what men are paid. That is according to International Labour Organization. Nearly 82 million women around the world don't have any legal protection against discrimination in the workplace. That is on the economic front. I come to participation and leadership. What is the stand for you, the women in leadership? In leadership, women makes up only about 27% as global representatives in parliament. 27% according to Interparliamentary Union. Interparliamentary Union is an organ that brings all parliaments in the world together, and they aggregate. Countries have different, but the global index is 27%. There are, of course, countries that have parity. There are those with 30, 40%. Women, as of January 2019, there were only 11 women serving as heads of states and 10 as heads of government. That is according to UN Women. But that has dropped now because the German chancellor dropped, not so. Then recently, I think the lady from Italy was also trying to either resign or something like that. So that one has dropped. And within that context, it makes the decision-making process not to be engendered. Because if women are in parliament and as ministers, then they are able to bring the perspective of women in the decision-making. Then poverty. It is estimated that 340 million women and girls live in extreme abject poverty. So globally they say that the face of poverty is women. Is that accurate? When you go to villages, the most poor people are majorly going to be women, with vulnerability of single mothers, teenage mothers. And when you go to workplace, only 61% of the working age women are in the labor force. You people are in the labor force. But you are only 60% of the total women whose age for working they should be working. So from the 100%, only 61% of women are working. The rest are not in the work. Social norms and cultural practices, very interesting. Child marriage, FGM, and it is indicated that the biggest barriers to women's voice and human rights stems from social norms and cultural and religious practices. And in that context, commercial break. It is telling you to be again attentive. Access to justice. I'm glad the people from justice are there. Justice, access to justice, and first of all, justice is formal and informal. And by the way, most women, it's stated that over 60% of women do not access the formal justice system. They access the informal one. They will go to the clan, they will go to the family, they will go to Winnie to say, now you Winnie, you are my leader, can you help me? Those are the informal. So it is indicated that despite the expansion of women's legal entitlements, and this should make you know that the legal entitlement in the Constitution and in the law can be there in the law, but it will not reflect on the daily lives of access to justice for women. And so, women are failed by discriminations and gender biases within the infrastructure of justice. And the infrastructure of justice is very elaborate. Let's start with the police. When you get raped, or when you get a defilement case, in the law, I was one of those who pushed for that law of defilement, where we separated defilement and aggravated defilement and all that. But when you go to police, the first thing they will start telling you is to start, but why don't you negotiate? Why are you doing that? What? Isn't it true for you if you are the ones who have been working, those who have been working in justice, or the rights of women? So you have it in the law to say, when you go to police, police should pick you, should give you police form 3, fill it, go to the doctor, and make sure, even when you go to the doctor to fill, you are asked for money. So how will that rural woman go to police, then from police they first tell you, but what is wrong with you? I see your breast is already there. Why are you going to say defilement? You go and sort it from home. Don't shame us. Then even the own parents of the girls will come to negotiate and say, let's go back and handle it at home. That is the structure of justice for women, whom you are supposed to be the what? The voice. Then you go to the courts. The courts want that evidence. The evidence that police has denied you. The evidence that you must pay money to undertake the police form 3 examination for it to go to the courts. The courts are most likely going to be in English. How many women will speak English? Then the structure of the court alone, a rural woman will enter, a defiled girl will enter in all the structure of the court, which is so difficult. And then you are supposed to be, and you're supposed to testify. And they are going, the defense lawyers will not be, they will say, did they push? They push. What were you doing? Why did you open your leg? Did you open or not? Even if you start saying, yes, I opened, but I was fearing. Exactly, that was consent. So, do you think that girl will continue with all those things? Do you think they will accept to proceed with that, all the trial in the justice system? So, the justice system makes structural inequality continues because the system is designed in such a way that it intimidates women, it requires a lot of financing, and in most cases, negotiation to even kill evidence. So if you are a woman who doesn't know how this system works, then you will not get that justice. And in most of these circumstances, women resort now to traditional justice. And traditional justice are both customary and religious. And now, if you are in a country where religion dictates, where even what you do to promote your human rights is equal to death, then as a woman, you're going to be subjugated. If you are from a society that will treat inheritance of girls or women, and you say, me, I cannot be inherited, then that social, structural, traditional society will intimidate women to just sit and say, where will I go? Because you're already married. Here you are told, when you're married, the clan is the one in charge. If your husband dies, they give you to another what? To the brother. Then, if you say you're going to run away, when you go back home, the tradition says you cannot go back because the land has already been distributed among the what? So what will happen? The women will just say, let me look after my children. Let me at least die, but look after my children. Is that not what is happening? So your theme today is our voice. Elevating her voice. Are you going to stand firm to elevate that voice? in that traditional setting? I'm hearing yes from only one person. You have the energy. I go to law, the impediment around law. In most countries, rights are anchored in the law. And let me start with the Constitution. The Constitution will stipulate issues around gender equality, issues around citizenship, the right to vote, freedom of equality, and promotion of women's economic empowerment. However, these laws are in the Constitution, and it is still you to ensure that those legal provisions are put into the laws that will protect the women. Otherwise, the legal provision will remain in the Constitution, and for the Constitution, you cannot operationalize the Constitution. So if you want the voice of women to be heard, please ensure that all the constitutional provisions are translated into operational laws. The other laws are family laws. Family laws touches on regulating marriage, regulating divorce, adoption, child custody, and other domestic issues. But then, if I'm to ask you, in the context of marriage, divorce in Uganda, when we talked about bringing Marriage and Divorce Act, did you hear the noise? But in the Constitution it's there. Now we say, the Constitution says equality in marriage. The Constitution says divorce. Then now we wanted to put the law, marriage and divorce. The whole religious domain rose up. For us, we don't believe in. Now, some of you who are married and you are members of the Women's Guild and members of the Mothers Union, you will put on your gomasis and also go to church and say, no. For us, we don't believe in divorce. Am I lying? That church will bring that side of the women who are in the Mothers Union and Women's Guild to be the face of the campaigning equal rights in marriage. So, the theme today is our voice, elevating our voices. Are you able to challenge that? Are you able to be that voice? Now you see the room is becoming more quiet. The room is becoming more quiet and quieter. How many people are in the Women's Guild or Mothers Union? I've seen one there. I don't know. You are. We are. You say you are. You are. So I'm not sure whether you are going to stand in the church and talk about saying that we must have divorce. You can't. So I want you to understand that the context within which you have to raise, because those are the things that will impede women's progress. Property laws. Most of you here are meant to have property. Now, the property law sometimes is to manage, transfer, own. The laws is to support you to own property, to manage property, to be productive, to be entrepreneurs, to have collateral. Now, the property laws can be very discriminative. But even if it is not discriminative, that social construct makes most of you women who are in your entrepreneurship, even with your money, even with your property. Me, I've been in parliament where women earn approximately 40 million. Where when we come, we are giving 200 million to buy our own vehicles. I know 7 women who gave 200 million to their husbands to go and buy the vehicles. And when they bought the vehicles, they put in their names. I know women who borrowed money to buy homes. And they gave the money to the husband to go and buy what? And they put the title in what? Because you are keeping your marriage. But we are here seated, her voice. These are now reality of those voices. What do we do? You go to get money, you want to get money to start business. You have your money. They need collateral. You have a title for collateral. But most of you will first go and ask the man whether they allow you to go and put that title in the collateral. But how many men ask women to go and borrow loans? So, what am I saying? I'm saying when we talk about human rights, when we talk about rights, we must contextualize the rights. Are you the context of speaking for women? You must be strategic, but also not giving too much. We have the international frameworks, we have the global, we have the national. But we also have the local context. That's what I'm saying. We have the local context. That will have the traditional, the cultural, the religious context. So when we package issues around voicing the rights of women, we will make progress, but you must understand the local context. Package the local context within the context that can be, first will not put the women in danger, but also make sure that they embrace. So what you need to do is when you look at structures that needs reform, start with reforming the structures. Start with making them understand. Go to the police. Let them understand why they should not chase away a woman who has come to seek for justice. Look at the religious structure. Talk to them. Let them be the one to go and start reforming their rules and regulation. Talk the cultural institution. Let them be the one, like now we have partnership with a number of organizations. They go to ask the traditional leaders to reform their rules and norms and values around, for example, education for girl child, early marriage, rape, and all that. They put it and they are the ones to go and tell their clan leaders. So the voice that you want to elevate does not necessarily be you to elevate them in an extreme way. It can be you using other people within that structure to push your agenda to them because their structure respects them. Let them play your role to elevate that voices within that structure. Because some of those structures you're not going to be able to penetrate. Actually, you are going now to be the outcasts in that society. So use a lot of strategy to achieve the rights of women and voicing of the women. So when you give politicians microphone, we are paid to talk. It becomes a problem. I want to just conclude by saying that in the context of Uganda, we have a lot of, we have made progress. Our constitution is one of those that is very gender friendly. Participation in parliament is now at about 45%. In cabinet is about 48%. Issues around the laws around inheritance are being reformed. Legal parameters addressing economic empowerment, poverty, income, issues around infrastructure, issues around community norms, social, family, and cultural practices. We are working with all those people to try and see how we should address women's rights. So I just want to conclude by saying that understanding human rights, participation and inclusion of women requires several actions, which requires you to know international, regional, and national obligations. You must assess and analyze the context within which you want to elevate those voices of women. You must ensure that you have key strategic alliances. Go with one, if there's one thing that you must go with for you to elevate the voices of women, have strategic alliances. Be tactical in advancing those rights of women, because if you advance it in a way that is approached from a negative perspective, confrontational perspective, you're going to make the women even be more vulnerable than others. So with that, I want to congratulate the network, Phenomenal Women, and pledge that on behalf of government, we will continue to work with you to address discrimination, equality, and design policy and programs to promote the rights of women. I thank you.
Is that enough clap? Phenomenal women?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, in your presence are people who are taking notes, and it's because they are touched by your speech. Thank you very much. You've touched on almost every area. In this house is Lady Justice Ketra Katungura. Lady Justice. Family division. So some of those issues you are raising, she's taking notes. In this house is retired Justice Mary Maitum. There she is. She's a board member. She's taking notes to improve our phenomenal women. Then we have the politicians. You've seen them. They are just in your face. Honorable Winnie, Honorable Jovia, and then Christine Mugera came in a bit late from the DP party. So you see, when we talk about politicians, we have the lawyers, we have other people. And in your presence is Prose Ogwang, representative of civil society on the NGO Bureau. For those who don't have your certificate, bombard her. As she sits there, she will be able to ensure that your certificate is good. You heard about our educationist, Victoria Tisarari. She's there, headmistress of Gayaza for many years. She shaped the narrative for education. And the ladies seated next to her are also from education. So we have quite a number of people here. As we talk, we shall listen to them. We will see how they are taking up. Jill, I can see you. One of the people who have attended all our conferences. Jill, stand up. Give her a phenomenal woman. She has attended almost all our conferences. But Honorable Minister, Dr. Xavier Namubiru is going to just comment about some of the things you've said. And I know you'll give us time because you've triggered us and tickled us. And if you just go without listening, it will not be fair. Dr. Xavier from LAPSNet.
Thank you so much, Madam Margaret Sekaja. Honorable Minister, I recognize you, recognize the justices of Court of Appeal, the honorable members of Parliament, emeritus, the academia, the doctors here, everyone, our development partners. It's indeed, I'm standing in big shoes to be able to discuss a phenomenal woman, accomplished politician, accomplished administrator, and activist. And I'm honored. I want you ladies and persons with us to appreciate that. We have been saying voices. We've been saying phenomenal women and phenomenal persons. So that's why I added the word passion. Join me to appreciate the minister for ably giving us an all-round keynote. Honorable Minister, when I was there and seated, I was wondering, what am I going to discuss? After all, the Honorable Minister has given us everything. So the Minister gave us the context, which is not only here in Uganda, but also globally. She has labored to give us the law or legal framework, starting with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. What you didn't mention, Honorable Minister, that you missed out, which is very important, is the Bible at the international level, the CEDAW. The Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And also at the African level, we shouldn't forget the Maputo Protocol. Very key in terms of women rights and voices, because many jurisprudence has been picked from those international framework, and they've been given to us. The minister gave us statistics. I don't want to elaborate the statistics, but most importantly, also the minister gave us the barriers why we are affected and we are not able to raise our voices. And patriarchy is one of them. Fear. She emphasized the fear, because oftentimes we look at issues and we fail to articulate them because we say, how shall we be seen? And she gave us the example of the women who are part of the Anglican dispensation. But also the minister gave us the fact that we need to contextualize. How are we moving the voice so that we don't do harm? They do no harm. Understanding the religious, the cultural, and you working in strengthening the structural, we call them the structural barriers, you know, that affect us, rather than saying go and speak, instead of first addressing the legal reforms, the institutional reforms, the perceptions, the mindsets. And we want to commend you so much for taking us that far in terms of appreciating what we need to do. The minister spoke on participation and leadership, and has given us the context of our participation here in Uganda. And we want to commend the phenomenal women that took lead, like the leader of opposition here. You know, we have participated at that level in different capacities, but maybe what the minister has not given us is what are the barriers of these ladies, even when they are at the front line. What stops them? And they go into parliament and they go with a bandwagon and just accept it, some of the things as they come. So maybe that was not emphasized, and we appreciate that maybe also the time. The minister has spoken about access to justice. Being an ardent activist for human rights and access to justice, I want to commend you for bringing out the barriers in the justice system. And their lordships are here. The system intimidates. Of course, efforts have been put in place, and they will tell you that there is gender-friendly justice currently, and there is also gender policies in the justice system and in the police. But oftentimes the individuals that are at the forefront of addressing and implementing what is being talked about, like the bringing of the atomic doors, especially in GBV, they are applicable right now in the Directorate of Public Prosecution. So, but not all of everyone is applying them. So we find that we have the law, as she has given it to us, but the implementation, the actualization of this implementation. I want also, the minister mentioned that the laws are taken, they are given to us, and you have to fight for them and be able to apply those rights as they are given to you. But sometimes also the barriers at the higher level affect us. This matter is sensitive, but I want to mention it because it's for public good. Currently, on Saturday, we are having a wedding. But we've heard in corridors that there is another woman having a certificate. These are two women, but the patriarch system is trying to pull them apart. So we would think that the best way that would have been, because once this goes on, whether in the right way or in the wrong way, it has an effect on the marriage institution, and you talked about it. So we would expect that when we have such scenarios, we first go back into the closed doors and address, because either way, one of those two women in the marital element, one of the voices being suppressed. So I wanted to give that as an example to show you that sometimes the systems themselves affect us to raise our voice without going into the merits and the merits of the matter, but just to provoke you. The minister kept us provoking. I want to conclude by highlighting a few other things that we need to put emphasis on. When we are talking about voice, we need to look at the voice, because women are not homogeneous in different aspects. We have persons with disability, we have elderly women, we have young women, we have the women in their, what we call the age bracket, we call them middle women. All of those ones come with different issues. So when we are looking at our voices, what is the voice that is marginalized, for example, in the education sector? How are they going to raise their voice? What about the voice in politics? The leaders. The voice in economics, the voice in academia. Dr. Patricia may not tell you. How do all these women break glass ceilings at their different levels of engagement, whether at the grassroots? Minister, we needed to hear that from you, especially from the perspective as an executive, a leader somewhere there. We needed to hear your voice on that. But by and large, many issues that affect women that we need to emphasize: poverty, monetarization of politics, look at it in that angle. Politics being considered as a data game, we need to borrow. How has Honorable Winnie, Honorable Kamateka, been able to break the glass ceiling and not say politics is a data game? We go back into the fear. Patriarch and aggressiveness, male counterparts in the boardroom, dominated. Look at the justice, where I'm going to give it as an example for our context here in Uganda. Why would we have the Chief Justice a male and the Deputy Chief Justice a male and the Principal Judge is a male? And I'm talking from where I know. And yet we want to go into there and get access to justice. We want to find a Chief Justice who we shall speak to and is a lady, and we understand our issues and be able to articulate them. Honorable Minister, we wanted to hear more of that, especially we are here and we want to know our voices in our context. And then promotion and enforcement and realization of rights, I want to entirely agree with you. Poverty, technicalities in the law, the bottlenecks, the perceptions, you brought it at home. The rights and property inheritance, a woman cannot be a heir. We had the case of the late Nsibambi, may his soul rest in eternal peace. And that case took us all commenting in different directions. Yet it was a precedent taking women at that level. Maternal functions, you talked about the disparity in the house core, and I entirely agree with you. The disparity in terms of domestic labor vis-a-vis the career advancement. The maternal functions, you can't quantify them. While I go for maternity leave for 3 months, the man is only going for 4 days, and sometimes even doesn't take the 4 days. Before you know it, he's back and he's promoted. Because for him, he's available and readily available. The woman will say, this one has to first go home, and we shall lose time. Those are all issues. So I am just entirely agreeing with you. Policy, I entirely agree with you. We have the laws. Article 33 of the Constitution, very elaborate. Article 32.1 of affirmative action, very elaborate. But how much do we implement this? What is missing? The injecting of resources. You've talked about translation of materials. Yes, so that people can understand the law and use it. We are not translating it. Injecting in cases related to gender-based violence, the resources. Your ministry takes lead, but you may have told us about the percentages you get. So you are constrained. Even when you want to do much more, it cannot be done. And many more others that affect us. I want to conclude by calling us to action, and that is what she concluded with. She said, we need to have strategic engagements. We have to understand human rights and contextualize them. We need to be our own voice. No one is going to speak to us. I want to
appreciate that lady in quotation wherever she is. She's saying she's around. As to whether she'll get access to church, we don't know, but she's around, apparently. So that is you. You voice yourself, start with you, so that you can be able to reach somewhere. And all of us, we need to put a brick. We need to put a brick because it's a collective effort. We need to have a holistic approach. We need to have unity of purpose, one voice, and empowerment over her voice. Women agency is key. For those of you who know what agency is, no one is going to speak for you if you don't raise that agency. For us, we facilitate to ensure that you have that agency. Academia, in terms of training and research, very key. While as the activists speak, the development partners, you put little, put more. Put more so that you can go as much as possible. And we want to thank you, Madam Philomena, for going to the grassroots. The grassroots is where we are going to begin to change. Honorable Minister, I would go on and on, but in the interest of time, allow me to say thank you so much for giving us a broad picture and practical aspects of this.
Phenomenal woman. Yes, she is. Honorable Minister, her name is Dr. Sylvia Namuviru, and she's a CEO of an organization called Legal Aid Service Providers Network. Very passionate about providing legal aid for vulnerable persons, including women and others. That is why she speaks the way she speaks, Honorable Minister. So you will pay me for publicity. Thank you very much. Please join me again in thanking Sylvia. Minister has to leave. Photographer, let's our panel stand here. Please stand up for a picture of this panel, just this panel. Sylvia, please come quickly and join this panel. And then let's all get ready for a photograph. Okay? Phenomenal women? Yes, we are still there. Sylvia, join that panel. Photographer, take quickly, time. Smile, okay. Wait. One. Because they have to also be ready. Lipstick, one, 1, 2, 3, nice. Phenomenal women? Yes, they are. Let's come down, Honorable Minister. Let's take a picture with all of us. Eric, here. Honorable Justices, Members of Parliament, Emeritus, let's take a picture, all of us here. Eric, where the seats? Eric, chairs, please. Okay, all of us. It's a photograph for all of us, the Phenomenal women. My Lord, you can have a seat there, please. In the center, my Lord. Our Lady Justices, Members of Parliament, please. Yes, please. Rose. Okay. The chairs are all for all of us, so please feel free. Yes, please. Great. Please feel free. Honorable Minister is coming to sit. Mr. Secretary, let's leave some space also there. In the middle.
We are phenomenal women. We are phenomenal people. And this is who we are. I'm a phenomenal woman. We are phenomenal women. We are phenomenal people. And this is who we are.
Self-esteem is key. If we are to conquer and win, prayer and trust in God takes us miles in achieving. Tomorrow is a brighter day. Tomorrow is better than today. Tomorrow is a brighter day. Tomorrow is better than today. This is what we believe. This is what we believe. This is what I believe. This is what I believe. We are phenomenal women. We are phenomenal people. And
and this is who we are. I'm a phenomenal woman. We are phenomenal women. We are phenomenal people. And this is who we are. I'm a phenomenal woman. We are phenomenal women. We are phenomenal people. And this is who we are.
I teach young girls to believe in themselves. I tell young people that they too can make it in life. I tell everybody that I meet that they are the best that they can be. It's their lives, it's my life.
And this is who we are.
It's their lives, it's my life.
And this is who we are. I'm a phenomenal woman. We are phenomenal women. We are phenomenal people. And this is who we are. I'm a phenomenal woman. We are phenomenal women. We are phenomenal people. And this is who we are.
Self-esteem is key. If we are to conquer and win, prayer and trust in God takes us miles in achieving. Tomorrow is a brighter day. Tomorrow is better than today. Tomorrow is a brighter day. Tomorrow is better than today. This is what we believe.
This is what we believe.
This is what
This is what I believe. Phenomenal woman. We are phenomenal women. We are phenomenal people. And this is
Catch up with time. Okay. Please pick a cup of tea if you still want to. The next, the door on our left. The bathrooms, you just come out through the door on our right, and then we'll get to the bathrooms. We want to start with our next panel so that we keep time. Yes, I'm here, Honorable. Okay, we'll give you 5 minutes, and then we're going to start. 5 minutes, phenomenal women. Then we're going to start. Yes, we are.
One of the biggest learnings that I took from today was actually that it's very important to, before you even start negotiating, to understand what are your needs and what you actually want, and understanding your bigger why. And I think this is very important for many, many women. So I really hope I can take the skills that I learned today and apply it in my actual life. So thank you so much, and all the wonderful ladies who are actually working behind the scenes organizing.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Heather et je suis siège lab avec Phenomenal Women. On vient de participer à un atelier sur la négociation et le réseautage avec M. Roland Closs. C'était magnifique, une belle énergie. Et si vous ne connaissez pas Phenomenal Women, je vous encourage de venir et découvrir les événements qu'ils organisent. Merci.
It's very important for me to consolidate what I knew already, all the skills I already had about negotiating, because this is big part of my work, but also to confront my experience with other women and maybe new techniques, something more holistic. And I'm very happy of what Mr. Claude did, because it was simple to understand but very complex, so we know the bottom of the thing.
Hi, my name is Lisa, co-founder of Phenomenal Women Global. I'm committing to continue to network with women in Zambia, because Zambia was my home as a child. So I'm also committing to have a stronger network here and maybe do another event.
So we are deep diving into the issue of culture, but also inheritance. Now, to lead the discussion, our session chair will be none other than Isabella. You come, Isabella Akiteng. Isabella, you'll see her on page 16. She's a feminist, but she's also a mentor. She's currently doing some work with Forum for Women in Democracy at the Imara Women's Center. So please join me in a big way. Please join me to welcome this phenomenal woman, Isabella Akiteng. Now, Isabella will invite her panelists, and she'll introduce them so nicely, so warmly, that they'll feel nice when they come into this space.
Thank you very much. Thank you to my sister and friend, and I am glad to be here. Phenomenal Women, Oye? Exactly. How many of us have this as our first Phenomenal Women conference attending? Let's clap for the freshers. Let's clap for the freshers. And how many of us are coming here for the second time? Wow, thank you very much for coming. How many of us are coming here for the third time? Third time? Okay, the people of the third time, I was a fresher with you, because this is also my third conference. And I'm always excited to be part of these sessions. So, my name, like has been mentioned, is Isabella Akiteng, and I'll be leading us on the next session, which is going to end at exactly 11:40, because I have been told that I am the difference between us keeping time. Sorry, 12:40. So I am the difference between us catching up with the program and not catching up with the program. So I'm going to do my best to finish at 12:40, so that we are able to go for lunch and start the afternoon sessions on time. And what a responsibility. But joining us today, we will be discussing the impact that culture has had on the right of inheritance. And I had a battle, right of inheritance of women or for women. And I believe that when the panel comes, they will be able to provide clarity on that last part. Is it of women or for women? Because those are two different concepts. But I want to believe that this was a typing error and it's a for that was alluded to. And if you look at page 5 of your notebook or of the booklet, it gives a preamble to this conversation. And it says that culture has exerted a significant influence on the right of inheritance for women in Uganda. Traditional norms and practices have historically favored male heirs, relegating women to secondary roles in matters of inheritance. This has resulted in disparities in property ownership and economic autonomy. And the panel that we are having today shall discuss, 1, how culture has hindered women's inheritance rights, but also analyze the current legal framework in Uganda related to inheritance rights for women, identify the challenges faced in implementing legal reforms and changing cultural attitudes, and propose solutions to bridge the gap between culture and the right of inheritance for women. And on the panel, we will have 2 distinguished women sharing on their voice, which is the theme for today, around issues of inheritance and culture. And welcoming the first panelist today, who is Honorable Lady Justice Ketra Katunguka. And when you look at her profile on page 12, quite a rich profile, but very briefly, Justice Ketra Katunguka is a judge in the High Court Family Division. She's also a certified international consultant in public-private partnership and holds various certificates, among others, in aviation law, management, human resource. It's a rich profile that we have. But very interestingly, at her current station at the High Court Family Division, she's in charge of inter-country adoptions. She handles disputes concerning succession management of estates of deceased persons, divorce, including property rights, custody, legal guardianship, among others. So please join me in clapping and welcoming our first panelist, Honorable Lady Justice Ketra Katunguka. Also joining us on the panel today, Dr. Patricia Atim, who is an advocate and a lecturer at the School of Law. And in terms of her profile, Dr. Patricia's profile can be found on page 15, and it's a rich profile as well that mentions that she holds a doctorate of philosophy in disability studies from the University of Cape Town, a master's of laws in human rights and democratization from the University of Pretoria, a diploma in legal practice, but very importantly, at the end, please read the profiles and finish them. Dr. Atim's professional and research interest is mainly in human rights law, family law, children's rights, gender and the law, disability rights, administrative law, and clinical legal education. So let's join ourselves in welcoming Dr. Patricia to the panel. And while, yes, they've already settled, but while Dr. Patricia and Lady Justice Ketra catch their breath and just organize their papers, I would like to provide 2 minutes to the audience, okay? I would like one of you, whoever has the loudest voice, okay? So today we have voice elevating the voice of women. So whoever can elevate their voice quickest, I'd like you to share on your table a story of inheritance that disturbed you. Please don't look at me, you're sharing with your neighbors, okay? So a story around women, their right to inherit, and how it disturbed you. How that situation disturbed you. Because most of those stories disturb. Oh, no, at your table with your neighbor. With your neighbor, with your neighbor. Dr. Sylvia has no neighbor. I don't know where she's going to go, but I believe for her, she already has too many stories she's dealing with. Yes. So in 2 minutes, please share. 2 minutes. You're left with 30 seconds. And then I would like 2 volunteers to share their stories. 2 volunteers in 2 minutes, please share your story.
Thank you for the opportunity. Again, my name is Patience.
The rest of us,
Atugonza.
The rest of us, that is how disturbing these stories are. But you can now stop. You can now stop the sharing. You can now stop the sharing and let's listen to Patience for 2 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity. All protocol observed. A very short one. My mom is born in a family of 30.
Just a moment, Patience. Dear members, we have finished sharing at the table. Now we are listening. Yes, Patience.
So they're about 30. Of course, some are dead and all that. So they have about 500 acres of land. And recently they were sharing the land. And all the boys got 28 acres each. And the girls were given 8 each. That is very disturbing. Because when you look at the boys and the girls are actually more responsible. They've taken their children to school. And the men are out there drinking. And they have 28 acres of land in their names. We're not sure where they're going to take that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Second sharing. Second disturbing sharing. Okay.
Once again, I'm Kabageni Sarah, representing people with disability living with HIV. The challenging sharing for people with disabilities, mostly the deaf people, and even in general, they cannot plan for you. You have HIV, they cannot give you even a single shares. You find that most of the people with disabilities, they are the one who are just rotating from home to another home because they don't respect them. They have negative attitude with them. So even if you go and report, even injustice, these police people, they don't mind even to listen to you because you don't have money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And those stories, thank you, those stories open up officially the panel. Today's topic talks about the right of inheritance for women. And yet, there is one aspect where some of us may not even know that right exists. But for the ones who know the right exists, that is still not enough for us to enjoy that right. So, welcoming Honorable Lady Justice Ketra and asking that within the context of Uganda, could you please shed light for we in the audience what the right of inheritance entails? What are those things that we need to know, especially as women, when it comes to inheritance or property? Over to you, Lady Justice.
I don't know how long I will stand, but let me try and stand. I've been introduced very kindly, but I like to say that I'm a mother of 4, a grandmother of 6 with the 7th coming. And I love Jesus. Yes. So good afternoon, ladies and friends and phenomenal women. I'm deeply honored to stand before you today as a woman. So don't look at a judge. Don't look for a judge. There is no judge here. To be part of a celebration of the power of women in shaping our world. A platform such as this is essential if women's voices are to be heard and taken seriously. In my view, a woman is like a seed. You just put her somewhere and she will sprout. Yes? So getting together to appreciate whether where we are, we have been watered or wilted or stunted or nurtured will help take stock and develop a way forward. As a female High Court judge, I have seen how the law has the ability to change people's lives if seen with the right lens. Equality and equity are developmental principles, so any society that ignores them is missing out because resources which would be utilized for development are wasted. Wasted in fighting for equality. Them and us, you know, can be useful if they work together. Like I said, I'm a born-again Christian, and take the fact that, like the Holy Spirit, a woman was created as a helper, and to ignore her, you have missed half of the change agent that you would have. I am saying half, but I believe it is almost 90%. If you miss out, if you lose the input of a woman. As a judge, I have witnessed firsthand how women can overcome hardship, question the established status quo, and have a long-lasting influence on our judicial system. I heard Doctor there talking about Chief Justice, Deputy Chief Justice, Principal Judge. You forgot Secretary to the Judiciary. Yes, but let me tell you something. If you have a judge at the bench, the impact that judge, that female judge, is greater than up there. Because you can speak with your pen, and you can influence, and you can affect and effect. Because that's where you meet the vulnerable woman. You will meet the orphan. You will meet the woman with disabilities. There. Like we agreed, we have very good laws. We have a very good policy. People come here to borrow the policy. And they go and execute, and for us, we stay on page 1. Why? Because I think we keep quiet. The law is there, the policies are there. When you look at the inheritance practices here in Uganda, I don't know how many of you. Recently, I was in the village last weekend. And a young man of about 40, he didn't even fear my age that I'm in my 60s. I'm so proud to be in my 60s. So, he came, and I was seated on a chair, and my brother came and I gave him a chair. Then the young man said, after all, women, you should even be seated on the floor. He's talking to a high court judge because I'm a woman. And I looked at him. Then he said, yeah, you know, in culture, women are never visitors. Yeah? Wherever you go, you work. Yes? So women, you are like a donkey, a horse, you know? That culture, this today with our 1995 constitution, yes? He had the nerve. And I told him, that is for putting women down. Don't say it again. But that is where we're coming from. A little girl is told, or you in some cultures, I don't know whether Honorable Winnie remembers, that girls, baby girls, when they are being told to sit, they sit facing the other way because you're going. As a baby, you're going, then a boy is seated, you know, comfortably facing. Yes. Yes? Those statements, women cannot get burnt. Do you know that statement? Where your mother would hold a hot sufuria. Eh? In my language, they say, Omkazi tasya. Yes? You're not supposed to. So, you can imagine, if when you get women, you are counting the number of cows you're going to get. Ask me what it takes to change your attitude, to say this person is not part of what to be inherited. As we think about this, part to be inherited. There is an interesting law. It is the land law of Uganda. 1912? Yes? If you look at it, the person to inherit is a man. The person to manage the estate is a man. It is he, a man. In fact, without shame, it says he. There is nowhere. I have it here. I hope I will share it. But those cultures that are so ingrained that actually I'm looking at you, that when will you go so that my son can get cows to marry? And we are here, we dress nicely and go to our places of work, but that's how we think. That's how we think. In court, where I sit at the family division, someone will come and say, an educated woman. She says, I am not going to give my daughters my husband's property. She is supposed to go and get married. You see, we talk as if it is men who put us down. We put each other down. I decided a matter where here, they had property in town here. Nakase, Kololo, Gayaza, industrial area. And the girls were telling their mother, Mommy, give us some. She said, these are my property. I got them from my husband. We struggled for them. We educated you. You go and work. How many people think like that? I'm sure some of you may not think, my Lord, my tomb, things like that, you see? So it has nothing to do with no education. The culture is so ingrained. Yes? I would rather share this property with my son. These properties belong to my son. And you should have seen the lady's face when court decided that they are supposed to share. She was in shock. I'm sure in her mind she thought this judge has been compromised. So we want to think about the village woman, the uneducated woman. But that's us. If we because of why? Because of culture. Culture is so strong and deeply ingrained. I thought I needed to say that before I share with you the law. We must address culture. How many of us who are married where they were paid, bride price was paid? See? How many told their parents, Daddy, don't ask? Oh. Yes. So, we need friendship. I like what doctor there said. And the minister. She said, go slow, talk. If you talk like we are women activists, we are going to change things, it will not work. Because the culture is so deep. So let's sit with our fathers and let's start early with our daughters. Let's have conversations with them. Let's have conversations with our brothers, our sons. Because it is the sons who will change things. Even when your father has left a will and said, boys, 80%, girls, 5%, the boys will say no. And I've seen some people, even in courts, they say the will says this, but we have agreed to share. So it begins with all of us. And it starts here. That voice, it doesn't always have to be so loud. It can be soft and gentle and intentional wherever we are. Even when you're fighting for your rights, you need to calm down because you know what you're looking for. All right? I am not going to talk about the legal provisions because the doctor here is here. But even courts, up to the Supreme Court level, I've said, sons, your culture says this, so follow your culture. Yes, because it is culture. Right now, there is a matter that is going to court, Supreme Court now, where I looked at the women. And the mother, the man died, he didn't distribute. The mother distributed, giving the lion's share to the boys, almost 80%. So the girls, the man kept telling them, I will give you when the last born finishes school. When the last born finishes school, they quickly transferred everything into their names. So the girls came. And the court decided that that culture was unconstitutional. That there is a schedule and there is a way you are supposed to distribute. They went to Court of Appeal agreed with the men. Now the matter is at the Supreme Court. Let's wait and see, yes, what happens. You see how culture is still working? So, when I saw the topic that inheritance for girls, I also struggled. I said, what does this mean? for women. Yes, I'm about to finish. Yes. So, when I saw it, I said, some people think these people should be inherited, and you are saying they are entitled to inheritance. Okay. You ladies, I honor you. You have been very busy fighting. You've screamed yourselves hoarse. You've researched and you have worked, and that's why there is an amendment to the law. Because originally, the Succession Act that was just amended last year really did not consider women. It was just there. Even the she was not there. Yes? Someone would even take your children, because they say customary guardian. And the customary guardian would be an uncle or an aunt, and yet you, the widow, you are there. As if you are not able to look after your children. So, I congratulate you women for fighting. And I was hoping you'd clap for yourselves. It was the son who could inherit. It was the son who could look after the widow. You've heard of that? You will look after your mother and your siblings. But now, the law has been amended, the Succession Amendment Act. Members of Parliament, I commend you. The Constitution, of course, is good. It's very, very good. It has all the provisions. Now, let me quickly go to the Succession Amendment Act. At least now there is a she in the Succession Amendment Act. Yes? You are not happy about that? There is, instead of husband, now it is spouse. Yes? There is the word heiress. Yes? So even a girl can be an heir. I used to hear it in Uganda. In where I come from, a woman to be an heir, it was unheard of. So, thank God for that. The distribution scheme, I want to say that it is now 20% from 15. Has it improved? Supposing you are 6 widows. Yes, because you share the 20%. Yeah? So you still have a lot of fighting and talking to do. It is now from 15, it has been increased to 20. Then no one can evict a widow from the residence. But guess what? You share it with the lineal descendants. Whether they are from you or from any other woman, whoever has given birth, they bring them there. Can you mortgage such to get something to help you start a business? You still have some work to do. The administration of the estate. How many of you heard about a fight for a dead body and where to bury it? Yes? What do you think it was about? It was about property. Yes? It was about property. Originally, the law said if you are a widow or a widower, you don't have to go for vetting by the Administrator General to get letters of administration. Now, court can decide, according to the new law, court can decide whether you are fit or not. That is an improvement. A person, a deceased, or a married man or a woman is not allowed to bequeath the residential holding. Originally, I would determine and say, I leave my property to my son. And when I die, the mother is chased out. You are just there at the mercy of the son. But now, you cannot put it in the will. The other improvement is the separation. If someone dies and you've been separated, yes, you are not supposed to come and claim anything. Now, if he is the one who left you, yes, you are entitled. Yes? If you are the one who left, you have to prove. Yes? But I thought that was a good way. Yes? Maintenance. Now, if you are making a will, today we are talking about the interests of the woman. If you are making a will, you are supposed to provide for maintenance of the spouse. I thought that was also good for the widows. Then the surviving parent vis-a-vis a customary guardian. Yes? You take precedence. And when the child, the minor who is entitled to the estate dies, the property goes to you, which I thought that was a plus. The letters of administration used to be given to whoever. In most cultures, you will find they don't give them to the widow. And you find the brothers or the son are selling the property. But now, in the new law, you cannot sell unless you get the go-ahead of the beneficiaries, including the widow. Yes? The rest are cases. There I go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lady Justice Ketura. And this is just to say that it's such an interesting conversation. And unfortunately, we only had 1 hour, or we only have 1 hour for it, which hour is slowly running. But at this point, I'm going to invite Dr. Patricia. And there was an aspect that was transferred to you, the legal provisions. So Lady Justice said, no, I'll not talk about so much of that because we have the doctor around. So I will transfer whatever hasn't been mentioned by her over to you to continue sharing, but also to share with us how we can be able to bridge the gap between the law and the culture that we have heavily experienced as women. Over to you.
I'll follow the precedent set by Her Lordship.
Yes, and just so that you're aware, you have 15 minutes. And to the audience, we will have 10 minutes after that submission for just 5 questions to the 2 panelists, and then we'll close for lunch. Thank you very much.
Okay. So my task is to look at the law a bit on inheritance and inheritance rights for women. Yeah, within that context. Really adding on to what Her Lordship has already submitted very ably. And then looking at how to bridge the gap between custom and culture and the law. Before I start, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed, I want to really express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this function for inviting me, because as you invited me and gave me this opportunity, you actually, I think God was using you to answer a prayer, to answer my prayer. When Justice, Her Lordship Ketra, decided the Arach Amoko decision, you remember? the late Lady Justice Arach Amoko controversy over burial grounds, her burial place. If we were allowed to demonstrate, if we were allowed to vote our sides of the story, I was there voting the way the decision went. And I was very, very proud. And I always said, God, if only I got that moment to meet this justice and tell her, thank you for releasing us from culture, the bondage of culture. Because we were arguing, some of us who go out and, relax with the men, women in some of these joints, you would hear, every woman married must be buried in the husband's place. That is custom, that is culture. And the debates would go on. And I was very happy when Her Lordship decided the way that she did. And I thought to myself today when I saw her actually scheduled with me, I said, one, my prayer has been answered. I'm going to meet her and know her beyond the papers. Thank you. And then two, also reflecting the theme that we are discussing. I think the 5 conferences have had very beautiful things when they were reading them out to us. Very empowering, very progressive for women, and really the theme designer is really applauded. And the one of today is her voice, elevating her voice. And I thought I should not miss the opportunity to let you reflect and hear how Her Lordship elevated the voice of the late. On page 13 of the judgment, page 13 of the decision, when Her Lordship begins to analyze the evidence and so on, and then you reason out her decision, she asks herself, she says, I shall be guided by the following questions. Did the deceased express her wish as to where she should be buried? Should the wishes of the deceased on where she wanted to be buried be overtaken by the first respondent's culture? And should the late Justice Stella Arach Amoko be buried according to her custom? And finally, where the late Justice Amoko Arach, the late Justice Stella Arach Amoko, where should she be buried? You see, she reflected, and we want to thank her in her lifetime for that reflection. And for addressing, bridging culture and the law. Phenomenal, yes, she is. We thank you very much. Now, where do we see this right to inheritance? Do we have the right anyway, as women, to inherit? To have property, inheritance, to have property transferred from the estate of our parents or any other person who wishes to transfer property to you? Do we have that right to inherit, to have that property transferred to us? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And if we start from the national level, then we also have our constitution, which is very clear. We talked about gender equity since morning. The minister, honorable minister, talked about it, the keynote. And also, Her Lordship has emphasized the fact that fighting gender inequality is dwindling resources that should go to hospitals and so on and so forth. If only we listened, if only we implemented the laws that we have. Article 21 of our Constitution provides for non-discrimination and equality of all persons on many grounds, including gender, including sex, including social status, including disability. Okay? And many others, just to mention those that are befitting in this context. So, non-discrimination, equal treatment of all persons with dignity must be observed. By who? But by only government? Sometimes on Buke Day we hear people saying, government to Yambe. Is it only government? There was a woman policeman. No, a wife to the policeman. You saw that social media video that went viral, whose husband died. Now there is an eviction in the police barracks, and she's being thrown with a child with a disability with nowhere to go. Who has responsibility? Only the state? No, the Constitution is clear in Article 20. It should be government, non-government entities, plus individuals. We all have the duty to respect and uphold the fundamental rights and freedoms enshrined in our Constitution. One of which is non-discrimination. So even as we distribute property, even as women, because justice has already given us those cases where even women, mothers, are disenfranchising girls, other young girls, whose rights they should actually protect. Okay? So we also have Article 37 of our Constitution that speaks to the right to culture. The right to culture. We all have the right to enjoy our culture and cultural practices. What is culture? Norms, customs that are practiced by the indigenous communities of our society. They are not universal. I come from Gulu. What we practice among the Acholi people is different from what the Baganda practice customarily in terms of inheritance, in terms of marriage, etc. The customary practices differ depending on the social setting or the community we are dealing with. But the Constitution gives us the right under Article 37 to enjoy our culture. But must it be enjoyed absolute? No. It must conform to the benchmarks, the standards set by the Constitution. And that is the implication of Article 2, Clause 2 of our Constitution, which says the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. But then any customs and practices or laws that are not in conformity with the Constitution and nullity to that extent. So customs and laws that continue to deny or disenfranchise or disadvantage women, girls from inheritance, from abuse in any way. We talked about female genital mutilation here. As a young girl, the first time I interfaced with custom and inheritance, when you said we think of moments that we interfaced with unfair customary practices, when my good late father passed about 22 years ago, or 23 now, he wrote a will, yes, but the houses he had were left for our brothers. And as we had smaller percentage of the estate, but the houses that still are existing and so on, his sons took. We loved him, but when I grew and went to law school and started understanding the things, I started reading the will again. And I said, oh boy, he was just a student of culture, customary practices, patriarchy. But beautifully so, we are still here as his children, and God has also helped the girls to shine and shine. So that for me is the effect of culture. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Again, from our Constitution, we can look at Article 31 of the Constitution that looks at protection of women. There is Article 31. You look at Article 31, I think it's Clause 2, Subclause 2, that looks at the rights of women in inheritance. Part 1, 1b says, men, women shall have equal rights at marriage, during marriage, and at its dissolution. If we just stop there at its dissolution, marriage is dissolved either by an order of divorce or by death of the party to the marriage, one spouse. So when dissolution arises and terminates marriage, succession laws come into place. Therefore, even at that point, a spouse must be treated equally. Okay? As death leads to dissolution of marriage. However, the vast majority of women are insecure concerning their recognition as spouses with rights in marital property, either during or after the period of marriage. We have talked here, Her Lordship ably told you, or told us, that one of the positive features of the Succession Amendment Act 2022 is the fact that it preserves the residential holding for the surviving spouse and the children of the deceased, or lineal descendants. And the definition of lineal descendants is broad. The children, the grandchildren, all those ones, if you look at the Succession Amendment Act. But the question then arises, if this residential holding is also the matrimonial home, where is the percentage of distribution? Because imagine how many are married here. Imagine you're married, you've built this house, this is your house. Now your husband has passed on. You have children, you have 7 children with him. Then the law is saying this residential holding should be for the deceased lineal descendants. And not saying only your children. In the event that he had other wives, let's say it's a customary marriage. And with those other wives, even if, and by the way, even if they are not legally married wives out there, though even if they are cohabitees in the language of the law, as long as he has children, those children are his lineal descendants and entitled to come and take a share in this residential holding, which for the last 25 years or 30, you have been building together. So that creates some kind of challenge or conundrum in deciding which percentage of the estate are we preserving. As much as our law is good, saying there should be equality even at dissolution of the marriage. Then we have laws around affirmative action. The need to take affirmative action into account. Article 240, that is, affirmative action is under Article 32 to address laws and customs. Article 32.1 talks about the need to address laws and customs that continue to perpetuate historical injustices. So as the courts interpret the law before them, they should address the historical injustices, apply affirmative action in order to ensure that vulnerable people, including women, and then of course women are not homogeneous, we are not the same. We are here women, phenomenal women, but there are women with disabilities. There are women living with HIV/AIDS. There are women who are unemployed. All those, we are all women, yes, but we have different intersectionalities that create vulnerability. Article 247 requires courts to construe the existing laws with modification, adaptation, qualification, and exception as may be necessary to bring it into conformity with the Constitution. Okay? So the existing laws that remain offending, if you look at like the marriage laws, the customary laws, now the Succession Act has been improved. And we thank the women who led the movement under the Law and Advocacy for Women. We thank you so much. The Law and Advocacy for Women versus the Attorney General is the decision that challenged many of the provisions of the Succession Act that were discriminatory against women, including issues of legitimacy of children, issues of domicile. As women, upon marriage, you followed the domicile of your husband. And domicile is critical in personal law because it gives jurisdiction to the courts to handle your matter. So if your husband changed his domicile from Uganda to a domicile of Kenya, for instance, you would have no jurisdiction before her lordship. But now, the Law and Advocacy for Women challenged that, that provision, and no wonder our Succession Act now allows for domicile of choice for the spouses. And you can appear. So Article 247 of the Constitution is empowering courts to read progressive decisions of modifications of the laws into the existing laws that continue to offend. And then we have Article 237, which only makes declaration that land in Uganda belongs to the citizens, and it's vested in accordance with the land tenure systems. Even if I stop there, you know that ownership to land is really a challenge for women. We have low economic power, poverty, patriarchy continues to eat into our ability. Honorable already told you, even women MPs are giving money to their husbands to buy for them cars, to buy for them land, because we are coming from a social construct where you're supposed to kneel. If you're a good woman, the so-called good angelic woman, you kneel and honor the man and keep him in charge. So that's really the national law. I'll not repeat what is in the Succession Act, but remember, we must remember that our national laws must be read also with the CEDAW that was mentioned, the Convention on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, the Maputo Protocol on the Rights of Women, and therein, for instance, the Maputo Protocol provides for the preservation of positive cultural practices. It also provides for the protection of women's rights to succession and inheritance. The articles are there, very explicitly stated. So in terms of the law, that is where the few that we can talk about to supplement what her lordship already said. So how do we bridge the gap then in culture and the law? How do we bridge this gap to see that we provide better justice and breathe life into these legal instruments that we have, breathe life into the Sustainable Development Goals that are looking for gender equity, they are looking for fight against poverty and hunger, looking for improvement of access to justice, fighting all forms of social injustice in this country for everybody. We must train the judiciary. We must train the judiciary. They are now being joined by other members that are younger or that have not even, 2 minutes. I teach at the law school. Some people do not do the human rights course. They are optional, gender and so on. So they come into the playing field as justices and judicial officers, and they may not be able to appreciate the gender dimensions, the human rights dimensions of some of these aspects they are talking about. We can sensitize our masses to know the law, to know the standing. Even in my community, people are there, in my community where I come from here in Kampala, people are there making noise about the Busoga marriage and wondering whether it's going to be a valid marriage or not. That is an illustration of still lack of knowledge of even valid laws and what is a marriage in this country, and can you marry another? Some man actually said, let them just give the other woman making noise money. Is that the solution? Those of us who are lawyers, we know. We must train the informal justice players. Women, we have been told here, most of the women go to the informal justice players to access justice. So the informal justice players must be trained and equipped with knowledge of the law so that they are able to administer justice at that level properly. We must pass the National Legal Aid Bill in order to address or enhance access to justice for women. Public interest litigation cannot go unmentioned because many women's rights have been realized through public interest litigation and judicial activism. We continue to thank members of the bench who have really stood and applied purposive law and provided justice to the women even when there is a lacuna in the statutory law. In the interest of time, I'll stop here. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Patricia Atib. And as the panel can see what you have done to the audience, they are still talking about some of the things that you have raised. And so for the audience, I'd just like to bring your attention back, okay? Just to bring your attention back, yeah, in case you want to go and start fighting for your rights after this. I hope that you have been energized. But let's give another round of applause to our panel. And whereas I had said we would provide for 5 hands, I see Sheila extending, so we'll only take 3 hands. And while we take those 3 hands, there are 2 people in this room who kept having shocked expressions on their faces. I hope that you can find any one of the members on the panel, or in case the people on the panel have gone, Dr. Sylvia would be a good person to sit with at lunch so that that shocked expression can be reduced. Okay, so that table has the microphone, so let's take you first. And then we'll come to Lady Justice Maitum. And the hands are increasing. And then we'll come to you and we'll close here. The rest of you, don't put your hands up again. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, Your Lordship and Doctor, and to you, our beautiful moderator. Once again, my name is Rebecca Wagonza from Jinja, from Women Rights Initiative, where we happen to own the biggest shelter in the region, a GBV shelter. But I have a very big concern that most of the cases that are on our table are issues to do with property sharing. And property sharing in relation to couples who even don't know whether they are married or they are not married. So in this regard, what do I refer to? For us, we take this to be cohabiting. Someone is staying with a man for some good time, so when issues become sour, they want to part ways and somebody wants to go with something. I seek your position on this, Your Lordship. How do we manage property sharing between cohabiting couples? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And that comes at a time when the member who took leave to work on the marriage bill said quite some disturbing remarks around some of these things. But yes, Lady Justice.
My Lord, I have only boys, so I don't have a girl. But I know that somebody had given their properties equally to boys and girls. And this girl, being a very good wife, she transferred the property to the both of her husband's names and her name. And then now they are divorcing, and they want that property to be sold. So and one of my brothers, when he was distributing his property, and this just a customary property, he distributed properties to the boys, and they left a very big chunk. He said it was for himself, but actually it was for the girls, especially those whose marriages fail or something like that. That is how he managed to do it. But I built a house in my father's compound that I married some other place, but I did want this house so that when I go home, I'm not a visitor. So I built this house, and when my stepmother died, I declared that my hair is going to be a girl. And there was a lot of grumbling about it. And they even said they would kill the girl who comes. So all my nephews are looking at my house as their property, because I can't give it to my sons. They will not accept that, according to our culture.
Okay.
So I'm now wondering, why can't the women, FIDA used to be very active about the property of, this is in marriage of a death intestate, where the women get 20%, isn't it? When you die without making a will, isn't it? 20% for the widows. But that one be challenged by FIDA.
You're saying, my Lord, that if there is a will, or there is no will.
Yeah, when there is a will, it is okay. Yes. But for the intestate.
Yeah, but the law now says 20%.
Yeah, so now if you die, then that house or whatever property you have is going to go to the children who are not yours and all that. That be contested, because men should make some pronouncement about the children who are born outside the marriage.
Thank you very much. That's an interesting one. I'm going to ask that we move to the next person who is asking the question. So the next person, Sheila, is right here, and then we'll close with Owechitiwa.
Thank you very much. For me, I want to give you a positive testimony. Like Lady Justice, I'm from Ankole, where it must be the boys to inherit the estate. Because for you as a girl, you'll be married away and you'll take care of your husband's property wherever you get married. However, my dad had 2 wives, and my mom was the younger. And my mom produced us as only girls, and I am her second born. Now, when he passed on in 1980, he left a will. The property was left between his 2 wives. And he decided in his will that my brother would take care of the property of my stepmom. And Jova Kamateka would take care of the property of her mom. So I am co-heir to my father's estate. And he said that his estate should not be, his land should not be sold. And for me, I was to take care of this property so that if any of his girls got any problem, for example, in their marriages, they could come back and stay on this property. So, but what was surprising is that my brother sold the property. He was told not to sell. And actually, I was able to buy some of that property to redeem it, but I got to a point where I couldn't afford, so some of that property had to go to other people. But the property that my dad left in my hands for my mom is still intact. I even bought other pieces of land and, increased on that property and added value because I've built houses. Later on, I was not married by that time. That was 1980. I was to be married in about 81, 82. I was married in Bunyoro. But because my dad left this estate, the people of Mitoma were able to call me and ask me to stand and represent them in Parliament. And so I represented them for 2 terms and was able to add value to the estate that he left. So we should encourage parents that it is important that they give their property to their girl children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Owechitibwa.
Yes, thank you very much, Isabella. And I would like to thank the panelists for really giving good treatment to the topic. Please allow me to share a little bit of experience. I started my whole professional life in activism, for women's rights. So I had a whole, thing about against culture. And I thought culture was to be blamed for everything negative that was happening to women. Then I end up serving in the Buganda government. And I went and I got a whole new outlook to things. And I think, I always tell people that I think God challenges my thinking like that by placing me in different places, because the places I have moved, I'm now in a political party. Now that's also challenging some things I thought about political parties. But now back to the topic. What I realized was culture is not static. So as it was then is not as it is now. It gets impacted all the time and things keep changing. That is why you see the Right Honorable Nsibambi was able to say that his daughter should succeed him. But why did he do that? Because I know that family. He had no sons. Yes, he had no sons. Now, for me, I also started understanding my culture a certain way. Because I realized that men are succeeded by a man and a woman. Women are succeeded by 2 women. So why is that? So now I have to go and now inquire. Because the culture, there must be something about that. Why is it that men do not also? Because the way women are co-heirs with a man, even the Kabaka has a co-heir who is a woman. The Nalinya is his co-heir. And she used to have power. You forget this thing that is happening today. She used to have actual power way back then. So it means that for some reason, our ancestors decided that men should have women co-heirs. But women should not have male co-heirs. Why? I think they had something to do with women. I think they thought women were more powerful. Even the Kabaka's power is balanced by a number of women, So, when I looked at culture, I found that in my culture, in Chiganda culture, that people succeed, the customary heir, because I think the Succession Act used to differentiate between customary heir and legal heirs. Legal heirs, I think, are the lineal ones that you were talking about. But customary heirs were by custom. And they were not supposed to get property by virtue of that. But for me, what I found a little bit positive about that is just that the boys, when they started succeeding, they thought that they've inherited this household and they can sell it at will. But the whole idea was that if Christine is divorced from where we married her off to, she should have a home in her father's house. And that house should always be preserved. But the heirs, they sell these houses. But they were supposed to provide security for the girls. But, you know, people have changed all this. So I think we need to go back and actually study these cultures and understand what was the concept behind what the provisions were as opposed to patriarchy.
Okay.
And also we need to understand, this is my final point, that, you know, sometimes it's also about how we negotiate our power relations in the household. That is why we get different stories, you know, successful stories, then we get bad stories, then, because of the way that women are trying to navigate this patriarchy. So I also provide, was discussing with my colleague here, she has provided the matrimonial home. Now she's wondering how does she protect that, you know, her interests in the matrimonial home. So women are facing a lot of challenges that I think we really need to talk about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A big hand clap to you all. I've received word from the back that I did not pick anyone from there, but I asked for hands to go up, and your hands did not go up. So let's hope that in the afternoon, you will put your hands up. But
Isabella,
now,
there was
yes,
one miss from the back.
There was one person from the back.
Here, me.
Oh, you were the one,
Eh,
but really, you're the one.
A voice from the back asked, is introduction ceremonies, weddings? So the back, you are covered. Aha. And where are they called introductions and not weddings?
Okay, so we'll have the first response from Lady Justice. Okay, Dr. Patricia can go first, and please respond to what came to you, but also take this as an opportunity to give your parting shots, and afterwards we will come to Lady Justice, and we should be able to close for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, the House, for keenly listening and asking. One, I think before we even answer the questions, we need to break down at least one category of the distribution so that people leave this place knowing at least one category of the, when we talk of intestate distribution, we mean an estate where a person has died without leaving a will. So when a person dies without leaving a will, let's say I have a husband, I die, and then I don't leave a will. The Succession Amendment Act right now says this is how the estate will be distributed. The surviving spouse, who in this scenario would be my husband, takes 20%. The dependent relatives. Dependent relatives, the definition in the Succession Amendment Act is those persons who have been living with the deceased person and wholly relying on that person for sustenance, for survival, okay? Before the demise of that person will take 4%. Then lineal descendants. Lineal descendants are your children, the biological children. But now, actually now we need to think as laws change. You know now there is a reproductive, what is it called? Assisted reproductive bill in Parliament. People are now beginning to, because of whatever reasons, they cannot have children biologically, naturally. So I get a surrogate mother and we have children in that way. All those things. Are those my children? Are they lineal descendants? Okay. So lineal descendants will get 75%. Then the customary heir, the one Princess Owechitibwa Mugera was talking about, gets 1%. And why is the law giving that person the minimum share? Because they should not own property in the estate or take or sell and so on. So even when you go back, all of you, I would implore you to go back and read section 27 of the Succession Act that gives the different scenarios and percentages, okay? So that you begin to analyze even in your own context. About 3 weeks ago, I was dealing with a case where the lady passed on, the one who died in the plane, you remember? The Ethiopian Boeing. She didn't leave a spouse, a surviving spouse, but she left children and her parents. And when I was asked to give a legal opinion, I discovered that the categories, my lord, in section 27, have no provision for where a deceased person dies and leaves no spouse, but only leaves children and a dependent relatives. And the question was, because the English, or those people in Europe, they don't understand our aspect of dependent relatives. So they were saying, are these parents also supposed to get what? A percentage to benefit in the lady's estate, or we are supposed to give everything to the children. So that is something I thought we highlight before we really go into the question, so that we leave knowing. Now, question 1. Thank you very much, the sister who asked about the property rights in inheritance for parties in cohabitation. Under Ugandan law, ladies, my phenomenon sisters, cohabitation does not amount to any form of marriage, irrespective of the years you've spent together, the number of children that you have birthed. My mother always says, even when your ovaries are finished, that will not amount to a marriage. Introductions, kwanjula, nyom, okuhinjira. What else do we call it? Kweranga, in what tribe? Okushweka? Okuswera. Those ones, we've done completely in accordance with the custom of the woman, okay, of the woman. Done effectively, completely, and the family of the woman is satisfied that you have done everything that needs to be done. Those are valid, customary marriages, and you are a spouse, okay? There was a case that came to me where the parents were holding the girl after Kwanjula, not to go to the man's home. Then I told them, but you know she's already a wife. You're actually violating conjugal relations and peaceful enjoyment of family life of these two people. So, back to the question. Now, the question of cohabiting spouses poses a legal lacuna in our legal framework, because cohabiting parties are not provided for. We have told you that the Succession Act, as amended, 2022, even the Mother Act, the Principal Act, Cap 160, only provides for distribution of estate of spouses. And the definition of spouses in the law are parties who have celebrated a legally recognized marriage in Uganda. So this gives us work as phenomenon women, women in the legal fraternity, public interest litigation, to bring an action for a need to pass cohabitation law that regulates property rights. And this, by the way, follows even before marriage. When we talk matrimonial property, distribution of matrimonial property, at that point, no one has died yet, okay? But you have been living with somebody for years on end, produced all your ovaries and they're over, but you have never been married. And I have to use my mother's words. You've never been married. When you separate, we don't even say you divorce. When you separate and that relationship ends, you don't say that that property you have is matrimonial property. Your girlfriend, he was your boyfriend, each one walks away with what they can. We don't have law to regulate. So in succession law, when now one of you dies, that is also the same story. If you die intestate, if the man or woman dies intestate, then you will not even get 20%. Why? Who can answer the question? You're not a spouse. You're not married. You're not a husband. So your 20% will revert to the children. And I think also, I think when you look at the categorizations in section 27, there's even an increment in the percentage of dependents. Then you look at yourself, how you fried onions, what, and all other services that you rendered throughout. And now, you're nobody. You have no entitlement. Yes, so, however, I'm working on a piece of paper for FIDA Uganda. They are taking it on. They want to bring an action around cohabitation, legislative reform for women in cohabitation, and we are trying. Now, in other discussions, we can talk about the courts. That's why we talked about merging the law and culture, bridging that gap, the need for judicial activism and the need for public interest litigation. We have seen our courts in the decision of Justice, in Chigongo versus Chigongo. Okay, there is the case of Olive, Musa Chigongo versus Olive Chigongo. How many of you know that couple? Yes, this is the age group that knows that couple because they are the ones who went to Angenois together. These ones here, somewhere here, don't know they're at the back. So this prominent couple in our society were disputing over property. They had lived together for what, 27 years? Not married, but they had some house in Kololo here. So nobody had died, but then they separated. So Musa Chigongo sought to evict Olivia Chigongo from the house in Kololo, where they had been living and raised their children for the last 27 years. So the issue then was, were they married? No. Olivia Chigongo tried to say that they were customarily married, but there was no evidence to the satisfaction of the court that they were customarily married. So court found that there was no marriage. Then the question is, did she then have any interest in the property? Luckily, she was appearing before a gender-sensitive judge. And you know these lordships are human beings. They live in this society. If you get one who probably, I don't know, if you get one who from the bad day, who has woken up, on the wrong side of the bed, you may not get a very good decision, especially when there is no written law. Because that is when we expect the judiciary to use its wisdom and discretion and so on. So, luckily, I've forgotten the name, Namundi. Justice Namundi then used a concept in equity law, saying, because Musa Chigongo had presented Olivia Chigongo out to society as his wife, all of us grew up knowing, also me, I grew up knowing that couple, that they are rich and so on, and knowing them together. Yes. And then, because Olivia Chigongo had also made contribution to that property, now there's the aspect of contribution, of which many of our women, because of poverty, may not be able to make what? Contribution. You'll just be there breastfeeding constantly. So, and she had supervised, made a contribution. And also, because Musa Chigongo, by his conduct and statements, had presented to Olivia Chigongo that this property is theirs and so on and so forth, and they'll treat it as their matrimonial property, in quotes. He's therefore estopped. Estopped. What's another word? Stop. He's stopped from denying her an interest in the property after the assurance he had given her over the years. So that's a concept of proprietary estoppel that the judicial officer wisely brings in to protect the interest of Olivia Chigongo in that property. There is another one, Biramureba versus Kichoncho. Justice Adonyo applies a concept. Can you imagine after being married to somebody for 35 years, those of you who are married, happily, 35 years, then one fine day, he wants to sell the land. He even starts saying, of the 7 children born, 2 of them you produced with some Shambaman, they are not his. Then others, but that he has even never married you, so you're not a wife, you have no interest. 35 years, how old will you be? You can't even imagine. Mrs. Margaret, can you imagine going to find another suitor? If you're... Justice is defending you that why not? What am I implying?
Why not? You find love at 70.
Yes, you can actually, but in the shoes of my mother and my grandmother, it would be very difficult because that's not how they are socialized. In our shoes, different. But then Justice Adonyo, long and short of it, uses a concept of a constructive marriage. He says these parties, after the 35 years of living together, that farmland was family land. Therefore, under the Land Act, Section 2039, which says you need the consent of a spouse before you can transact off that land. Therefore, these parties were constructively married for purposes of Section 39. And that is how he brings in some bit of what? Protection. But these concepts, especially this constructive marriage, is not in our statutes. It's not in our law books. And it's Parliament to make law. So that means he's just using his judicial activism, discretion, and wisdom. And it can be challenged, okay? So cohabiting people, when people die, when your partner dies, you will have no voice. Unless we begin voicing now, and there is a legislative transformation, because in South Africa, there has actually been a decision where the courts It's called, Your Lordship, if you would want to look at it, since your people at the bench, it's called Jane Bwanya versus Master of the High Court and others. A cohabiting lady brought a matter to court that she wanted to take benefit of their succession law and also get a benefit in the estate of her deceased partner. And the courts in South Africa, the Constitutional Court in South Africa, then holds that the word spouse in that context should be read in to include cohabiting people, but who have stayed in long-term relationship, lived together, identified as husband and wife. There are parameters that were set. So that is probably a leaf we could borrow in our advocacy and so on. But for now, cohabiting couples remain in naked. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let's give a very big hand clap to Dr. Patricia Atim and invite Lady Justice Ketra Katunguka to give her final submissions.
How many of us have wills? Don't worry, your spouses are not here, they won't see. How many? This is serious. Ladies and gentlemen, make your wills. Make your wills. Thank you, Honorable Jova, and bless your dad as he sleeps. But those are very few. You talked about how can your brother sell, but you see, he spoke and died. So he can't challenge. People sell all the time. People even sit and agree to disregard what the deceased has said. And now, will, ladies and a few gentlemen here, will. 2, proof. Because courts look at evidence. If you have bought a house, or if your father has given you land and you registered it in both your names, you have gifted. Actually, I made a decision in a matter where a man got his land from his dad. And I think he was in love. He registered it in the woman's names. A lot of land, not just, I think it was a square mile. I think it was in the papers. I saw, Justice Katunguka gives away a man's land. But you see, you have gifted. That is his contract, ladies and gentlemen, you've given me. So, be wise. If that's not your intention, don't do it. If you contribute, make sure there is proof of contribution. Some receipts, some photographs, some people who are there, some, you write somewhere. She talked about activism, judicial activism, where you depend on the whims of the judge, depending on how she woke up. Yes? It's not very helpful. Ladies, Dr. Owechitibwa, Honorable, please continue the sensitization and the soft talking to cultural leaders. I'm glad you're here. Talk to them. That's why you're a woman. I said a woman, is a helper. To me, he may be 90% powerful. Who knows about the story of Abigail in the Bible? And Esther, and Deborah. So, go, yes. So, we are more powerful than we know because of our voice and how we apply it. Not, I'm going to do this. No. We need to talk. Because if you've never gotten married, you're not married. And there you are, you go to your father's place, they give you land, you come and register it, and then you say, it is my land. So, you need wisdom, which you already have. Actually, I shouldn't say you need wisdom. I'm saying apply your wisdom because you have it. My Lord, your house, which you built in your father's land, that he hadn't given to you. Yes, so you gave it to him, my Lord. You gave it to him. Yes, it was a donation. Introduction ceremony. People come before me. Oh, what I also forgot to say that the customary marriages, the divorce, if you want to divorce, you come to court under the Divorce Act. So you go to court to get orders because it is a marriage. It is a recognized marriage. Now, people come and say, we got married. We Kwanjula. And I ask, where is the evidence? And it is not there. Some have photographs, but you see photographs. I can sit, we can go to the studio and take a photograph. Yes? Those of us who are married by customary law, you know what Amin did for women. You know, he introduced the Customary Marriages Act. Go to the Gomborora and have your marriage registered. And that's all you need. But if you keep bringing photographs anyone can forge. And actually people have forged photographs. And come, X has died, and they go, they Photoshop, they come and ask for letters of administration. Before you know it, by the time the widow comes, the property is gone. So, keep receipts, keep proof of contribution. As we wait for Honorable Chiza and Honorable Jova and Oektibwa to negotiate for cohabiting to be called a marriage, good luck. Yes? Let's at least be able to prove our contribution. Is there anything I haven't handled? No? Illegitimate and illegitimate children. By law, there is no illegitimate child. All right? 20% of the under 27, section 27, 20%, if you are 6 widows, you share that. So please share, make sure that you change that, because 20% is not enough, depending on how big the estate is. Thank you very much.
A big thank you. Thank you very much to Lady Justice Ketra Katunguka and to Dr. Patricia Atim. Let's give them another round of applause for sharing of your wisdom and of your knowledge, but also for practically, and this is away from really the session, for practically demonstrating what sisterhood is. You know, Dr. Patricia came and, yes, I've never met you, but I'm going to celebrate you publicly. But also for those of us who are paying attention, Lady Justice Ketra was supporting with a PowerPoint presentation when it would go off. So thank you very much for demonstrating that together we win. Over to you, Sheila.
And let's
thank
put our
you.
hands together and thank Isabella. Isabella, phenomenal woman. Thank you. And thank you to the phenomenal woman. Thank you so much. And you look nice up there together. And they have glasses and they are smart and they are talking the law, and citing about section BG, and then you, Patricia, saying about principle, about what, grata, about what, Thank you so much for making us wiser. And the thing about phenomenal women, we are not immune to falling in love. We fall in love, we become vulnerable. It is not, we are not immune. And then you ask, but doctor, Dr. Sylvia, she was there talking about, now yes, she had no will. Because we are all vulnerable. We are all vulnerable, love. We love to be loved, yeah? We can even sell our father's property they gave us and give it to our husband. We love our boyfriends. Mrs. Seka, we can fall in love at 70. And we can find love at 70. And you're like, where was I all these years? Hey. So, the wills are important. Everything constant. At least let's cover that layer. And for the younger ones here, it's not only for the older ones. I mean, for us, the younger ones who are here, me, I'm with you. It's not only for the older ones. Even us have to write our wills, yeah? And we express our interest and will. What do we want? How do we? Yeah? Great. We're going for lunch. Guess what? We are late. Our online people, I think there's a guy, your phone has gone off. Samuel, he's called... the online people are very active, by the way, and they would really appreciate Judge, my Lord, and Patricia, your presentations, and your realism, and your practical examples. There's a Sheila here, and another one called Bakutana, I think, who are really active. So we hear you. Thank you very, very much. Let's go for lunch. It's 1:21. What time do we come back? Phenomenal women, because now we also have to go back home. And the jam and the roads, and also some people have to cook dinner. Some people that the sauce waits for them to be cooked. So, what time do we come back after lunch? 2:15. Hello? Backbenchers. Thank you, my Lord. Thank you, you're becoming my Lord soon. We come back at 2:15. The Royal. Okay, 2:15 people. Let's be here at 2:15 because we are discussing affirmative action. We are discussing barriers in academic pursuit. We are discussing mass media. And we are also discussing GBV in the group. So you come back here, then we do the group instructions and we go. So 2:15, phenomenal women, okay? We start with whoever is here. As usual, the coupons just go out that door. Pick a coupon. We are going to, it's called Royal Restaurant downstairs. Okay, let's move quickly. Our bags, shall we have the room closed? Bags, okay. We are phenomenal women. Okay, let's keep going. 2:15 we are here. We shall start at 2:15. Thank you. Yes, leave the bags. I've been assured by Robert to leave the bags. Robert, we can leave the bags? Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. I've been assured by Robert that your property shall be safe. Just cover it a little bit. Don't leave it gaping on the table. But that Robert says the risk is his. $2.15 we are coming. $2.15 we are coming back. So $2.15.
today was actually that it's very important to, before you even start negotiating, to understand what are your needs and what you actually want, and understanding your bigger why. And I think this is very important for many, many women. So I really hope I can take the skills that I learned today and apply it in my actual life. So thank you so much, and all the wonderful ladies who are actually working behind the scenes organizing.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Heather et je suis siège de l'herbe avec Phenomenal Women. On vient de participer à un atelier sur la négociation et le réseautage avec M. Claude. C'était magnifique, une belle énergie et si vous ne connaissez pas Phenomenal Women, je vous encourage de venir et découvrir les événements qu'ils organisent. Merci.
It's very important for me to consolidate what I knew already, all the skills I already had about negotiating, because this is big part of my work, but also to confront my experience with other women and maybe new techniques, something more holistic. And I'm very happy of what Mr. Claude did, because it was simple to understand but very complex, so we know the bottom of the thing.
Hi, my name is Lisa, co-founder of Phenomenal Women Global. I'm committing to continue to network with women in Zambia, because Zambia was my home as a child. So I'm also committing to have a stronger network here and maybe do another event.
As I grew in my career and in my life, I realized it got harder for women to rise up into leadership positions, especially as women living abroad in the diaspora.
We are phenomenal women, we are phenomenal people, this is who we are.
Human Rights Center Uganda, together with Phenomenon Women Global and Defend Defenders, has been organizing conferences for women human rights defenders, both in the country and outside the country. This has been running for the last 3 years.
I tell young people that they too can make it in life. I tell everybody that I meet that they are the best that they can be. It's their lives, it's my life.
So during these conferences, we've had so many women come to speak to us about different things in the area of business, finance, legal.
We are phenomenal women, we are phenomenal people, and this is who we are.
I have utilized the knowledge and ideas that I have gained over the years from the conferences to be able to mentor girls also, to bring up a new generation that is able to impact also another generation.
Esteem is key. If we are to conquer and win, prayer and trust in God takes us miles in achieving.
And with regard to my work, I got the validation that sometimes you may do so much and not seeing results immediately, but you have to keep working hard.
This is what we
believe. This is what we believe.
This is what
Phenomenal Women Global is partnering with the Human Rights Center and Defend Defenders to organize this annual conference in Uganda. We also organize conferences all over the world in all our different locations, in Boston, in Geneva, in Zimbabwe, in the United Kingdom. So I would really want to urge all the women who are listening here to try and listen or log in, register to attend these conferences.
Well, today is the 6th Phenomenal Women Global Conference, and so we are celebrating Her Voice, which is our theme, and we are going to have several panel discussions, several TEDx talks, workshops, and this is just to elevate the voices of women, and women are the backbone of society, so we want to give them that space to be able to speak out, be able to share stories of how they advanced in their careers or businesses, and we also want to discuss things that affect women. For example, violence, the gender pay gap where women are paid less. So this day is a day to advocate for issues that affect women and let women's voices shine out and be elevated.
It is clear and evident that at a multilateral level, voices have been raised by the 193 member states of the UN family. Considerable work has been done, and many accomplishments have been realized in the areas of gender equality and empowerment of women and girls.
And we learned so much from all the panel discussions. We touched base on what? Women in politics, women in climate change, how we cope, humanitarian, literature, art, and on top of that, career development, decision making, and it was such a wonderful variety.
Intersectionality is absolutely a must-have in the space where we are in Europe. We need to think about things in relation to gender, but also as people of color coming into this space, we need to make our voices heard. Women, we like to apologize for the little things, and we need to build that confidence and effective communication and really be strong in who we are. And as we climb up the ladder where we have to make space for other people. We're a community, we need to be strong, we need to make space for others.
Women are the fabric and the anchor and the catalyst of our homes, our communities, our societies, and our countries. Unfortunately, women are not included and elevated to where it matters most. And societies and countries will not live up to their potential without the tangible participation of women in a meaningful way.
One of the biggest learnings that I took from today was actually that it's very important to, before you even start negotiating, to understand what are your needs and what you actually want, and understanding your bigger why. And I think this is very important for many, many women. So I really hope I can take the skills that I learned today and apply it in my actual life. So thank you so much, and all the wonderful ladies who are actually working behind the scenes organizing.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Heather et je suis siège d'élève avec Phenomenal Women. On vient de participer à un atelier sur la négociation et le réseautage avec Mr. Roland. C'était magnifique, une belle énergie. Et si vous ne connaissez pas Phenomenal Women, je vous encourage de venir et découvrir les événements qu'ils organisent. Merci.
It's very important for me to consolidate what I knew already, all the skills I already had about negotiating, because this is big part of my work, but also to consult my experience with other women and maybe new techniques, something more holistic. And I'm very happy of what Mr. Claude did, because it was simple to understand but very complex, so we know the bottom of the thing.
Hi, my name is Lisa, co-founder of Phenomenal Women Global. I'm committing to continue to network with women in Zambia, because Zambia was my home as a child. So I'm also committing to have a stronger network here and maybe do another event.
As I grew in my career and in my life, I realized it got harder for women to rise up into leadership positions, especially as women living abroad in the diaspora.
We are phenomenal women, we are phenomenal people, this is who we are.
Human Rights Center Uganda, together with Phenomenon Women Global and Defend Defenders, has been organizing conferences for women human rights defenders, both in the country and outside the country. This has been running for the last 3 years.
I tell young people that they too can make it in life. I tell everybody that I meet that they are the best that they can be. It's their lives, it's my life.
So during these conferences, we've had so many women come to speak to us about different things in the area of business, finance, legal.
We are phenomenal women, we are phenomenal people, and this is who we are.
I have utilized the knowledge and ideas that I have gained over the years from the conferences to be able to mentor girls also, to bring up a new generation that is able to impact also another generation.
Esteem is key. If we are to conquer and win, prayer and trust in God takes us miles in our cheek.
And with regard to my work, I got the validation that sometimes you may do so much and not seeing results immediately, but you have to keep working hard.
This is what we
believe, this is what we believe,
this is what
Phenomenal Women Global is partnering with the Human Rights Center and Defend Defenders to organize this annual conference in Uganda. We also organize conferences all over the world in all our different locations, in Boston, in Geneva, in Zimbabwe, in the United Kingdom. So I would really want to urge all the women who are listening here to try and listen or log in, register to attend these conferences.
questions. We're also trying to really aim at bringing this to a close as per the agenda. So we're going to try very hard. So we're going to start with 2 breakout sessions. Initially, we had planned it for 1 hour, but I think we'll do 45. Is it possible? We'll try. Let's try. So the first breakout session, which is going to be, so there are 2. The first panel is on affirmative action. 28 years of affirmative action. Have women had an impact in politics? Question. Answer. Open question, open-ended. Doctor, is it? Yes or no? Yes, however. Therefore. How actually, like any other. Okay, you'll answer in your panels like any other. So to lead that panel will be Honorable Winnie Kiza, Baroness, former leader of opposition and former woman MP Kasese. And of course, Honorable Jova Kamateka, clap. No, not clapping. Former MP and former chairperson of Human Rights Committee. And of course, OHT. First chairperson Human Rights Committee. And first, who did that compliance, Human Rights Compliance tool? The first, oh, labie. Nay, others, now you're not clapping. We have many fasts here, the woman of many fasts. And there are many fasts there. There are many fasts. Yeah, and we'll get to hear those fasts. And then, of course, we have OHT, Christine Mogera Kasule, the first Deputy Deputy Secretary General of the Democratic Party, DP. They do like this, Egumide. Okay, we don't know Egumide, but it's okay. Okay, so, and then the second panel will be on strategies women can take to overcome barriers in their academic pursuit. But you wanted that one also. Hey, Patricia, Patricia is chairing the one on affirmative action. So our chair is, she wasn't here in the morning. Please welcome Patricia. Patricia Munabi, director of Forward, not Forward. Forum for Women in Democracy. And they have a beautiful building there in Chira, Imara Center. Have you seen it? Have you seen Imara Center? As you go to Bulindo, Chira, these phenomenal women have put that building up. Imara Center, we don't have the stall today, but they have beautiful products, Imara Center. So Patricia, you're welcome. Then the next panel on academic pursuit. None other than Mrs. Victoria Chisare Serunkuma. They call her Chisa. Hey, Chisa of Gayaza. Hey. Now, parents of S1s, because the S1s, manange, you connect. People who have kids of PLE, talk, there you have. Remind her, just a phenomenal woman, go and speak for me. So, Chisa will be speaking to us, but we'll also have Dr. Susan Nakanwaji, a lecturer, Nkumba University. Is Doctor here? Oh, Doctor. How are you, Doctor? Dr. Mumulabye. Okay. Doctor, you're welcome. And of course, we'll be led by another doctor to be. Yes, Patricia. Patricia Nduru there. Patricia, please stand up. Patricia is a lecturer, School of Law. You see you. So we have those 2 panels. And then after 45 minutes, we're going to change. Yeah? Is it what it is, Mrs. Sekaja? We change. After 45 minutes, then those of affirmative can go to academic. First wait, I get it. Take instructions.
Interlude and reconvening. So they have a bit of like 15 to 10
Great. Thank you, Mrs. Sekajan. Thank you. This one? So after 45, thank you very much. So after the 45 minutes, we'll then come and then join 2 other panels, okay? So the other panel, are we listening? Mosquito, mosquito. So then we have a second panel. Hey, it's okay. We have a second set, yeah, of panels. We have the third one on women using arts, mass media, and internet to bring awareness to issues affecting women. And then we have the one on grassroots voices and experiences in the fight against SGBV. And then the one on mass media, the panelists will be Mrs. Joanita Kawalia. Is Joanita here? Not yet, but we expect her. Joanita, okay. Afrigo, not so? Okay, okay. And Miss Agatha Atuhire, journalist and lawyer. Agatha is already here. Great. You're not clapping. Will be moderated by Mildred. Do we expect Mildred? Mildred to Haise. Okay, she comes. And then, of course, the grassroots voices, and it will be led by Jennifer. Jennifer from Navoda. Jennifer, you're here. By the way, that table and the other table, we had the regional human rights defenders, those women who are at the grassroots, they are doing the work, and we shall see them there. But Jennifer, show of hand, Jennifer will lead that discussion together with Immaculate. Immaculate, are you here? Immaculate, there, okay, on SGBV. So, point is, we have those 2 panels starting, affirmative action and the one on academic. It starts. After 45 minutes, we're going to change and then join either the media or SGBV. Are we together? And then we shall come back here very quickly for rapporteuring. Okay, so the one on affirmative action. So we have 2 options. Either you stay here or you go to Mongolia. There's a room there. So academics, affirmative, stay here. And then academics with Victoria Chisa, you're going to go to Mongolia. Please, Eric, help me. Those with going to academics, please go to Mongolia. It's just a room next door. Who are those for academics? Academic, academic, where are we? Stand up, stand up, stand up. Academic, please. Stand up for your rights. Young women and men of Uganda, please. Good. Academics, where are you? Academics. Hey, start moving. Now. Very good. Follow Eric and Patricia. I leave it to you now. We will have a rapporteur for each group. Don't worry about writing. 45 minutes, we start counting now. Patricia, here you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. So you're very welcome to our afternoon panel, where we are going to discuss 28 years of affirmative action and whether women have had an impact in politics. All of us know that affirmative action goes beyond politics, but our subject today is on the politics. And we are excited to have a panel of firsts. I think you had the introductions. These powerful women on this table have pioneered many things in different spaces. So we are excited to have them here today to share their perspectives about affirmative action. I would like to give my panelists a broader introduction. Some of you have seen their profiles in the booklet. I'll start with Owechitibwa Christine Mugerwa Kasule, consultant, lawyer, feminist, politician. She's everywhere and also a part of the women's movement. Christine is the first Deputy Secretary General of the Democratic Party. We clap. And she was also the first woman minister for constitutional for Luchiko and cabinet in the Buganda Kingdom. Yeah, so welcome, Christine. I want to go further with the introduction. And then on my immediate right, I have my sister and friend, Honorable Winnie Kiza, former woman MP Kasese, but first female leader of the opposition. Yeah. And then we have our sister, Honorable Jova Kamateka, former member of parliament for Mitoma, first female chair of the Human Rights Committee, first chair, but also female. Yeah, and MP for Mitoma, former. So you're all very welcome again. So we are going to have a conversation about affirmative action. I am excited particularly to chair this panel because the organization I work for, Forum for Women in Democracy, actually emerged out of that process in the CA that birthed our 1995 constitution. And the 8 women that formed the Forum for Women in Democracy were part of the pushers for affirmative action in the constitution. So I'm happy to be chairing this panel. You know, many times when we talk about affirmative action, some of us do not understand where it actually came from. The fights that women went through to have affirmative action in the Constitution. And so I thought that a good way to start this panel was to ask one of the panelists to kind of give us a history for us to better understand where this came from and why it is important and why we keep telling the female MPs that this seat is actually about women and not about everyone else. So I'll begin by asking Christine to kind of give us a short history. We have only 45 minutes, so we'll keep it brief. And after she has done that, we'll have a conversation. I'll ask the panelists questions, and we will have a conversation, and hopefully at the end, we can have some input from the rest of us. So over to you, Christine.
Thank you very much, Patricia. I'm very excited to be here, and I'll do exactly, because the time is limited, I thought maybe we should start by understanding what affirmative action is, in case there are people here who may not know. But just very, very briefly, it is a positive practice or policy to ensure that there is inclusion for historically discriminated groups, disadvantaged, underrepresented, lacking public support, minorities, people like those. There has to be some positive action to make, to achieve certain things. And some of those things are really the foundations of our democracy. Because when we are talking about democracy, we are talking about participation and representation. As you all know, we grew up with the definition of democracy as being a government for the people, by the people, and so all that. So that what that boils down to is actually representation and participation. that everybody should have a right to participate in their own governance, and that they should also be represented, because ours is a representative type of democracy. So, affirmative action takes different forms, of course, you all know. For some places, we have a quota system where we reserve certain number of seats for that disadvantaged group, in this case, women. Or we could have also special consideration or preference. You've seen those job adverts where they say that, you know, preference will be given to a female candidate. That is affirmative action also. Sometimes you'll find that when we are sharing the opportunity, we share it only among that group that we want to promote. So that is also a type of affirmative action. It may not be the one that we know, but when an opportunity comes and we share it with a particular group, that's also affirmative action. Sometimes we will give specialized training or certain skills building for a certain group of people so that we can bring them up to a certain level to be able to participate. Or there could also be a relaxation of selection criteria. Now, of course, affirmative action has a global historical context, but it also has our local historical context. So the global historical context, I think, let you do some reading up on your own. Yeah, because I mean, I'm talking to elite people here. I don't think that I need to break everything down. So I'll leave you to look at the global context. But of course, there is a global context. I know you all know that 1975 to 85 was declared the UN decade for women, and that a conference in 85 actually, you know, reviewing that decade was held just in our neighborhood here, you know, in Nairobi. And they came up, after coming up with CEDAW in 1979, and then, you know, finally in 85, in our own backyard, we got the Nairobi Forward-Looking Strategies. So all these are kind of like a historical context at the global level. But when you look at our local context, affirmative action did not first come for women. It first came with colonialization, when they looked to Africanize the public service. So they decided to bring Africans into service. And that is where you saw the first Africans going into the then what would have been parliament. But of course, a precursor was European women who went to the LegCo. European women preceded us African women in the LegCo. Whether that was affirmative action, I don't know. But it was not a deliberate policy, you know, stated the way it was stated. So to me, I think, you know, women's participation in politics started way before the affirmative action for politics came. What the affirmative action, when does affirmative action start? I also don't believe it started in, 28 years ago? It started actually in 1989 when we elected the first women deliberately representatives of districts to the NRC. That was the very first time it was a declared policy for women to participate in politics in Uganda. So why do we then do affirmative action? We do affirmative action to bridge inequality gaps. We do affirmative action to increase access of disadvantaged people to certain spaces. Now, in this case, they were increasing access of women to political decision making. There was it's also a drive to promote diversity. We want to redress the wrongs, the harms and hindrances that, you know, women have faced in trying to access political space, to give them equal opportunity and to enable them realize their full potential. So that, you know, we have to remove glass ceilings so that women realize their full potential. So basically, those are some of the basic reasons why affirmative action is done. What were our expectations? Because, you know, there are sometimes we did this advocacy. Those of you activists, you know, who were, all of you around the room who know were activists in that time, we were doing this advocacy so that not only do we go into a political space and we see women faces, because when you don't see yourself there, you think that that is not my space. So we needed, first of all, to first see the faces that, when we go into a political space, we see women. And, that was partly the drive to get them into that space so that we can see them there. So we thought that they would impact policy and legislative priorities and influence to make sure that we get things that are of use to women, laws, policies, and programs that are of use to women. We thought that women would be allocated more resources, things that benefit women, that they would get more resources in the budget. We wanted to see role models for other women. We wanted to have mentors for other women leaders. We wanted to see that their influence in the political parties increases, because you cannot compare any other woman, when you see Honorable Jova Kamateka, compare her with an ordinary woman in her political party. She has more influence when decision making is being made in her political party. So we wanted to see them having more influence in their political parties. And most of all, we wanted them to be monitoring government programs and priorities to make sure that there is political accountability to women. So when we are looking at impact, I think these are the things we need to look at to understand what did we expect from them, has it been realized? And for me, when I look at the historical context, we have moved, numbers increased. When you go back and look at the baseline, where did we start? How many women were in parliament? I will invite you to go and look there. Those statistics are there online. But just to tell you something about where would we be if there was no affirmative action? Not yet, okay. Because I was giving that, okay. So I thought I was giving an intro. So thank you very much. I think I've been told that what I've said is enough.
Thank you very much, Christine. So she has told us to go back and see where we were in terms of numbers. I think all of us acknowledge that the numbers have obviously increased. From a 38 in 1989 of women in parliament to the 188 that we have today. Of course, because of many factors, but we have the numbers. But quickly going to my sister Winnie. So what do you think has been the benefit of affirmative action? And would like this to be a conversation, so Honorable Jova, Christine, you can, jump in after Winnie has spoken.
So much, Patricia, for that, and I would like to thank our sister Wikitiwa for giving us that background information of the expectations that Ugandans had when the affirmative action was brought to our table. One of the expectations that I think that has been met is that the faces are there. You walk in all spaces, you will see the women. We may not necessarily be as many as we want to be, but at least we are there, courtesy of the affirmative action. Patricia has just told you that from the 38 whom we had in the 5th Parliament to the 188 that we have now, that's a very big journey. We started from 14%, we went to 18%. When the affirmative action program was actualized properly, then we went to 24%, we went to 33%, we moved to 35%, though we have stagnated at 35%, but we are making one step at a time. And I know that at some point we shall be there. That was achieved. Secondly, we are seeing now many people appreciating the involvement of women in leadership at family level and at community level. That is why Jova was able to say that the dad said, my daughter will be in charge of my estate when I die. This was unheard of. Cultural norms are changing. Many people are appreciating that women are equally important as men. And so this is courtesy of the affirmative action program, and we want to say thank you to those women whose backs we stand on, who put up their backs and raised and elevated the voice of the woman. Without them, some of us wouldn't be here. I've been in parliament for 15 years, but I've been contesting as a woman. I am proudly called the first female leader of opposition. These are some of the achievements. Where could I have gotten that opportunity? We have a speaker, female. We have had actually 2 female speakers. We had a vice president, a woman, the Dr. Speciosa Wandera Kaziwe. We have a prime minister, woman. We have a vice president, currently a woman. Where would we have got these opportunities if this affirmative action was not there? It's unfortunate that this has not translated into the appreciation of what people would have expected us to be. And even at the lower levels, many people have not appreciated the role of women. And the affirmative action program has actually caused women to stagnate in terms of fighting for their right, like the minister did mention here, that we need to fight hard. I give credit to those women, the 38 women who started in parliament, because for them, it wasn't necessarily under the affirmative action program. They had to come up. But when the affirmative action program came, even women who would have made it on their own stuck to the affirmative action program. And even those who would have really looked at considering these women who have their wealth of knowledge and expertise started pointing to the affirmative action seat. But your seat is there. But otherwise, by and large, I can say there are a lot of gains that we have gotten. We are continuing to learn. We are relearning. And we need to also unlearn some of the other cultures and cultural norms that take us back. We see that many women are holding executive positions. Even here where we are, the executive director is a woman. So there are many gains that we have gotten as an courtesy of the affirmative action program. And I do believe that we are still making gains. We want to get there. Previously, very few of the women were going to universities. But when that affirmative action was given even in the field of education, where we saw our girls going because of the 1% that was given, at least we saw something coming up. So I believe there are gains that we have scored. We need to scoring more, and I do believe we shall score more, even in the judiciary, where we are not yet at the top. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my sisters who have gone before me. We have achieved a lot. We have been told the purpose for affirmative action. The women are supposed to be voices for the voiceless, to represent the masses of the women who have no voice. And to a certain extent, that has been done. Thank you, Winnie, for mentioning this, those gallant women on whose shoulders that we stand, because they were there to fight for the affirmative action. Now, part of it was to raise awareness, to be able to raise awareness amongst the masses, to say that the girl child matters. And so let the girl child go to school. Let the girl child be able to compete and be able to exploit their potential and compete favorably with the boy child. We have achieved that. Now our girl children are there. They've gone to school. They are participating in all fields of life. I won't, even if I don't mention, be it lawyers, be it engineers, be it doctors, they are there. And previously we were asked whether the topic is about having impact. And yes, everything that has been achieved with the influence of the women in politics, because they have made sure that these policies are out there and that the policies have been passed into laws for easy implementation. And and the women have also been role models, the women in politics. I will tell you that even those who are in parliament and maybe may not say much, at least they are there reaching down to the local woman and telling them that they should stand. telling them that they should stand, and trying to raise awareness, even amongst the men, to make sure that they respect their women and they give them space to exploit their potential, for them to work as partners. So that element of raising awareness to let the women participate. Allocation of resources. Yes, we expected that government would allocate resources to the women. Reminds me of the 8th Parliament, which refused to pass a budget, a national budget, because 24 billion shillings had not been passed for maternal health. And they stood their ground until that was done. That was with the influence of the women, to make sure that maternal health was taken care of. I know we still need a lot in that area and in many others, but at least these efforts must be recognized. And yeah. The area of passing laws, yes, the women have been there, even with the individual motions. What do you call them? Private members' bills. Thank you very much. The women have made sure that even private members' bills are tabled and passed in favor of the women folk. And also holding government accountable to ensure that the laws and policies are implemented. Again, I know we are not there yet, but the women have tried. Maybe we'll wait for Patricia's next question, but just a minute. Yeah, and also, as has been said, making people appreciate the women, that women also, we must know that people are differently gifted. So even the men have come to realize that you must give your wife space so that you can, both of you, contribute to the welfare of the home. Actually, our big problem now is that the men are competing with the women, and the men are intimidated, sort of, because when a woman rises and maybe she gets a bit of money and is empowered, then the man, the ego withdraws. But to a large extent, there has been appreciation that the women can do it, that the women are able, and so we need to work together, both men and women, to be able to uplift the standards of the nation. Thank you.
Maybe before we go into the next round, the Honorable Jova Kamateka talked about women leading the legislative agenda in the House. And I just would like to report to this congregation that the prohibition of genital mutilation was spearheaded by the Uganda Women Parliamentary Association, an association that brings all women parliamentarians together. We went on the Domestic Violence, now which is a Domestic Violence Act of 2010. The prohibition of genital mutilation was also in 2010. We went on the trafficking in persons. It is an act, the Succession Act that our mama was talking about. All these were laws that were brought about by women, even when we are still struggling with the marriage and divorce. The marriage law, we are still struggling with the marriage law, and we have been advised here, I'm still sure that the women are so serious on this matter. Though many of them have been laid back because of culture, because of religion, and the stereotypes around everything. The Market Act that was passed recently to help the market women, it's also an issue that the women came up with, and you would see them championing. Women have fought the bad taxes that are put on everything that we use as women. So I know that, yes, indeed, we are not yet at a place where we want to be, but we should bear in mind the time that we spend under the table. We are getting our heads up. Sometimes we make one step forward, and then 2 steps backward. But I'm very sure that we continue speaking and elevating her voice, we shall get there.
Thank you very much. I would like also to congratulate the women members of parliament for spearheading some very good programs for the empowerment, the economic empowerment of women, like WEP, and I think they've also had an impact on the parish development model to make sure that women are there. So there are a lot of things that women are accomplishing. But I think most importantly, let us thank the women who were in the CA and they pushed for the affirmative action to be entrenched in the Constitution of Uganda. Because those women, let me tell you what they did for me. When I went to the kingdom, I told you I went there, I was a feminist, in a strange place. I went there and I was a bit scared, but I said, but really I must talk about this. And we were passing, you know, boards of kingdom agencies and what. And you know, somebody would have the audacity to bring a board that is full of just men. So I raised my hand in cabinet and I said, but surely, can we sit here, really, and pass a board full of men as if there are no Baganda women that can sit on these boards? And then the person, you know, was being all defensive and saying, where are they? You tell me where they are. And I said, no, before you even ask me where they are. As a matter of principle, should we be doing this? When the Constitution enjoins us to have at least 1/3. What it did for me was I didn't have to argue a lot because the Katikkiro is a lawyer. He totally understood what I was talking about and he couldn't challenge me back. You know, he tried. He said, but you know, we are not a government agency. And I said, no, that provision does not apply to government agencies. And yes, it's a constitution that applies across the board. So it means even us as a cultural institution, we must also follow. Yes. And you know what happened? The board started changing. We got women CEOs in the kingdom agencies. We got, for the first time, I was so happy when we got the first woman heading a SAZA in Buganda. Now we have 3. Yes, now we have 3. So, you know, we can also, this provision, me, I thank the women who put it in the Constitution, because me, I used it in a cultural space. So I think that, you know, we have to give the credit where it's due. The women are doing a lot. I know they have a lot of barriers that we can't even begin, you know. Maybe if we are going to talk about it, I think we shall talk about their barriers and understand why they are not where we need to be. Because for me, I keep wondering, the districts keep increasing. But for some reason, we are still remaining at 1/3. I don't know if the constituencies are also increasing, because if the constituencies are remaining the same, but the districts are increasing, it means even if the men remained coming, every time women would come at a district seat, we should be able to at least be increasing the numbers beyond that. But also, I want to thank them for performing well, because if you don't perform well, you don't push the envelope. Now, in cabinet of Uganda, we are at 45%. Is it 45, 48? You know, we are almost near gender parity. And we have very powerful positions also. But for me, I have a view on how we can even get more power and influence, which I will share at the appropriate time. But I think, yeah, I do have a proposal, but I think we shall get it. So I wanted also to say that sorry, I was looking to see what I had written. When we look at the faces and what they have translated into, that is now what I think we are talking about as impact. The faces are there, the role modeling is there, and the role modeling has gone beyond the politics, and it has gone to all spaces. That, you know, it has been able to, you know, even the presidential candidates. Do you realize we've had a woman presidential candidate every cycle? Since then, You know, we started with Miri Obote, then Betty Olive Kamia, then Chalia, and then Kalembe recently. So like every election cycle, we get a woman. And we are also now beginning to see more women as district chairpersons. So it is even impacting at the local government level. So this is, I think, a positive trend. Thank you.
Sheila, do we still have 10 minutes to the end of the panel? Okay. So I still had a number of questions, but we've run out of time. One thing I wanted us to talk about is the backlash. And this is connected to the issue of impact. Because these days we are being asked, you have a female prime minister, you have a female speaker, you have a female vice president, you have a female... How come these positions, you have a female minister of trade, you have a female minister of energy, you have a female minister of education. How come these numbers are not translating into real change for the women? And I would like to turn it over to the participants a bit, because we have only about 5 minutes remaining, to ask, in your perspective, how do you think we can turn these numbers into real impact? Or is our context too difficult that we should just give up and keep seeing faces and not seeing real tangible impact? Does anyone have any propositions? Someone to move the mic.
Thank you very much. I'm Jovia Komudisha from Mbarara City. Thank you, the panel, for what you have said. Before I talk about the impact, you talked a lot about the political side, but that affirmative action, actually, when you go now to technical people, technocrats, what is because of the service commissions, due to the affirmative action, you know, they are supposed to be, there are some women who are supposed to be on those committees. Now, initially I used not see any police officer who is a DPC. But for us nowadays, we can see DPCs. Go to local governments. Now most of the professional officers, you know, they are the ones who work on these gender issues, children-related issues. Most of them are women. And I think it is because of the affirmative action, which actually has been there for long. And now the impact we are talking about, even the Children and Family Protection Unit at police, most of those people who had those units, see, they're actually women. I think that's all part of affirmative action. And the impact, of course, there is an impact, why not? I've talked about probation officers. You go down and see what is happening there, the work they are doing. So I think the impact is there, and I hope that everything is going to be okay, provided, like you have said, if they increase on the numbers, specifically in political leadership. But for us, for those people who are in government, I think now they are trying to make sure that at least there is a head of department who is a woman. Initially, there used not to be there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. But also to note that beyond the faces, you know, we've seen many women who are in spaces and they are not gender sensitive at all. So beyond having, sometimes you have men that are actually pushing the women's agenda even better. So I think beyond the numbers, we need to have people in these spaces that are actually gender sensitive. Yes, Sylvia.
Thank you so much, our panelists, for giving us these presentations in different spheres. I think the truth is there has been impact. I remember the leader of opposition then, Madame. I don't think we've had a leader of opposition who was very visible and would fight in a diplomatic way and so where it required. And we saw she was a darling. She was a darling and still she is. That is the impact. Madame Joviak, having even come from the public service at that time, and you become the chairperson of human rights, really, you made a commendable work. We would see you in prisons, we would see you everywhere concerning human rights. Probably if you are still, there would be a difference again in the status of human rights. Honorable Matembe, Honorable Winnie Byanyima, yes, Honorable Kadaga, when she was in the chair. So I think there has really been, much as we are losing somewhere, somehow, like any other, I think we have a lot. We also have to mention WOPA as a structure of the women in parliament. That is also very key. On the issue of where are we not doing well, of course, like any other institution, there will always be the constraints. But I want to believe that we need to mentor enough. The debate and the quality of debate decrease day by day, and we are watching, and we are saying, she's a woman. See what the pronouncement she made in parliament. You see, look at what we see, even on forums, people discussing. Instead of going and building capacity and say, you're our fellow woman, this is not going right, we need you to improve. And as a result, we are losing the quality and we're aware because we are not training enough. Because this is a new generation. Generations keep changing. And we have to pass on the good qualities. The new generation comes with this innovation, but we need to improve it. The other issue that we need to look at, especially in terms of strengthening our affirmative action, that the ladies that have been on the ticket of affirmative action should we give away, because we think they are more stronger to go and compete, and give these other ones who are still needs that affirmative action. We see women taking up the affirmative position and remaining there.
Okay.
I think that is also another thing to look at. Then does it translate into the cake? If you have the vice president, a lady, the prime minister, a lady, the minister of education, a lady, health, a lady. Why are they not doing their best to lobby for the national cake? To remove the imbalances, especially where they are visible. What is happening? Does being in that boardroom as a woman equal to the influence in the resource allocation? We still have an issue there, and we need to interrogate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sylvia. So I'm going to pick hands, and so I'll go to your neighbor. I'm seeing one hand next to Sylvia, so you'll go next. Let me just pick the hands, and then we'll go around. Yes, what's your name? Rose. Then we'll come to Jill, and move to the next table, Lisa, Barbara, and lastly, Sarah. So let's try to be brief, because I think Sheila is about to come and tell us the time is done. So please go next.
Okay, thank you, Chair, Moderator, and thank you, the panelists. My simple question, what I'm pondering is, do we have a women's ideology, agenda? I know there was a women's manifesto, but to what extent? Because to answer that question, why aren't we going beyond the faces and numbers? I'm thinking, to what extent do we have a philosophy, an ideology that when these women come into the political space through using the affirmative action and otherwise, we try to buy them into this ideology so that they know that I'm going into this office, but this is where the mission should fight. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Rose Wachkona, public interest litigation lawyer. I must say it's an honor to sit at the feet of our elders. I want to be like you when I grow up. I think we are laboring with tokenism. For me, that's always my thought. Women are often placed in positions of power, but they are not given actual power. So they are just a representative, or they are like puppets sometimes, and they don't do what they are supposed to do. And then some of the women MPs, I think, don't view women as their constituency. They don't look at us as people they are supposed to serve, or that they were put in parliament specifically to push women's issues, which is very problematic. But my biggest tiff with members of parliament who are women is when it comes to reproductive rights for women. They are the ones who are going to parliament to say the worst things. There is one who was disabusing marital rape just yesterday, saying that it doesn't exist. When you look at the Assisted Reproductive Technologies Bill, which is denying women access to these services and only leaving them for married women, yet you see that nowadays even getting married is very problematic. So when it comes to reproductive rights, I don't know why they don't take a firm stance when it comes to giving women autonomy and voice. But for me, I view it as them not looking at women as their constituent. Instead, they just want to gain power and become one of the boys and languish in Bukedea. Let me just stop there. But those are my grievances. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. My name is Jill Chatuire. I want to refer about myself as a human rights defender. I used to work with an organization called Freedom House, and I headed the advocacy. So to also contribute on this question, Patricia, that you have put across to us, I think I will not differ a lot from the previous speaker and from Dr. Tim when she asks about the ideology. And for me, I think it goes back to this whole issue of how do we prepare our women before they take up these leadership positions. I know that Forward Day has a program that used to mentor and, prepare and train and build the capacity of these women at grassroots level before they take up these positions. And I think one of the things that we need to emphasize, even at that level, is that we are going into these positions of leadership with an agenda. And the agenda has to be clearly set out. I mean, women need to be, I think women need to be supported enough to love themselves first, and know that while we go into these leadership positions, our first and primary constituents are the women, are our sisters, our mothers, our children, our daughters and stuff. Because until we get that into our head and have it as the background of everything that we do, I think we will continue to have gaps, to have gaps. Because like the previous speaker just said, many women get into these positions and end up serving other masters, totally different masters, which is also good to be mindful of the entire environment within which you're living and within which you're serving. But have a primary goal, have a primary goal that at the end of that day, I am here to elevate the voices of women and I am here to make an impact in the lives of women. And I think if we do that, maybe something might change. Thank you.
Going with the hands that I had selected. You saw Sheila telling me we are done. Please make it brief. Maybe we can get some extra.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, again. Mine is both, I have a concern and a vote of thanks. One, in terms of concern, is it's really amazing to see the ladies that have gone before us to set these laws, but then also in terms of implementation of the laws and awareness, because I'm a woman empowerment activist, you have this passion, you want to see the young girls and the women, but you're not even aware of the resources you have at hand to use in some positions you may have access to. So I think there is a gap in the awareness, especially of the younger generation, to the resources and the rights we actually have. And the vote of thanks is to meetings like this, where you land on an opportunity, you get in a room, and it's everything in your head that was jumbled and you have access to listen to these great and powerful women. So I'm really grateful to the organizers because I have the passion, I have the zeal. It's a burning fire. So this just lit up another spark so that even in our circles of influence, we can be able to be activists for the people around us, beyond even those who are in those high places. So if you can nurture us more, then we can be voices for the communities we are in.
Thank you very much, panelists. My name is Kabagen Sarah from Ubundibujo, and I work with women with disability living with HIV Association. My colleague have talked what I wanted to talk about. For me, I'm talking about for inclusion for marginalized group, like the deaf people in the community, most in our community, because I come from the rural women. So these people also, they need to be empowered, such that also they should have information to support themselves as they are doing their work of human rights. Secondly, we have the Batwa community. Those people, you cannot see them anywhere. Except that it is me who had been advocating for them to take them somewhere. They give them knowledge, capacity building, to change their mindset like that. Because you have been meeting the ministers, equal opportunities. Most of here in Kampala, I have been taking them where they're supposed also to put their issues, because they have been left. Also, they are human beings. Also, they want also to learn more, even to have a representative. Even they should have a representative, also they should give their issues. Then the interpreters in the community down, we are suffering there. When we go to court, when we go to the service providers, like hospitals, you see that the doctor doesn't know what they are saying language. Even this one cannot understand the doctors what is talking. So you find everything, it is disturbing us as women human rights defenders, mostly for us who are advocating for the rights of marginalized group. So I would request, let us look for inclusion for people with disability, the Batwa community. Let them also be on board. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to say, ladies, when we were talking about impact, that we don't see impact. I think when I was talking, I talked about women abusing women. I see it in court. I hear about it in police stations where women go to report rape, and the fellow woman says, you're just being spoiled. I have heard it. So we were talking about changing culture. Me, I think it is about culture. Because the women have talked, the women have worked for us, they have talked for us, but we need to change. We need to go back. I think Dr. Sylvia is the one who talked about mentoring. When I became judge, I expected some older women to call me and tell me about expectations and how accountability should work, you know, but there is no space like that. Yes. So, impact, I think it is there. But it is us who are abusing it. And for me, you don't need to be up there to make impact. The need is lower than we think. Thank you.
You know, mine is really, thank you very much for giving me the mic. But Mine is about how women as a whole, how they conduct themselves, especially now as we go to the next election. I was horrified to find that a fellow woman who was contending for women's seat organized a group of men to go and gang rape her friend. You know, I think we should not go into politics as a do or die thing. And I really get scandalized when women do that to each other. And we are talking about human rights. We are being oppressed by the systems, and then we are oppressing one another. So when we are talking about human rights, think about the human rights of your rival when you are going to campaign. It was, and not only that, then those men followed this woman. Every time she went to campaign, they would sit on the front, the people who raped her. And when she reported to the police, of course, the police said, you know, he minimized it. So when we are going to vie for these visibilities and elevating our voices, let us also be kind to one another. That's what I just wanted to say. I was really horrified about that one.
Okay, thank you very much, Justice Maitum. I think that is part of the backlash of affirmative action. It pits a woman against another, and if a female politician is not mature enough, it can end up being nasty. So thank you very much for your contributions. I'm going to ask my panel to give one sentence in parting shot, one sentence in parting shot, and then we'll close it there. If you can't do one sentence, we'll leave you out of the conclusions. So I'll start with Honorable Kamateka.
It is unfortunate that we didn't have time to look at the challenges that these women face, the women in politics, like monetization of politics, being fought against by the, the men who have money, and they fight against strong women politicians. Then the fact that the women represent bigger areas. They are representing districts that are subdivided into different constituencies and being represented by several men. Then the women are voted in by everybody. So you can't just say, I will serve the women alone when also the men voted you. It is a big, big, big challenge. But I want to ask that please do not insist that women on affirmative action serve for 1 or 2 terms and then leave the seats for others. Because you see, when they leave, you always have new women parliamentarians debating against the Katuntus who are there for the 5th term, and they are intimidated. They are intimidated. Already you have the women a smaller number, the men are more, they are intimidating them. Then also we must know that the qualification, entry qualification of A level is also a big challenge to us.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Because these people cannot do the necessary research and speak on the floor of parliament and be the voice that we would want them to be. But they have tried. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow. So I think some of you have heard the electoral reform propositions around reducing constituencies and having a man and a woman. So is that something that would support?
Actually, I wanted to just add on to that if we went it the Rwanda way, then we would find ourselves making strides. That if we even thought of cutting the numbers in parliament, then we would just have a proposal that we have 1 district for 1 man and 1 woman. Because even when they are calling it affirmative action, the woman really suffers. I can say I represented a district that had 5 constituencies. A man is in a smaller area, and yet everybody is looking on to me for service. I don't know exactly whom I am answerable to, but then maybe before I end it, I want to come to the issue that Dr. Atim raised, the issue of do you have an agenda as women? Every election period, at least the women's movement has come up with a women's manifesto to which all political parties have appended their signatures. And I would imagine that all of us in these political parties, if we cared to look at this women's manifesto, we would be having an agenda that would be driving us. The only problem is that majority of us do not care. Many of us know that they are there by their right. And this brings us to the aspect of mentorship. Many women think that the women call them their women after they have arrived. They have not walked a journey with them. So I would like to call upon all the civil society organizations and all of us, the women in this room, identify a woman, walk a journey with her, mentor her, let her understand that a woman's agenda is her agenda. And that it is you and me that will elevate the woman of every woman. And that together we can stand. So that when we get into our positions of leadership, you will know that you are on a mission. You are not there just to represent numbers, but that you are a tree which must bear fruits, fruits that will be satisfying to all the people around you. Thank you so much. Agenda has always been set.
And lastly,
okay, I'll try my best to do very quick because some of the issues that were raised, I think, really need, a response. But I think they've ably responded to the doctors about really, by the way, that statement that women should serve a particular number of terms. Okay, affirmative action seats, let me call them that, should have term limits. You're discriminating, which is the reason why affirmative action came in place at the first moment. Because we did affirmative action to handle gaps, bridge gaps. Now, if you say that other seats, it's okay for them, they can have open term limits, and then affirmative action, you limit it, you're not being fair, and you're being discriminatory. And that is actually a patriarchal backlash on affirmative action. You may not know, but you're stating things that may seem obvious, but that is patriarchal backlash on affirmative action. Then, there are very many ways in which patriarchy is lashing back at affirmative action. The violence against women. When I went, thank you for giving me a chance to go and talk to women at local government level. Do you know, I was surprised these women are there. They tell them, go and serve tea. And they go and they serve tea. Then I was telling them, never serve tea. And they said, what? So for them, they think it is natural for their, I call them gender roles at home, to extend them into the public space. I told them, I don't serve tea. Me, I never. But I don't raise my voice. I just tell people, I think the appropriate thing to do is for us to take a break and let every person go and get a cup of tea. I don't have to quarrel about, affirmative action and, I have a right, I can't serve tea. No, I just tell them, I think I would like to be part of the discussion. And if I go to bring everybody tea, I think I'll miss a few things. So let everybody go and pick a cup of tea, and we come back and have a discussion. So for these things, these are some of the things that you can impact without doing a lot. Why do women MPs, or these people who are sitting in these seats, don't see women as their constituency? We are really not their constituency. We are not the ones who elect them. The youth elect their MPs, the PWDs elect their MPs, older persons elect their MPs. It's only women who have a mixed constituency. And that is patriarchy lashing back at us. That's why. Because even when I went, I led a group of, women's organizations to go to the Sempebwa Commission to talk about this very issue. We wanted it to be changed. First of all, we wanted it to be moved from electoral colleges. And we come back to what? To adult suffrage. But we said we wanted female adult suffrage. Why? Because the women were manipulating the electoral colleges. The longer you stay in parliament, the easier it is for you to go and bribe an electoral college. So no new people were coming. So what we did was we requested that we do female adult suffrage. The person who engaged me the most on that panel was Honorable Egonyo, a woman. And the men just sat back and looked at us. And, you know, they saw that their job was done. They didn't have to do anything. So whenever people appear, please be mindful how you engage each other as women. I'm sorry. The lady... the lady who talked about persons, you know, deaf persons, when I was in the kingdom, I started as a minister for gender. I became a minister for Luchiko afterwards. But the deaf persons came to me, and they said they don't even know the culture. Some of them end up marrying relatives. Okay, not relatives, but, you know, for us, we are not allowed to marry from the same clan. So because this information is passed on, you know, without, and they can't hear. So because them, they can't hear, they don't know that they're not supposed to marry from the same clan. So for them, when they find somebody who's attractive, you know, so I would like to interest people here. Affirmative action is supposed to be a temporary measure. It is even supposed to be reviewed. I don't know, either we are lucky or something, it is not being reviewed. It's supposed to be reviewed every 10 years. Now, it has not been reviewed. But I think for us, we need to do it for ourselves, to inform ourselves as the constituency. Because if you look at if we did not have affirmative action, today in the 11th Parliament, there are only 14 women on open seats. That's all you would be having. After all these years of affirmative action, you would only be having 14 women members of Parliament. So, when please realize that we are doing what? We are losing time. We need to review it. For me, I wanted to propose, before I step down, that we look at a system, an electoral system called proportional representation. That is the best way. It is the most sustainable way, because affirmative action is temporary. We are talking about lack of issue-based politics. We are talking about individual merit hangover. We are talking about so many different things that are disturbing our electoral system. The violence, everything, all that would be reduced. This winner-take-all politics is what is killing politics in Uganda today. And I want to propose that we look at proportional representation. So let's read around that. I can't explain because of time. Thank you very much.
Okay, Sheila.
Yes.
We clearly needed a day for this discussion because it is interesting, but the context is also changing, and we need to take a step back and reflect and see what we can do more of and better. So I would like to thank my panelists very much for an engaging discussion, and the participants, and the Human Rights Center for prioritizing this discussion around affirmative action, and I hope we can have more of such discussions. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you to Patricia. Thank you, Patricia Munabi, and thank you to, are we clapping really? And to Patricia Nduru as well. The panels were so interesting. So you found people in the corridors going a bit to this one and then coming to this one. Sister Kaja was saying, I like all of them. Where do I go? So here and there. So beautiful panels, but you're giving us a lot of work in terms of programming, yeah, in terms of reflection. These are very good ideas, and from the real people who have actually been in the kitchen. So thank you so much, honorables. Thank you, Christine, and very eloquent. And the academic panel was excellent as well. Chisa, you did a great job. She said how she keeps in her lane. These things of saying, as she meant as the girls, to say, the girls are always saying, you know, what will Jill say? What will so and so say if I did this? She says, you know what? Keep in your lane. Can we all say that to women? Keep in your lane. Talk to yourself. Keep in your lane. She said that. And then what's her name? Dr. Catherine. Is Catherine? Who is Dr.? Susan. She left. She said, something interesting, work-life balance. She said it will never be perfect. When you choose to, let's say, to go study, it might never be perfect. Something might lose out. The children might lose out. You might lose out on the sweetheart, the ones of the morning, succession, that one. You might lose out, but she says, even when you're still around, and you know you haven't gone to school because you think Gundi is going to go to Gundi, Gundi will still go to Gundi even when you're there. So decide. So keep in your lane. Gundi will always be Gundi. If it's Gundi, it will be Gundi. If not Gundi, but Gundi. You understand? Thank you very much. So keep in the lane. Let's keep going. Phenomenal women? Aha. So now we're going for another one. But very quickly. I'm sorry I'm putting too much pressure. So we have the one on arts. Women using arts, mass media, and internet to bring awareness to issues affecting women. So, Joanita Kawalia, Joanita. Hey, the one over A. You have to play us that one. Which one? Jimu Wange. But still, Jimu Wange. But remember what her Lordship said. As Jimu Wange, here you are writing the receipt you're keeping. Eh? Eh? As Jimu Wange, unakola antia Jimu siri nawe. Here you're keeping. Eh? You're writing the will. Kubanga Jimu will be gundi. So Jimu Wange, don't forget to play. So Joanita, don't forget. As Jim is gymming, you are also gymming. Okay. So Joanita and Agatha. Agatha, where are you? That is Agatha. Agatha will be leading. They will be leading a discussion, and they will be right here in this room. And of course, will be moderated by guess who? She's actually here. Beauty with brains, Mildred. Eh? Mildred, there you are. You see her when she's discussing the things she's on NBS. Hey, talks about this, talks about that. She's done her research. Mildred, we want to be like you when we grow up. Hey, as we are still young. So Mildred is there. Please welcome Mildred. Then, of course, our very beautiful panel on grassroots voices on SGBV, led by Jennifer and Immaculate, and moderated by Rose. Rose is here. Rose, where are you? That is Rose. Please welcome Rose. Jennifer, where are you? Jennifer is there, and Immaculate is there. So you're going to the other room, Magno something. So we have about 45 minutes, and then we come back. So let's start. Start. Jimu Wange, come. Now you know, but DJ, I want you. DJ is sleeping. We are paying DJ. Yeah, the song refused. Okay, let's move. But don't forget to keep the paper. Hey. Stand up. Oh. Someone noise now. Don't forget the paper, the wheel. Forget the paper, the receipt. Bulungi, but don't forget the receipt. Why we are saying that, we had a session in the morning about succession and how we all fall in love. We give there our houses, and then the time comes of death. We don't write wills, and Jim takes the things. So Bulungi is nice, but don't forget the receipt. Keep it. So this is the where is the group going to SGBV? They've gone. Okay. I'm coming to police. So there you are. It's all yours, in Mildred.
Okay. Very good afternoon to us all. Good afternoon, phenomenal ladies.
Afternoon.
I loved the whole receipt keeping discussion, because like they say, love is blind, and you're blinded by the love and everything, forgetting that never know things can turn south. Like yesterday, I was at the Forward Sisterhood conference, and the discussion was, why do you even say marriage and divorce? But that's a reality. that while some people are getting into marriages, others are really getting out of them for unforeseen circumstances. Not that any woman gets in there wanting to get out, right? But anyway, that is not our discussion. My name is Mildred, and this is my very beautiful panel. It's not going to take us very long. I want it to be as interactive as possible. And so we're going to be looking at women using arts, mass media, and the internet to bring awareness to the issues affecting women, because right now is the time more than ever for us to be talking about the Internet of Things, not only in business, but in every sphere, in every aspect of life. And sometimes we say COVID was a blessing in disguise, because at the beginning we thought internet was for the elite. It is for the future. We always procrastinated about using the internet, the digital agenda itself, but now more than ever it has come to us. And of course government as well went through with its 5-year digital transformation agenda, and that was about 2 months ago, launched by the Ministry of ICT together with UNDP. We'll see how far that goes. But as we are using media, when we have women like Mildred, when we have women like Agatha, although she's using the other media, the internet-based media, and Mildred is here, and she uses both, by the way, but she's transiting properly. But she's used all the media. She's used newspapers, she's used TV, she's used the internet. How do we get to put the women issues at the center stage? I always say sometimes the men call us crybabies, that we want to uphold everything woman, everything about females in every sphere. But that is it. That's about life. If it wasn't for women, would we have life? I mean, it's a woman who is responsible for us being who we are. And like the saying goes, when you educate a woman, you're educating a nation. And yesterday I was asking, when you educate a man, who do you educate else? Sorry. Sorry about the men who are here, but one thing that was very clear is, and that has always been clear, is while we continue to advance the women's issues across all spheres, the men don't have to be left behind. Men. Why is it when I'm talking about the men, the mic goes off? So the men need to be here. The men need to be champions. The men need to be a support system. But who drives that? You know, the Baganda have a saying, it looks callous, but it's true. Nyini mufu ya kwatawa? Exactly. So being a woman, and I am in media, chinkakatako as a woman, to advance these issues. There's been a lot of discrimination. There's been a lot of sexualization of women, even in the arts sector. You know, the women have literally become objects, you know. The objectification of women, when we get to look at some of these music videos, you're looking at a fully dressed man and then the woman is 20% dressed. And they're using that particularly for a reason, you know? Actually, not even 20%. Honorable Win is saying 5%. You know, 5% dressed. But we want to tackle those particular issues. Women are key, and the media, for example, in shaping public opinion. It is very key in shaping attitudes and changing attitudes as well. And there is a whole issue of sensitivity to the issues relating women, and sometimes we want to coil, we want to hide about them, but can we directly be able to tackle them? It is not my time to talk alone, but allow me, let me start with Agatha, because we come from the same sphere. The media, generally, do you think the media has upheld issues of women? Have we advanced them? Or we have also gotten lost as female journalists, gotten lost in the other agenda, and the women issues come as a by the way. And which particular issues do you think need to be given much attention?
I think I'm guilty as charged. I don't go and deliberately pick out only issues that affect women. But I have, in many ways, defended the rights of women or raised my voice against issues that affect them. Currently, the campaign I am leading currently is for Irene Nakachwa and her daughter, who were shot by KCCA enforcers in 2019, and they have never been even treated. The woman is still with a disabled arm. She was an able-bodied woman before. The daughter has 7 teeth missing and a disfigured lip. They have gone after KCCA for these years, and almost four, and KCCA has never compensated them or even paid for that reconstructive surgery so that they go back to at least how they were physically, not to talk of what they lost in terms of, this is a single mother was raising her daughter alone. The accident, if we can call it that, happened as she was taking her daughter back to school in senior 6, works in a market to do all that, but has been left unable to do that. So sometimes those issues, I find them and I take them on. The campaign of Martha and Mbide, when Mbide hadn't paid Martha's furniture money, was also for a woman, that this is a woman who is a carpenter in a field where not many women are, and you tell her to make for you furniture. In telling me this story, she told me, when Mbide wanted the furniture, I had just given birth by C-section. I said, let me first heal a bit, and I'll do them in 1 month. I said, I left my child home at 1 month and went with a back that was not yet stable and worked on furniture and delivered it to this man, and he didn't pay. So in the mainstream media, when I was still full-time there, even now I am, but more time on the internet, which I think has a bigger impact from my experience. In the mainstream media, as a political reporter, I never deliberately went out and said, let me look at that. But we looked at these issues of women that are in parliament. I worked with these ladies in the 9th parliament. I covered the committee that was formed at that time, and Honorable Jova chaired. I have worked with Honorable Win Chiza for a long time. So we actually do in that way. It's the biggest problem is that we might need to have women that we say, I think someone talked about an ideology, and another talked about mentorship. We might need to have journalists or people in mass media that are specifically saying, I am deliberately going to do this. The problem I see with that is that there are other issues that affect women, but it's not the women. I see governance as an issue that affects women. So I think if we all say, let's advocate for better governance, we will resolve 80% of the problems we have in this country. That's why you see people talking about us having a prime minister being a woman, vice president being a woman, but they being just numbers. And I'm sorry to tell Honorable Jova that the president and NRM, she was saying we should give credit, might be the reason we have the numbers, just the numbers and the faces. I will end with a quote in the book of Miriam Matembe, another phenomenal woman. She should have been here, where she said that the president said, you think Specioza Kazwe is a vice president? No, I just put her there so that if the women see her, they love me. You know, they are happy. So some of those positions, it's in that book, and it is not a lie. And it's, yeah. But you can see that the considerations, and I had wanted to say this during that session, but there was no time, but I said I'll use this chance. The consideration for putting those women in those positions is not to uplift women, is not to raise women's voices. It is to make the women who are the biggest number of voters for President Museveni happy. If we need to look at ways of changing that. So if it means that we are saying, let's deliberately tackle issues of governance where they have affected women, that's, I think, mainly where I put concern. But where I meet an issue affecting a woman as an individual, those ones I become really very passionate about them. So from my side, I think I have tried my best. I still will try some more.
That's very true. And I totally agree with you that sometimes it's skewed in our media houses. Back in the day, it was very clear that the women would be put there for the attraction, you know, put a nice looking woman, great figure if she has to stand up for news so that the men will keep glued. You understand? Because then the percentage of viewers, and that's the reality. Then the percentage of viewers, the women were not watching TV, especially aside from maybe soaps and lighter kind of TV content. And this is what it was until there had to be a paradigm shift. That you're not just having a woman because of the beauty or because she's going to keep someone else glued, but because she's also able to contribute. And I think this goes to, like the previous panel said, the mentorship. How are we able to hold another woman as we go about to be able to carry on with that particular legacy? But I want to come to a sector that gives us, even in our stress, it will give us that relief, but just how much of women empowerment and women issues are there. I remember one musician, Shiba, particularly was coming out on issues of abuse, sexual abuse in the industry. There's so many women who have talked about what they've had to go through with producers, with writers, just to be able to make it to that stage. And are these issues being given attention in that sector?
I think at times it depends on you as a person to speak out. Speaking out is not very easy for artists who are not fully empowered. And when you see a person like Shiba, she's somewhere in terms of empowerment. So unless you are empowered to speak out, I remember when even if you're having a young child and you tell that child not to speak, they won't speak. But if you give them opportunity to learn to speak, they will speak out. So if you don't speak out, people can't know where is your problem. Unless you speak it out, that's when people can know. Apart from, at times when they come, for instance, in media, you remember it's so many years, the newspapers, they've been talking about, they've actually been depicting pictures of our female artists naked, and it's not like right. By the day, they actually don't know where to go, and they're just like stuck. So we need a lot of empowerment to make them appreciate that it's your right, and even if you speak it out, you have it all. You have a right to speak it out. And if you keep quiet, then it's you to lose. I think it's very important to learn to empower every female artist or every woman to learn to speak out. Because if you don't have that opportunity, you can't speak out in anything. And people can't know that you are really having a problem.
Sorry, I started you on a particularly skewed angle because that has happened for quite a long period of time. But you've been in this industry for quite a period of time. And through experience, what are the salient issues affecting women in the arts industry? And how can they be dealt with using the same industry?
You know what is quite challenging, and people don't know, that art is a very expensive project. Because you need to change all the time. You need to be smart all the time. So you are really tempted in one way or another to either give in if you are not trained, if you are not empowered. You don't know what to do. You are like stuck. You want a nice hairstyle. You want a good dress. You want a good... now you have the artificial nails. Everything is there all the time. So you have to change all the time. From the lipstick to the makeup, the perfume. So all those things need money. And now it's eyelashes fashion. So if you don't have money, then you are like, you can't manage such an industry. But by the time we are growing, we are given a chance to grow in terms of whatever was there. Actually, by that time, qualification was voice. It wasn't that you need to be very, very smart. No, the moment you come and sing and it's so, you are good enough. It's voice, because that's your instrument. But this time, people are not like having money, and they're thinking that it's very, very easy to come in industry and you make it. So they end up getting confused because they don't know what they should be doing to go up there. So that is a very big challenge for them.
Out of all our discussions, there was the issue of money. Money is rotating. So economic empowerment for women, while we talk about all the issues, seems to be a very outstanding aspect, because a woman who is empowered with information which comes from education, and it doesn't matter, it doesn't have to be just formal education, any type of education that will empower this woman with information and then have economic empowerment. With those two things, that woman in most cases is unstoppable, unless otherwise they become unstoppable. And I think as we continue with our conversation, those two key aspects speak out loudly. Let me get back to the internet and mass media, Agatha. Let's first of all talk about the issues there for even the female journalists themselves, because it is one thing for you to advance for another woman's rights only if your own rights are being respected or you know them. I want you to speak out of experience, because just recently I was on a focus group discussion, and on the panel, one thing that came out straight for many of the female journalists is the work-life balance, but also just the decision for them to be a part of a family. Oh, you're thinking, my job, now if I get pregnant, they will take me off TV. If I get pregnant, the 3 months are too long, I might come back and not find my job. From your own experience, what are some of the issues affecting the women before they even get to advocate for the other women's rights?
Yep, my experience is rich. I was pregnant in 2016, and I was a freelance journalist. So people in this room who have not been in the media might not know what freelance means. I'll break it down. Freelance ideally means that you are not owned by any media house. You can contribute to whichever media house, write, and they publish and they pay you. But that's not how it works in Uganda. The media houses will call you a freelance journalist when they are owning you. You are only freelance in being paid. So if you have not showed up at work where I worked, you are asked, where are you? But I am a freelancer. Why should anyone ask even where I am? Because you pay me per work I have done. So we have exploitation clothed in freelance, and that's what it is in all media houses. So you sit there, you work there, you give in, you don't even, journalism is not 5 to 8. I mean, 8 to 5. We would leave the newsroom sometimes at 10, but you're a freelancer. But you sit there and they pay you per story, and you have no benefits, no insurance, no nothing. So I actually think, as pregnant twice, I think the first time I was a full-time reporter at Uganda Radio Network. At least that time I got a salary. So this second time I am a freelancer, meaning the 3 months I was not working, no money, nothing. And these people, yes, and you come back and you look at people, when people see how we have become Mitima Jakarwa, they don't know where, do you know the Mitima Jakarwa word in this society? They do not know where that has come from. That we have seen exploitation, we have seen someone shamelessly stare you in the face and demand for a story 3 months after you've come back. They didn't even send you 100,000 to buy Pampers for your child. So, and people ask, why don't we see female journalists in newsrooms? How? It's going on to be those who are still, I would say, Mitima Jakarwa, that will stay there. Because these other people, you want to give birth, you want to have a normal life, you want to give birth and sit at home and raise your child without worrying what that child will eat, or if you'll afford milk or Pampers. It's not there. There's exploitation in the media. It's worse for the women in terms of the patriarchy, these structural issues that women face follow us everywhere. The stories are allocated according to a man. It's a man who can afford a big story. It's a man who can afford. So even your opportunities are not the same. There's sexual harassment, there's sexual exploitation, where in that freelance world that I described for you, you will be lucky if your stories are published. And if they are not published, you are not going to get any paid. So some women are sexually exploited. If you want me to be publishing your stories regularly, you do this. So it's a very tough world for women out there. Like I said, some of us have become what we've become because we have really got tired of You come from a home, you go to a school, you go to a workplace, you go to... The women are really squeezed from all angles. And in journalism, I am not sure about other sectors. I'm just one step into this NGO, civil society sector, but we also saw enough when we led a campaign against what happens there. We saw enough to show that even there, women are not safe. The sexual harassment there, the abuse is mainly faced by women. So by the time we go out to speak and be so loud, we have seen that it is too much and someone has to speak up. So yeah, it's one of the reasons that I do that.
Mitima Jakalova for sure. Because sometimes you want to ask, do you have an escort? Where's Izechi? But it is speaking up for the others because you went through it. You don't want another person to actually be able to go through it. I want to come to you, Joanita. We talked about the sexual exploitation on the other side, but there is more to that. Are women getting a fair share in the art sector like the men? Because I've seen some corridor conversation about the payment itself. You're performing at the same stage, and you will find a man being paid much more than the woman. You have the same hit songs. When I come, probably I'm giving more energy as a woman because I have to think about a lot more to do on the stage to impress than a man.
You know what is unique with music, or what is actually been there by now? We as women, or we as girls, they don't, for instance, when you look at in terms of instrument, because you're not doing a song alone, you need the person who plays the guitar, who plays saxophone, who is in the mixer. So we are few in terms of expertise. So that puts you already in a dilemma. For instance, that's why you see many girls when they go for the studio recording, they actually don't know which beat, which style. So the advantage, they're actually being misused there because they don't know. You just take your words, you don't have the melody, you don't even have the lyrics. You just wrote a story and you think it's a song. You don't know how it goes, then whoever is helping you with the need. You need to be very, very careful to know what you're going for. Then when it comes to in terms of payment, because what is funny in art, not even for only girls, but even boys, you go like searching for a job. Very few people like me who were actually identified and people felt I'm good enough. And some other people are actually identified they are good enough, but they don't know their worth. So anyone can just use them. They need that kind of empowerment to actually learn that, if someone has taken you that you're a good singer, then you have a reason to say, I need this. The power of salary, what are you going to get? What do you want to do? They don't know because all of them are just like, if someone gives me a chance to be on stage, then that is my beginning. So they need a lot of empowerment to understand because this is a tricky job. You can make a song and it actually can't shine for the rest of your life. You make your songs and they're not seen anywhere. Then someone makes a song and it comes and then you are like, there are many different actors. You think you're going to make a song and it doesn't happen. Then there are those ones which actually keep growing. So you are just like, at times you don't know. Unless you have the money to take you to the studio. Now it is even tight. You have to go to the TV. Then now we have the TikTok. Then it is also an advantage to the musician now because you make a good song, then someone else there makes it in a TikTok. And then it is like she's the one who has done the song. Then yet she's not the one. So you are like at times you don't have the power. Not everyone knows the power in terms of negotiation of what you actually want.
Just before you leave, women supporting women in the art sector, because this is a competition definitely, in a way or two. It could be healthy competition, it depends on how you will turn it around, whether you're going to make it healthy competition or bad. But we've seen women literally tear each other apart. in times when they're supposed to be coming together. You've had quarrels, the battles will come with a lot of, with a lot of mystery. It is okay to battle up. We're trying, that is entertainment, it's enjoyment. But do we have a space, a safe space in the arts industry where you come together as women to talk about your issues? Or you'll be able to use competition, but still remember that we are women.
Actually, we had a federation of female performing artists. After the realization, there was a time when we actually had a scandal where I don't know whether you remember that too, with Fina Masanyalas and Cindy. Yes. Then when we got that, we said, we know what, we need we actually need a federation as artists, so that wherever we're having issues as women, let it not go to the media or to any other male artist to know. Let us first come and see how we can handle. And I remember when Sheba had that problem, it was that federation which actually came out, and we actually demanding of the principle of this country that we need to know who was that person. Because many of these girls are working at night. And since they are working at night, and people just want to take advantage of them because they're in a higher level, or we said we demand. And that's why almost everyone was like, all the media, all the security were like, how do we manage this? So it's not like very easy at times, but what I really believe that when you come as a team, you can always make a better voice. Secondly, at times when you are still young and you make a song, you at times think you are very, very far, or artists at times feel you are just there, a queen and a king of yourself somewhere. They actually don't understand what is the real world, and not knowing that maybe after 2 months, your song won't be there. So even to encouraging the artists to come on board, to appreciate that you need to be as a team to make any kind of voice is not like very, very easy. But we are trying slowly, and many of them are just like learning. But many of them are like, some are just like, when artists are there and you have the money and your name is like up there, you think that things are going to be like that forever. But when things change, I found one of the person who was sharing, when the gym goes away, that one who was giving you the money, that's when you understand that things are not easy anymore. Hey, your facilitator's gone, you don't have the money, they chase you out of the house, you don't have anything. We've seen many, what happened to some of the artists. They chase you out of the home and you don't know where to go. So at times they lack the power of negotiation. At times they fail to understand that they need to come as a team. But in one way or another, we are trying as a small thing, but to make them appreciate that we need to be one to make a more voice. It is still hard, but we are struggling. Thank you.
Okay, the unity is needed, and I love that the Female Musicians Federation is on. You touched on something, and I'll be coming back to you, and that is the internet or digital media. And I want Agatha to delve deeper into that. We'll start off with the advantages. It's a very good space, but let's first of all start off with where we need to be cautious as women while dealing with the digital-based media or the internet media, and your own experience, because I know when it comes to trolling, it is real. This is a place where people want to use body shaming and use every other kind of thing to bring your esteem down as a woman. A good space, but let's start off with what to look out for as we are advancing the women issues on that platform.
Yeah, tell those ones that want to troll that Mitima Jakarwa for real. I have been trolled. If trolling would kill or attacking, I would be dead by now. So it's the same things you're talking about, that there's no space that people will not use you being a woman to try to pull you down. And you know how they use it? For me, the way they use it, I laugh at it, because it's things that maybe would affect other women. They have seen them affect others. They don't. So they go and say, oh, who is she sleeping with? No wonder, she must be sleeping around. And I say, okay, so what if I sleep around? So what? I asked one of them who is saying she's sleeping around with men, and I said, it would be a point if you came and said she's defiling young boys. But if I am sleeping with men that are, that are adults of age and are consenting, where is the problem? Does Agatha sleeping around with men, does it make Uganda's children sleep hungry? No. Is it the reason we have potholes that have caused accidents? No. So me, and I tell, yeah, so first of all, it's something that is ridiculous. Secondly, even if it were true, it wouldn't affect any Ugandan. It's my body. It's not a crime. And I have told those people that use that, I say, for you guys, you are criminals. Yeah? You are criminals. But you're saying things that have even no legal implication on me. So they say that. They say, but is she married? But who can marry her? And that's the other thing. And I say, you guys, if I wanted to be married, I would be wrong married. Yes. You know, because women think that being married is an achievement. It doesn't matter what type of marriage you are in, but you are married. For me, if I am in a marriage that is going to hinder my potential or my passion, things that, the bigger picture, things I want to achieve, I do things not just for me. In fact, rarely do I pursue causes where I am the one who is, I want to do things for people. When I was leading a fight against LDC, everyone had been scared to fight an establishment that is so entrenched, that is a monopoly, that has all the powers over who becomes a lawyer in this, an advocate in this country. So they saw me fight them. And the director called me to ask me, so how come for you don't fear? I said, there's nothing to fear. But even if there was, my desire for this institution to be better, so that it stops killing people's children with stress and frustration, so that if my son tomorrow comes here, finds a better institution, supersedes any fear. So when you say things, for me, I look at things in a different way. I am a very liberated person. If a marriage hasn't worked for me, I will walk out from it, and I will not feel like I am a less of a human being because I am not married. So I have had those questions, oh, but is she married? But who can marry her? She's ever quarreling and whatever. And I have said, you know, if I am not married, it's not because for lack of people to marry me. It's out of choice. And so those are things they will talk about and think that, you know, that is supposed to make you tomorrow say, let me leave Twitter, let me leave these fights, and go and bury my head and say, oh, after all, I'm not even married, I should be miserable. But the trolling, of course, you see, all that, sometimes it becomes overwhelming.
At that, it's great to look at the bad side, but how then can we use this space to actually advance women's rights?
So you just, at the end of the day, what's your conviction about what is right and what needs to be done? For me, that's it. That it's more important than any trolling. It's more important than any attacks, any stupidity of she's sleeping around or married or she's not beautiful. She's, you know, all that is, we just have to grow a thick skin. Know what your purpose is, know your convictions, and follow them. Do not let, like, the rest is background noise. So all those have happened to me, and I have so many mentors, very good people, that when I am there and I feel overwhelmed, it does sometimes take a toll. I would call and say, oh, I need a hug. And there are many, and Honorable Winnie is one of them, and will say, can we have lunch tomorrow? And, you know, you talk to people like them that have been through that. Some of them encourage me and say, you know, always take a break. And I have learned that. So sometimes I feel that mentally, emotionally, it has gotten heavy, and I say, no. But, you know, it really gets hard to take a break. Like, activism sucks you into it, and you feel like the world will stop because you have so many people that send you messages and say, please help me with this, please. You know, and you say, my God, I already have so many messages of people I have prioritized, and you say, but sometimes when it's too much, you just swallow that pin and say, for 2 weeks, I go and uninstall Twitter from my phone. People can't imagine. I uninstall it and go and either go to the village to my mother and sit there for a week or two and come back to eat. Yeah, that's how you deal with it.
I love that out of what you have said, that there is a shoulder to lean on, even while you are doing all this. And this is what we need to do for each other, because everyone will get overwhelmed. At some point in time, you will definitely. I will take on some few questions, and I'm going to request that the microphone is moved if I have someone to help me with the microphone. But Madame Joanita, as the microphone goes through, your own story with social media.
You know, social media is good, but bad at the same time. You know, for an artist, when we used to have the newspaper and then the radio and then the TV, whatever they said was that. You couldn't have a right to defend yourself whether it was true or not. But for the social media, you talk about me, you abuse me, I abuse you. That's what he said, you know. That's how it is. You abuse me, I abuse you. Something which is not right on me, I respond immediately. That is also a very good thing about the social media. But what is happening now is bullying. People abuse you. Someone says, oh, she doesn't know, and people keep abusing people and abuse and abuse. And it's like, you know, you look at it and you're like, how can we be in this kind of life? Because what I really believe in future, people are becoming more violent all the time. You abuse me, there was in fact someone who said, you abuse me, I wait for you somewhere, we will fight. So if we are not very, very careful, maybe not very far from now, we'll see women fighting on the way. Because every time people keep abusing each other, you abuse, there is a team, there is a force, you're like, how can you manage to stand such a kind of a situation? And there is no gap. What is funny with social media, things are coming all the time. You sleep when you don't have anything. The following day is about 500. Then you are saying, another day is, how can people keep like that? So I really feel there is that challenge of bullying, abusing people if they don't know. If they know, they abuse anything. When you put something, people just start to abuse you. I don't know, maybe this one of social media, no? Because when you put there anything, people just start to abuse you. And I don't know why they are doing that, but it shows that people out there are really angry. Angry and hungry and desperate. So when you write something on your space, people just abuse you. When you say, I've bought a phone like this one, what are you saying? Whatever is there, there is a team which keeps abusing. So I don't feel that one is a good thing, but it is going to grow. And I'm seeing violence in future. People will fight, and I don't know how it will end anyway.
But you see, out of what you've said and coming from our conference, it's the Rights Defenders Conference. So if people are creating teams to abuse, we'll create teams to respond, not to abuse back, but to respond with reason. Because sometimes it's disheartening that a woman is being attacked, and sometimes falsely, and it's fellow women who are, adding the firewood and putting petrol and making the fire burn even more and more. So we need to support each other through these systems. Once in a while, yes. If you don't have what to say, you don't have the truths, please don't add fire to that conversation. Let me have the microphone move on, please. We'll use about a minute each and make sure that we don't have to talk a lot. Let me start with Honorable Winnie.
Thank you so much, our dear ladies. And as I was growing up, I enjoyed the Afrigo band. I enjoyed seeing Joanita Kawalia doing her thing. Congratulations, Joanita, for keeping the women's face into that industry. And thank you, Agatha, for holding that tough space. I held this microphone to just let everyone in this room understand what Agatha was talking about and what Joanita has alluded to, that there is much to do to ourselves as women to hold each other's hand. You don't know what it means to go into a stressing moment and you know that there is someone who will at least give you a listening ear. Even if they will not do much, but at least to listen to you to speak. I equally went through it. When I was leader of the opposition, everybody knows what happened in Kasese. When the palace was attacked, I was the member of parliament. I saw the world turning. I had a heavy load on me. But when the women's movement came forth, visited me in the office, we talked, they held prayers for me. It wasn't for me, we held prayers together. I just knew there were some sisters to talk to. When I led the campaign against the removal of age limit, it was also another set of traumatizing moments. But there was a group of sisters who were there to give me a shoulder to lean on. Now, you also talked about the issue of having women who are empowered, who are economically empowered, and having knowledge. I can tell our politicians who are here, and I think this comes back to what my sister over there answered. We don't know the wealth of experience each of these organizations have, and the information that they have, which we have not been using. So the power of networking and sisterhood, for me, I want to thank you women, the women groups that are in here, the civil society organizations that are here, that made me do what I did as a leader of opposition. Every office that I knocked for any information that I wanted, it was available. There is a lot of information, we only don't know where to get it from. So all of us should know that we are on duty to hold each other's hand and to let each sister have a shoulder to lean on. Let's not be selfish. We are not going to grow if we remain in our small cocoons. Some of us who are in political parties, then my cocoon is my political party. Whatever we are facing in our different political parties, our sisters are facing the same. Let our driving agenda be a woman. Sisterhood should be our driving agenda. Let's give each other a shoulder to lean on. Thank
well
you.
said. I think I can't say it even better. Let me have the microphone on the table. We need to hold each other's hand. Women are creators, women are nurturers. We need to nurture that sisterhood. We need to nurture the togetherness.
Good afternoon, everyone, again. Mine is a call to action. When we come to using media, personally, I'm a social media activist, content creator, content strategist, but then there is a very large gap, I think, when I talked about awareness training and accessibility to opportunities. So when the theme for the day is Have Voice, elevating the voices of women. So a lot of us are seeing these battles on social media. This one abused so and so, this one said this, but we're all just seeing. And even if you don't comment harshly, I think it's a very good asset. Everyone has a smartphone majority. They wake up, we go on our phones, on these different platforms, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, in your circles of influence. So I think it's a call of action for us to raise our voices on these platforms. Not, oh, me, I'm not a social media person, but to use it as a tool to raise your voice for the things that we are, you know, activists for, or that we are passionate about, and getting the information out there. So I think that was it, and pushing our agenda. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of the younger generation, people will have passion, zeal, you don't know where to start from. So for the people that have gone ahead of us, if they are vocal, if their voices are elevated on these platforms where we are sitting every day, no jobs, on Instagram, on Twitter, scrolling, can we see something useful so that we're able to reach out and learn something? Maybe it's from etiquette or work ethic, sharing your stories, your journeys, to the opportunities that we can have access to.
All right, thank you so much, and I totally agree with you. Some of us look at these social media platforms and we think, it's for those young kids, eh? And yet you can use that as an opportunity, as a space to actually make the change that you're seeking to make in the boardroom. You can actually be able to make it there. I'll take maybe just two more right there. Yes, please. And we'll close this.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Joanita, or if we have anyone from communication here. What we have seen in the media lately with musicians is they really dress badly. The women are portraying themselves as objects.
I think currently we had the Nyash competition, so those with the biggest bums. Then we had a brunch where people were half naked. Who is advising? Who is mentoring? How do we improve that? Thank you.
I agree with you. You don't want to go that lane. Okay, I will let Anita here answer that question first of all.
You know, just like we said, social media. And artists always want to relate with what is far. And just like I told you, when we are growing, we are mentored in a maybe known or unknown way. When you, for instance, from home to the village, to the church, to the community, or where you are going to the place of work. And when we are growing, we are like, is what I'm doing right or wrong? And it came into you and it was like, you know it. But after all the epidemics which came and many children don't have parents, people are just there. You look at the artist and you think they have a family. And the word shame from childhood was part of us. I remember when you were a young girl and you were naked. People tell you, hey, Holimi says, and you just like shy away. But when if we could get opportunity in terms of research and you ask these people, why do you want to dress like that? There was someone said, Mtima Jakaluba. In fact, what they are saying are the same. It's a city of danger. Those are the songs. So, a person who has told you, Mtima Jakaluba, another one tells you the city of danger. You don't think it's very easy. These are the people who grew. If you could get a chance and you ask, where did you grow from? But do they have any way? So, they need help. They are just there, they see things outside there, the Western style, and they're like, that is the best way to do it right. So I think we all have a role to play. Because art is funny, you don't qualify to be one. But where did you grow from? Me, my background in music, I grew from the church. From my village in Bulang, I was in the church choir. Until God helped me and I got married. I was a Protestant. I just changed to Catholic because I wanted my family to be together. But my singing has that background of the church. But these ones, someone comes the following day, goes to the... And in fact, I'm wondering, how can a producer really say she loves Joanita? As who? So, but these ones go to the studio and they don't know. They just have a story and they want it to be a song. So these people don't have shame and don't blame them anyway. We are trying as much as we can, but you actually even hear whatever they are saying. Someone tells you, Mtima Jakalo. Someone tells you, it's a city of danger. Tuekube. I think, learn them what they are saying. Ya taxi. So someone to tell you that enkola ya taxi, you have to be very careful. Ajikowa ya kolachi. So that person, you need to be very careful when you are talking to them. And you have to learn that you shouldn't be very judgmental to interest such a person to change, but slowly. And it needs a lot of time. These people, their backgrounds and the way they've grown, just like I'm telling you about the social media we are talking about, people are abusing each other. You put a story and you wait for the songs they are going to produce. That's when you know. So someone to be naked, be kwatako. So this is the environment where we have. That's why even in relationship, that is what is there. People are married in just 2 weeks. They are like separated. Things, the city are danger. So understand them. This is a different team, a different generation, which actually needs a lot of help, empowerment, and nurturing to be better. But because of the dynamics which are happening now, all of us are supposed to make a statement. Thank you.
Everyone has a role to play. Okay, I will pass the mic back a little. Where can I have the microphone, please, for the very last one? Okay, probably. Yeah, in the meantime, you could requesting to have a microphone.
But Joanita, don't represent my Mitima Jakarwa. Don't say it with a negative.
She used the word.
No, because for me, I'm using it in a context that women for a long time, especially, I saw that from my mother. We became very soft for everyone to step and go, and and I think we should actually be Mitima Jakarwa. That's what this country needs. I don't know in other parts of the world if things are as bad as here, but we need to be really, really thick-skinned. The Mitima Jakarwa, I was using it in that sense, that whoever, I hope people will watch me here, whoever is there thinking I can go and troll Agatha and say you are doing this and that and it will stop me. And me, I have never attacked any person on Twitter, never. Not even those who attack me. I will go and put issues, but people will attack Agatha. But is she married? But where is she? But what? So I say Mitima Jakarwa, that whoever is planning that's a strategy that will make Agatha keep quiet about issues affecting Ugandans, affecting women, affecting young children like Lowena, will not succeed. So really, Mitima, on that one, Jakarwa.
I think that one is quite okay, but I'm like showing you of what is really happening. Because you remember, in the past, how can you say you belong to a certain village or in a certain home and you dress like that? Could you really even feel like going home? You just shy away because it was automatic. But now things are really changing, and it needs everyone's participation to help these people actually appreciate that we are Ugandan, we are African, but we are women.
Yeah. So
that at times you don't go to extreme. Because as a young person, at times for them they have a right. So if I don't dress, what is the problem? Bibyo byendaze.
Alaba yaswala.
Gwoswala alaba gwoswala gwamanyi yagamba nzaliko. So
yeah, I think Ma'am Joanita talks to the issue of nurturing and parenting, whereby yes, we've become too busy and sometimes too busy to even know as women, while we talk about raising our voices, becoming too busy to know what is happening in our homes. The TVs and the maids and school is what is nurturing our own children. Yes, please.
This one is to the three of you. Have you ever thought about mental wellness and, social support and all that in your industry? Because it's not only women, but when I look at some of the stories, for me, they are so traumatizing, some of them. I just switch off. I don't even finish the program, but what about the person who has handled the story up to the end, his social welfare, mental wellness, and all that? Is there no way you could establish something like that in the media? Because I think you really need it, the way I see things going. And sometimes people come and give testimony of what they are going through, and you see that you need that.
I personally would start, I think we agree, we totally need that. Number one, starting by supporting each other in the media, but also, for example, some media houses like at Next Media, we've advocated to have a mental wellness expert at work, because there are those times where not even your colleague will be able to help you handle, but you will need an expert. So I totally agree, and that is why some of the media houses are choosing to have these experts coming and becoming resident within the media house to help. I will give Ma'am Joanita to respond to that and give her parting shots, and then to Agatha to end it off.
Mama Margaret, I entirely agree. We have a challenge. But just like we are saying that so many dynamics going around now. And I remember when I was a young girl, maybe 3 boys could say, I want to marry Joanita. But these girls now, they really don't have people. You can't imagine to have a life which is a lonely life. So in terms of things which are actually bringing in a lot of stress and depression, are very many. with almost all women in the industry, because the challenge is different. You have a boyfriend who doesn't care. You have a family which doesn't want to relate with you very well. You have a friend who keeps on talking about you. But the industry is very demanding, and you don't know where to go. So many of them are actually depressed. There is a lot of depression, and we need that. I entirely agree. We need that as female artists or as women. We need that mental health, mental clinic, mental health to do better. Otherwise, we have a lot of challenges and dynamics. And you remember our nature of work. We are not always at home. So you can imagine Christmas time, you are not with your people. You've gone, and for instance, if you look at Kadongo Kamu, at times they can go for 3 months, they are not there. So you left a man, or you left a child, or you left your family. So things are not like very, very easy. We need the mental health clinic to help us actually be better. You are stressed, the time is ending, you are renting, but you need money. You are almost like stuck. We need that one.
Finally, Agatha.
Mental health, mental care is still a luxury in this country. You know, mostly you don't tell people who can't afford what to eat to go for mental, wellness. They don't even know they need it, but like the needs, the other more life-threatening needs are more pressing. But I hope that organizations like the Human Rights Center can look out for that. There are activists like me who have been, until very recently, been individual activists. You have no organizational backup or institutional and you know, in activism, you are an individual activist, you don't get resources, you don't earn from activism. So you are struggling with the bills of feeding your children. You're not going to spare money to go and pay for consultation with. So I hope that the human rights defenders organizations can look into those things and say, we have this in place for people that need them, and maybe put it out there and say we have, you know, it can be a mental wellness camp or something. But no, you might find you're asking people who can not afford a luxury like that. I have never seen one myself. I have thought I need to sometimes. But like I said, the other pressures sometimes are more, they override that. So I think in this sector, in this NGO world and human rights area, we should look into something like that. The rest, thank you for listening to me. Yes, I can rant all day, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your parting shots, and we will hand back the microphone.
I won't end by not singing for you.
Yes.
Because
Wellness. At least, Agatha, today you get to at least be in a space of wellness. So you can come down, feel free. Thank you, but please appreciate that panel very much. Nice to see you, Mildred, Juanita, of course, and Agatha, thank you so much. Yes. So feel free, Dr. Kasha, you're welcome.
I always call this song a special song to all the ladies. And I do dedicate this song to all the ladies in this hall.
Wow. Woo! Don't forget the receipts. No. Agatha, wellness now.
Don't go. Just come forward. Honorable Kiza, come forward. Mama Margaret. Winnie, don't go away. I'm taking the lead and you're going to follow me.
At least the young ones dance to the beats.
Obulungi bw'ossebo jimu wange kunzije waffe sekyeri sikyaddayo olwaleero kankuwulire ekyama kyange bwenasiima nakuumanga obulamu bwange bonna baali bakwesunga bambi abo nze mbasasite ebibyo babiwumule tebandaba nti nze nkwekutte sekako mwattu ku kaseko kange ebibyo bye byange bwenna nze nkweyagalira awo kyekyo byebyo era yenze wekitiibwa mama Kisanja. Everybody come, please come forward. I'm taking the lead and we are going to go round. Lead us, please. All of us, all of us.
The young ones dance to the beat.
And the young ones too. And you are going to sing with me too. Olowooza otya ku maka gaffe, tukole tutya okubeera omu, tusonyiwagane nga mu nsobi zaffe, tusabenga nnyo Katonda waffe, olugambo obutwa olwo bwewalenga, emikwano gipime ginaakuyamba, esente mukisa zijja ne ziddayo, nkuba nkukube obwo si bufumbo, awo kyekyo byebyo era yenze.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you, Joanita. Can we see it? Kawiru. Thank you. Okay, DJ, thank you so much. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Joanita. Please clap for Joanita. Mildred, thank you so much. Thank you, Agatha. Thank you, Jennifer. Banage. DJ. DJ, please. A shout out to Joanita, please. Joanita, thank you so much. A big hand clap to Mildred. Thank you. Agatha has left, but the other panel also did very well. They were small but mighty. Jennifer was there, Immaculate was there, and Rose was there. So thank you all very much. Yes, but as we said, Jimu Wange, Risiti. Katia, you're very welcome, Dr. Katia. We're talking about, that song was about Jimu Wange. There was this guy that Joanita had met, and so she was saying all these good things about him, and how he loves her and all that, how he's a perfect guy. But in the morning, we're talking about succession and and inheritance. Say, you know what, things can go sour. Yeah, that one, Jim can turn against you. So as you're singing Jim, you're also keeping your will and ensuring that you earn the receipt as well. Smart. Jim Wange, but here. So, can we invite Mrs. Sekaja? Can we invite Dr. Katia as well? And can we invite a phenomenal woman, Global? Please. We're going for the closing. Where is our rapporteur? If they're not in the room, we want to really now start to wind down. Okay. Where is the rapporteur? Can somebody help me find? Robert, is that you? We're giving you only 5 minutes. Rapporteur, only 5 minutes. Just give us a rundown of what has emerged from our long, exciting day today. Dan, are you there? Oh, great. Okay. Robert? Okay. So it's 10 minutes to 5. We really want to try and be out of here, done at least by 5:20. It's been a long day, very exciting day, very fruitful. Okay. So Robert, please be brief. We've all been here, we've all heard. It's only Dr. Kashia who joined us later. So just be mindful of that.
Phenomenal women? Yes, they are. Phenomenal men? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Good evening. Yes, delighted to be here and all protocol observed. Just doing a quick recap of the day. David, let's move very fast. Dr. Kaja, you're very welcome and you may benefit from this. From morning, let's move very fast. Yes, we had we've been well moderated by Miss Sheila Mwanga. Let's give her a big round of applause. Yes, we did the anthems, we did the prayer, we did the opening remarks by Madame Margaret Sekaja. Then we had welcome remarks by Miss Tabitha Netua from Defend Defenders and Miss Diana Bagarukayo from Phenomenal Women Global and Phenomenal Women Uganda. Keynote address was given by Honorable Betty Amongi, Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development. And then we had a discussion of the keynote address by Dr. Sylvia Namubiru, the ED of LASPNet. We move on. Then we went into topical discussion, looking at the impact of culture on right of inheritance for women. And that was moderated by Ms. Isabella Kiteng, and the discussants or the panelists were Honorable Lady Justice Ketra Katunguka, Dr. Patricia Atim. We then moved down to lunch and then the breakout session where we've had wonderful discussions around 28 years of affirmative action. Have women had an impact on politics? We had those, we had a moderator and then the discussants or the panelists. We had strategies women can take to overcome barriers in their academic pursuit, moderated by Ms. Patricia Nduru, and then we had panelists there. Women using arts, mass media, and the internet to bring awareness to issues affecting women. You've just had a wonderful session, and we thank God for that. Then we also had another session on grassroots voices and experiences in the fight against sexual and gender-based violence. We had also a wonderful time in that room. So what do we take home as our concluding observations from the day since morning? We learned that phenomenal women and persons can only get better per day. Just say, we can get better. Some voices are not coming out. We can get better. Yes, and then we also need to understand the context within which her voice is to be heard. The minister hinted on that very much. What context are we claiming that her voice must be heard? Women face related challenges, and therefore coming up together regularly helps to generate possible avenues for addressing the common challenges. Nothing comes easy, you remember? Nothing comes on a silver plate. Women must rise up to the challenge and advocate for equity and equality. The struggle for women's rights is a global struggle. You know, we related to the UN coming up to us, and then we must also now go to the UN and tell them what we really need to empower women and have their voices heard. Society has a way it structures gender issues, girls versus boys. If Kabaka had a daughter, if Kabaka had a, you remember that? There is need to have further and meaningful discussions. Then the ground is not leveled. We remember that women spend twice as much time compared to men. before coming to office and all that. So we need to learn to navigate through the times and be at the top, no matter what. Intention has to be had regarding campaigns towards access to justice for women. That has come out very much. Speak to the church leaders. You remember the idea around Mothers Union, which, and equip them to appreciate the rights of women. No one is competing. Everyone must stay comfortable in their skin. Appreciate yourself, appreciate who you are. So you must inconvenience yourself in life by training yourself to be at the helm. That one came from one of the phenomenal women. Minimize toxicity. When one keeps quiet, they will be able to appreciate the incidents better instead of shouting all the time. Sometimes you have to just look back, relax, and understand what you're dealing with than speaking back. Continue advocating against SGBV. It's a big animal that we must hunt and kill. Understand and popularize the laws. Simplify and translate them to be comprehended even by the lowest person, omuntu wa bulijjo. Raise awareness about the referral pathway, including starting at the LC1 level. Those were voices of the grassroots women. Take steps, deliberate steps back and reflect on where we are coming from, where we are, and where we want to be. So break the cycle of coming to Imperial Royale every year, and then after leaving the hotel, everybody goes to default mode, waiting for the 7th conference. There is need for witness protection and building safe spaces for women and girls to report their cases. Look out for and put in place avenues for alternative dispute resolution. Not everything will end up in the formal courts. Even when they end up in formal courts, the women, the vulnerable women, still will suffer, because if we don't have people who care, then no one cares. So we look forward to the 7th conference, Madam Margaret Sekaja, and we hope that it will be much more packed. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was great. Thank you very much, Robert. Another hand clap for Robert. Thank you so much. Well captured. Okay, let us now get into our closing mode. I will start by inviting Mrs. Sekaja. Mrs. Sekaja, you're going to speak, you're going to thank us, you're going to say other things from your heart. Then we'll ask Diana as well to say something as part of the partners. And then, Mrs. Sekaja, you will invite Dr. Katya from your heart. And we know you know why Doctor should be here to close this 7th conference. So, Mrs. Sekaja, please speak.
I want to welcome our head of office, Austrian Development, Austrian Embassy, Dr. Katja. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. I would like to just say, generally, thank you. Thank you so much. We are touched. Sitting the whole day here is honoring us. But then, we are all looking at the same cause, isn't it? The women's cause. And you are so passionate about it that you've sat in and participated up to the end. So thank you very much. Dr. Katja, we've had a full day today. We started off with the Minister of Gender, Honorable Betty Among. She's the one who gave our keynote address. We've had various speakers on different topics, as you will see in this booklet. We'll let you take it with you. And people have discussed, exchanged ideas, laid strategies. In the House today, we are judges, we are former members of Parliament, as you see them. They've been here the whole day, educationists, They've been our board, members of our board, representative of the bureau, the lady Prose there. We've had members from civil society. We've had people from up country, I think from about 20 regions, and some of them came very early this morning. I think some of them have left. And we have had a good day, good discussion. So I want to thank all of you. I cannot repeat everything we did, but you will get our report, and it will be giving you a synopsis of what we discussed. As we talk here, we could have done this in more than one day. People are saying, let's have more. You know this, when we speak to donors, we say we want more. We might be able to knock on your door and say the Phenomenal Women Conference, the women's conference you attended, they need to make it a 2-day. Isn't it so? Because the discussions are interesting, but we try to squeeze in as much as possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, in all your capacities, I want to thank you very much. I want to say that the Human Rights Center is committed to continue the discussion. We'll work together with you and be able to strategize even better. Any improvement, we are not sensitive, send us a message that either include this or improve here. We shall be able to look into those comments. Phenomenal Women Global, thank you for partnering with us, and we are looking forward to working with you on the Uganda programs. And I want to encourage most of you who can afford to go to the Geneva conference. Honorable Kamateka attended this year. She's a testimony that you actually meet other women from the globe. And it's very interesting to hear issues coming out, and we are converging together to say that women have the same issues to raise in many instances. Work, home balance, all this. It's even worse there where they don't have even opportunity for maids and all that. You find that it's very difficult for them. So they were raising issues in Geneva, and we see a lot of similarities in the issues women go through. So I want to thank you, and also to say that come next year, we shall be again working together to see where we can also have an input and be able to improve on what we've done. I want to ask Diana just to say a few things, Phenomenal Women Global, as a closing, and then we shall call you, Dr. Kaja, to just close for us. Thank you very much. Diana, over to you.
Thank you. All protocol observed. You're welcome. I want to join Mrs. Sekaja in thanking the teams that have been behind this conference. There's a lot of work behind, so just to thank all the team members from Phenomenal Women and from HRC for all the work, and also the people who believe in us, so Defend Defenders for supporting the conference and supporting us almost every year. I want to also thank the speakers and everybody who shared their story. We don't take it for granted. We selected you because of your expertise, and we knew you had something to share with the crowd. So thank you for that. Thank you for your time. I no longer want to attend conferences and workshops because I sometimes feel like we're saying the same things over and over again. And a conference is not useful unless you pick an action point. So I hope that you have all picked something from this conference, and before you come back next year, you would have applied it. So I don't know what you have picked, but I pray that you have picked an action. And I will share with you some of the things that I have picked very briefly. Mentoring, It has validated what we do as phenomenal women. Mentoring is still needed. So that's an area. I've already interacted with Madame Kiza. How can we mentor politicians? How can we mentor women in the media? So that's a critical issue that as Phenomenal Women Global, we're going to see how do we strengthen that. Also, I think from the discussions in the morning, do we have a will? How are we managing our property? If you're cohabiting, do you know the risks? So for me, that is also a star. And then on mental health, you know, we're all doing a lot of work. We're trying to balance academic, work, family, career, everything. But how is our mental health? And who is holding us accountable? Who is watching out for us? So for me, those are the 3 takeaways that I am taking with me for the day's conference. But what are you taking with you? Please, you know, ask your neighbor, or at least write down one key action that you're going to work on that will make you better, you know, so that when you come back next year, you're now telling us what worked for you. That's what I would really like to implore. And then just to remind you again, we have a registration at the back. Hannah, just stand up from Phenomenal Women. She's registering if you're interested in mentoring, being mentored, participating in any of the annual conferences, or also if you want to register for the workshops we have next year on leadership and entrepreneurship, please register at the desk behind. Otherwise, thank you all, and over to you.
Yes, just to invite you. Thank you, Diana. Just to invite you, Dr. Kaja. She's been a supporter of the Human Rights Center. We didn't make a wrong choice. Yes, it's she's one of the people who you can go to at the last hour and she will be able to comply or to help out and be able to work with organizations. We've worked with her for a long time. Austria has been one of our funders also, and therefore we appreciate the assistance you give, and we know that we shall continue to work together. That's why we also invited you to close our conference today and be able to also learn a few of the things which we deliberated about. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. The Honourable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Honourable Members of Parliament, the Executive Director, Human Rights Centre Uganda, representatives of Phenomenal Women Global, representatives of Defend Defenders, all members of civil society organizations present, women human rights defenders, representatives of the media. I just understood that we also have representatives of the entertainment and music industry. Thank you very much for the song. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon or good evening to you all. It is an immense honor for me to give these closing remarks today at the 6th Annual Women Human Rights Defenders Conference. I will start by commending the organizers of this conference for the carefully yet powerfully selected theme for this year's conference, Her Voice, Elevating the Voices of Women. This powerful theme reminds us of the resounding power of women's voices in shaping this country. In Austria, where I come from, we have a very prominent story of a female emperor with the name of Maria Theresia, who was the ruler from the Habsburg family. She ruled from 1740 until her death in 1780. Maria Theresia remains the only woman to hold this position in her own right. Even though her accession happened in very difficult times, the story of Maria Theresia is one that continues to speak to the immense role women can play in building nations, not just as mothers, but as great leaders too. Uganda, just like Austria, takes pride in a rich history of different women who have played a role in building this nation to date. Stories of these women should forever be told, and never should we allow for such stories to die out. Some women I would like to recognize at this point in time would be, for example, Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, Honorable Miriam Matembe, Alice Lubega, Sarah Antiero. And I also want to recognize in a very special way, of course, Dr. Margaret Sekaja, Honorable Jova Kamateka, Honorable Winnie Kiza, and of course all the other phenomenal women in the room. As we know, cultural norms can drive inequality, poverty, and discrimination. Depending on the particular country, these norms can be used to support, to hide, or to justify discrimination and emotional and physical violence. Some of the negative perspectives are reflected in assertions such as, and these we collected from Uganda, all the things I remember, all women should become mothers, for example. A good wife does not answer her husband back. You are worth more as a wife than as a daughter. Wife beating is one of the ways that a husband can prove his love for the wife. If he doesn't beat you, he doesn't love you. But then also, of course, like facts like such as that if not enough money is available, a family would prefer to send the boys to the school and not the girls. Certainly, these norms have a role to play in increasing numbers of domestic violence, mainly perpetrated by intimate partners, in forced marriages, human trafficking, forced prostitution, and denial of basic human rights, such as a right to education and right to own property, among others. Distinguished guests, in light of today's theme, allow me to also briefly dwell on the violence suffered by frontline women, such as women in politics and women human rights defenders. While we might all appreciate that women have made significant inroads into politics in recent years, their involvement as candidates, voters, supporters, and activists has spurred attacks, intimidation, and harassment in many parts of the world, including Uganda. Violence against women in politics, VAWP, VOP, refers to tactics used to silence women's voices in politics. It is a form of gender-based violence that manifests physically, for example, in kidnappings, beatings, property damage, but also psychologically, threats, character assassination, stalking, online abuse, and also sexually, via sexual harassment, sexualized threats, etc., both online and offline. While we must appreciate that the internet has created new opportunities for women to express their views and engage politically, we must equally note that the same internet has created new ways for perpetrators to subject women to violence. Such violence negatively impacts on the work of political institutions, political parties, parliaments, local councils, and undermines democratic integrity. Women members of parliament, councillors, women voters, and candidates are among the most visible victims of this form of gender-based violence. Dear guests, I mention this not to discourage you, but to add my voice to the many speakers who have come before me, saying that this is not a time to relax. Now more than ever before, the women's movement of Uganda should be united to speak up and fight against such negative norms that continue to perpetrate a culture of violence against women. I also encourage you in a special way to hold hands with our sisters in the spotlight and at the front line, such as women in politics, women in media, women who are human rights defenders. Oftentimes, these women are on the front line, defending everyone else, yet they might not have anyone to turn to in times of need. Voices of women can only be sustainably elevated when we work together as a collective. I would also like to briefly mention what Austria is doing in Uganda to protect women. As Austria, we continue to pledge our support to work, continuing work aimed at enhancing gender equality and protecting women from negative practices that hinder them from living to their full potential. We do so through our partnerships with the government, with the justice law and order sector, with the projects we have with Human Rights Center Uganda, UN agencies we work with, for example, UN Women, UNDP, and UNFPA, where we are supporting several programs in the water, access to justice, and human rights sector, all with a component of advancing women's rights. A case in point, our projects with UNFPA and UN Women and the Ugandan judiciary aimed at enhancing access to justice for victims and survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. We are supporting the judiciary to hold special court sessions tailored for SGBV victims and to mainstream special justice procedures under the leadership of the principal judge. So far, actually, we have cleared more than 2,000 SGBV cases in Uganda through that project. We also support the Women, Peace and Humanitarian Fund. As I conclude, let me commend the women of Uganda. And I have to say, the composition of the government is actually quite impressive, you know, with a vice president, with a prime minister, with a number of ministers, you know, speaker of parliament, minister of gender, minister of energy, just to name a few. So, of course, it is also important for these women in these positions to actually actively push forward the women's agenda. So I hope and count on them to do that. As I conclude, let me commend the women of Uganda for not giving up, regardless of sometimes difficult circumstances under which you sometimes operate. Your resilience motivates us to do more. Finally, please never forget that when women support each other, incredible things can happen. We are stronger together, and I hope we never lose that. Thank you so much for your attention, and I herewith declare the conference as closed.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Katia.
I would like to call the organizers, led by none other than Sheila Mwanga, to come forward. Okay. Human Rights Center staff, phenomenal women, please come so
Stella.
that people have seen you in
Stella.
the kitchen, so that we can be able to show our guests that there are people who organize this. Come quickly, phenomenal women.
Stella.
Bring your group. Our convener. Hurry up. Other moderators have left. Where are they? They have gone. I think it would not have been proper for me to say farewell to you alone, and these people have been working very hard. This time we started early, and we said we will be able to start early. So I will give the microphone. Josephine, our convener.
All protocol observed. Good evening, phenomenal women. Yes. My name is Nabachwa Josephine Letitia. I've had the privilege of being the convener for this conference. And I know all of you have seen my name somewhere in those invitations, and I thank you for honoring our invitation. I thank you for making our event successful. May God bless all of you as you return back to your homes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joanne Nandaula, and I work at the Human Rights Center as an administrative assistant. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you had a good day today. My name is Bagarka Johanna. I work at Phenomenal Women, and I'm happy to be here and hear from all these amazing women.
Good evening, viewers. I'm Fred Ngovi. I'm the Dive of the Executive Director.
Good evening. My name is Robert Mugisa Aboli. I work at the Human Rights Center Uganda as the Senior Program Officer Advocacy.
Yes, good evening. I hope everyone has had a good day. My name is Eric Namungalu. I work as the Head of Programs, Human Rights Center.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Martina Katetsi Karunji. I'm an intern at Phenomenal Women Global and an architecture student at Makerere University. Thank you so much for attending today.
Good evening. My name is Lydia Katsabe. I work at the Human Rights Center Uganda as the Accounts and Admin Officer. You're all most welcome. Thank you for attending.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kennedy Ocheng, a paralegal with the Human Rights Center Uganda. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Doris Atuijukile. I work at the Human Rights Center Uganda as the Senior Monitoring and Evaluation Officer. Thank you for making it today.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Namsisi Chivede. I'm the Head of Finance and Administration at the Human Rights Center Uganda.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nalukwago Stella, and I'm the Senior Administration and Human Resource Officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sheila has been with us for most of the conferences we've held. Give her a big clap for Sheila. Thank you so much. She's been moderating the whole day, and she's a consultant, also working for Foundation for Human Rights Initiative. Now, before I say farewell to all of you, I'll make the announcement. I think, Sheila, you haven't made it, or do you make it?
Okay.
The announcements.
The announcements, okay. Thank you, Mrs. Sekaja. As we walk out, first there's tea. Please at least pick a bite and some tea before you leave, because we paid for it. Yeah, and for you. Then as you go out, please pass by that desk, everybody, and sign out. Please sign out. That's all I have in terms of announcements. Thank you very much, Mrs. Sekaja.
Robert, farewell song, Phenomenal Women as they walk out.
I'm a phenomenal woman. We are phenomenal women. We are phenomenal people. This is who we are. I'm a phenomenal woman. We are phenomenal women. We are phenomenal people. This is who we are.
I teach young girls to believe in themselves. I tell young people that they too can make it in life. I tell everybody that I meet that they are the best that they can be.
Well, today is the 6th Phenomenal Women Global Conference, and so we are celebrating Her Voice, which is our theme, and we are going to have several panel discussions, several TEDx talks, workshops, and this is just to elevate the voices of women, and women are the backbone of society, so we want to give them that space to be able to speak out, be able to share stories of how they advanced in their careers or businesses. And we also want to discuss things that affect women. For example, violence, the gender pay gap where women are paid less. So this day is a day to advocate for issues that affect women and let women's voices shine out and be elevated.
It is clear and evident that at a multilateral level, voices have been raised by the 193 member states of the UN family. Considerable work has been done, and many accomplishments have been realized in the areas of gender equality and empowerment of women and girls.
And we learned so much from all the panel discussions. We touched base on what? Women in politics, women in climate change, how we cope, humanitarian, literature, art, and on top of that, career development, decision making, and it was such a wonderful variety.
Intersectionality is absolutely a must-have in the space where we are in Europe. We need to think about things in relation to gender, but also as people of color coming into this space, we need to make our voices heard. Women, we like to apologize for the little things, and we need to build that confidence and effective communication and really be strong in who we are. And as we climb up the ladder, where we have to make space for other people. We're a community. We need to be strong. We need to make space for others.
Women are the fabric and the anchor and the catalyst of our homes, our communities, our societies, and our countries. Unfortunately, women are not included and elevated to where it matters most. And societies and countries will not live up to their potential without the tangible participation of women in a meaningful way.
Phenomenal women, we are phenomenal people, and this is who we are. I'm a phenomenal woman, we are phenomenal women, we are phenomenal people, and this is who we are.
I teach young girls to believe in themselves. I tell young people that they too can make it in life. I tell everybody that I meet that they are the best that they can be. It's their lives, it's my life.
And this is who we are.
It's their life.